quality of our cities. And I would like to start by something we all recognize. For decades, we treated city as a sum of parties. On the one hand is housing, on the other transportation, on the other one culture, and we constitute policies that are fragmented. And today we are paying for that, for those decisions that we adopted a while ago. So this SDG 11 that convenes us all asks for something different to address it as a system, and this calls for not only new policies, but a way of measuring differently. Uruguay decided to face this challenge. And in this process of voluntary report that we will present today, it's not a statistical exercise, but rather one of governance. And our ministry that I am heading today is the focal point for that report. When I mentioned these four learning points, I was referring first to the methodology as collective construction, data as an instrument of justice, mainstreaming as a condition, and subnational challenge as a scale of great importance. So, to go to the first item, methodology as collective construction, I want to say that the learning point is that methodology is not something neutral. To choose how to measure a city is to choose what city do we want to build. In Uruguay, we've built an interinstitutional team that brought together to one same table those agencies responsible for housing, for urban planning, for emergencies, and budget planning, not to coordinate data, but to agree on a common view. That means moving towards sustainable cities. And this process had one concrete consequence where global definitions were not enough, then we built our own methodologies. And to measure the access to public spaces, it wasn't enough the official indicator. We had supplementary parameter. For example, 400 meters were persons open space. We understood that that proximity reflected the daily experiences of people living in intermediate cities. And international standards are a starting point, but they're not the ceiling. And the value is in allowing comparison. This is what allows us to share indicators, but the usefulness of the data will depend on how that data is linked to the reality we want to transform. And for those who know the territory, they need to be an active player in this construction, validating those results, defending and defining the correct questions, right questions that we need to address. So as a second learning point, we have data. The data as an instrument of justice, because the question is, what is the use? What's the purpose of data? We have a trend to produce information to report, but what's important of data is that the data should be useful should help us decide. And that changes the perspective. When we have data on informal settlements and inadequate uh, housing is calculated with rigor, ceases to be a statistic and becomes a budgetary argument. When access to public transportation is measured disaggregating by sex, by age, or disability, that information changes the conversation from where and to where do we need to invest as a country. And what I learned is that the quality of data is not measured only, although it's important, its technical precision, but due to its capacity to question the decision makers. An indicator that generates an uncomfortable question is not measuring what it really matters. The useful data forces us to review what we wanted to know about our cities. And this includes also recognizing what we cannot yet measure, what we have difficulties for building, and mentioning those omissions is an indicator of transparency and not weakness, and it is part of the 2030 agenda. The third learning point is mainstreaming, cross-cutting activities. You cannot manage from one single ministry because the city and the life of all people is cross-sectional, and therefore we don't understand any other way of managing this complexity, but rather from governmental interinstitutionality. And we have coordinated this through the Planning and Budget Office, given its role and place in the state architecture, has the ability to convene and sustain that dialogue between the different sectors. But the lesson learned that we want to share with you is not to replicate our structure, but we understand that each country needs to identify that institution that has the legitimacy to convene all the players, relevant players around one same table and participate throughout the whole process. This is not an organizational detail. It's a practice, one of the most demanding challenges of any state. Mainstreaming is not a principle of management. It's the only way to understand how really a city works. Finally, the subnational challenge. It is a scale of great importance. And in this learning path, we understand that there is an emergency, and that is to address the gap between national governments and subnational governments for this contribution. And the specificity of this SDG is that the targets are met or not met at local level also. And not in the capital city, not in the national average, it's in each neighborhood, each intermediate city, each city hall. However, the measurement elements that prevail are the national ones. So in Uruguay, we have disaggregated indicators at departmental and local levels. And this has been a true progress that reveals something we cannot omit, and that is the departments with less trajectory in data accumulation have less information, and that asymmetry also reproduces inequalities, which is what we want to uh, modify. So this report and this design with comparable standards and technical assistance for local governments, so that it will truly be an actual investment in the capacity of territories to get to know each other. And this brings us to territorial justice. So to close, we understand that 2030 agenda placed cities in the center of sustainable development. And what we have understood in the process is that there are no simple answers. Understanding a city requires time, dialogue, data, and that will help to decision making. Uruguay comes to this forum with what it built, with questions that have not yet been solved, and especially with the true willingness to hear Latin America and the Caribbean about your diversity, expertise, experiences, that it's extraordinary. And we are convinced that the exchange between our countries, among our countries, is the most valuable exchange to find meaningful answers for each one of our territories. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister Tamara Paseiro. Thank you for your intervention. There are four contributions. Method is key. How we address the problem and develop the solutions for cities. A method is key. Number two, the importance of data. We refer to the area of opportunities that represents for the SDG 11. Mainstreaming, cross-sectional integration, multidimensional perspective when it is a matter of territorial work, and definitely the importance of multi-tier governance, where the local governments play, or subnational governments play a key role. And from there, that's a way to introduce now our next intervention. We have today the governor of the metropolitan region of Santiago, Claudio Orrego. And when one thinks at the level of Latin America and the Caribbean, in the uh, uh, location of SDGs, persistence in time, and build on top of what has been built and showing tangible results, one sees the great Santiago of Chile. What's your view, Governor Orrego, from Santiago, Chile, as to SDG 11, as to the new urban agenda, and all the other SDGs? Thank you. Thank you, Elkin. I greet Sepal. Thank you for the invitation, and to all the representatives of Latin America in this very important forum. Throughout my life, I've had the privilege to get to know, see, and work in the city from different roles. I've been Minister of Housing, as my colleague from Uruguay. I have been council member of a small district, mayor, superintendent, and then now governor of the city of Santiago, of the metropolitan area. If I have learned something in these different roles, is that the time has come in Latin America, and especially in this SDG, for once and for all, of overcoming this deep, persisting, necessary, and just effort to fight for the right to housing and place in the agenda the right to city. Only housing without city generates ghettos and generates enormous inequalities. So, of course, the building of a society without the right to housing is a mere dream. And why do I say this? Because in Latin America and in Chile, it has been hard to install and place in the public agenda this idea that the city needs to have its own agenda and its own governance, and in some way results that have to do and are linked to the whole city and not only to one single aspect of a city. In the case of Santiago, we have multiple diagnoses about the pains of our cities. Santiago is a profoundly unequal city. It has some spaces like the one today we are here, where you feel in a modern country of Europe. And there are other places where you feel probably in the poorest country, not only of Latin America, but maybe of Africa as well. The same city with deep inequalities. We are facing enormous environmental challenges, as many countries do. But in our case, as we depend on the water, rivers, and glaciers, we are living the most important water challenge of our history. We have a problem of insecurity and safety, as many cities of Latin America, with organized crime and the neighborhoods taken by narco. And also another maybe invisible pain, but deeply determining, and that is the fragmentation of the city. Santiago is not a district. 52 districts, 52 mayors, 52 agendas. It's not only the Ministry of Urban Development and Housing, it's a Ministry of Transportation, Public Works, highway concessions, the subway. So how do we move from a city with enormous challenges to one single agenda with a new governance? That is what Santiago is doing today. Santiago is experiencing a transformation. As many of you know, in 2021, Chile lived a tremendous reform in our way of governing the subnational areas. For the first time in our history, more than 200 years history, regional authorities are elected. That was in 2021. I'm the first democratically elected governor of the metropolitan region of Santiago. Before, all authorities were appointed by the president, all the regional ones. And thus, we are building regional government that, in the specific case of the metropolitan area of Santiago, has one uniqueness, and that is the government of the city. Now, political instances have been created without all the attributions and resources or characteristics. So we learn by walking, by doing, and to manage with articulation and with budget, but with a great passion. How do we move from an urban agenda that is hyper-diagnosed? There's no country in Latin America that doesn't have well documented all of its violence problems, shortage houses. And so the challenge is not one of diagnosis. It is one of governance and implementation. Execution. In our case, what we are doing in Santiago is to create new forms of governance. We are building the metropolitan area of Santiago that still does not have major powers, but we have created it, and we are asking the national government to provide resources to this metropolitan area. We are conducting metropolitan scale projects, not only for one small district. Maybe the project for you, the project of the new Alameda, which is the main road of the country, crossing 4 different districts with 2 million people walking through the Alameda. That involved work, $150 million intervention, and we placed around the same table 4 ministries of the national government, the 4 districts, the regional government, plus civil society, plus academia, to make of this an integral transformation. And that means that this Alameda strategic road or highway has the best transportation, has recovered heritage, new houses, new parks, new integration from the person walking to the cyclist and how do we plan a city from solutions, nature-based to environmental problems, a network of metropolitan parks that occupies the geography of Santiago, a water strategy for all the metropolitan region, not only for one district or ministry. That is the way how we are approaching this right to a city. This is a challenge not only of Santiago, surely all the capital cities of Latin America that are living this expansion. It's no longer a territorial restricted space. It is the sum of several spaces that call for different governance. The main challenge we have today is one of implementation, and it's also one of governance. We expect that in our country, where there has been a change in government nationally, this decentralization process will not come to an end. During the previous government, several procedures were implemented to transfer powers from national to territorial level. For example, the power of urban planning. Paradoxically, it used to be at the level of the national government of Chile and not at the level of city government. This decree that was to be adopted or was to be studied by the controller's office was taken back by the present government, and we don't know if we'll move forward. This sometimes governments change, agendas change, and unfortunately challenges like the right to city, the metropolitan governance facing climate change do not accept changes of agenda every 4 years. The policies need to be state policies, continuity, and lots of perseverance and innovation. In Santiago, we will continue working in the projects I've mentioned. Hopefully, this power transfer will continue the facts like it was the case of London, Istanbul, Barcelona, different cities of the world that have learned metropolitan governance from the territory. Hopefully, the national governments here represented will understand that without partnership, without empowerment and alliances of subnational governments, there is no SDG 11 to be possible and real. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor Orrego, for the example of Santiago and for again bringing to the table the importance of a concept that is very widely applied in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is the right to cities, which is fundamental for SDG 11 for the new urban agenda. We also make a note of the need to look at the location of SDGs together with centralization processes that are advancing that we have in Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as many other countries that are focused on advancing these decentralization processes. Some countries have advanced further, but Governor Orrego leaves us with this idea, and it's very important to revisit decentralization and see how it impacts the capacity, the governance capacity. So at a multiple level. And of course, thank you for insisting that at a local level, the key verb is implementation. That is the key verb, the execution and transforming and having a significant impact on such important aspects of citizenship, green solutions, all those based on nature that build the resilience capacity of cities. Thank you, Governor Orrego, for leaving us with these elements, most of them so positive and promising. I'd like to go to the north now, to the country of our president, to Peru. We have with us Joana Fischer, and she is the head of cabinet of the Minister of the Environment in Peru. And so we offer the floor to Joana. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. And it is important for us to share with you important to talk to you about the challenges and some advances that we have achieved in the Ministry of the Environment. I have a presentation. I will be sharing some of our figures with you. But now that I've heard Minister of Housing of Uruguay and I heard Governor Orrego of Santiago, I would say that our problems are no different. We have similar problems. We've had the opportunity of working with the Metropolitan University of Lima. It is a world that is undefined. It's a huge area, almost a ministry, and it somehow requires trying to interrelate with smaller municipalities, and it's not always done. I also had the possibility of working at a small municipality, and it doesn't interrelate with the larger ones. And budgets are never enough. So this joint work that you've been talking about it's difficult to agree. And now that I'm at the Ministry of Environment, I've been there before. It's a ministry that I like very much because we can elaborate many public policies that allow us to reorganize our cities, sometimes organize them and have territorial organization based on environmental policies. Many people are still not very much convinced that that's the way it is, but it's difficult when in a city such as Lima, it grows in a very disorganized fashion. I have some figures there for you, how many people, 57% of the country's population lives on the coast, 32.6 live in Lima, Callao, the metropolis, and 24% of the annual production is formal. But in Lima, we live in a desert, and there is no water, we should be working on having a solution so that in 10 years we can still open the faucet and have water come out. But if we don't start to implement these policies in schools and municipalities, and that is where what Mr. Orrego said comes in, this interrelation between municipalities, government, regional governments, and the ministry, or excuse me, the executive. Well, we won't go far if we don't have the support of countries like yourselves or other entities that are not yet willing to offer us their time and space and their experiences. It will be practically impossible. I heard decentralization, change of administration, climate change, governance, territories, implementing. These are all words that we hear every single day, and we say, when is this going to be true? When will this happen? When will we be able to implement everything we're putting down in writing and all these public policies that are so difficult to devise and um, apply, both on the side of the Peruvian government as well as at an international level? Our national environmental policy for 2030 is based on a reduction of the goods and services provided by ecosystems that affect the development of people and environmental sustainability. But if you ask someone what sustainability means, they won't really be able to define it. So that is why we need environmental education. And we have an ambitious plan with municipalities and with schools to teach them and inform them about the environment so that these children can grow up knowing climate change. Well, climate change, every day we have El Nino. Everybody knows that we have the El Nino phenomenon. Everybody knows what it is, and every year we know that there's going to be rivers overflowing, there's going to be rain, we'll have floods, and without water, well, however, we don't adequately prevent or prepare for it, because if I know that the river is going to pass through here, then I will need to do something.
No lo venimos haciendo. El gobierno regional dice, ese es tu problema, y el ejecutivo dice, bueno, no hay plan.
And then the executive says there's no money because there was no planning for it.
Esas cosas. Tenemos que afinar los conceptos que vienen desde el gobierno central.
And from the central government.
Regionales, que ahora también veo que acá en
We see that here in Chile, this is being promoted.
Y no ponerlo
by Chileans and not being cherry-picked by the president, so that is very good.
Porque no todo es malo, no todo.
And the main advance is not everything is bad.
¿No? Hemos tenido varios avances que creo que al Ministerio del Ambiente, que es un
The
ministerio.
Ministry of the Environment is a young ministry in Peru. It has required a great effort for its creation and operation. It has a territorial approach for sustainable planning, and I believe that the planning office was here. We work with them hand in hand to have sustainable planning with an approach, with an accent on territory, with a city approach that can truly be built with solid foundations and clear concepts. The climate action plans are also at a local level are something that we've been promoting, and the Merece are mechanisms of retribution by ecosystem services.
Para tener ese
And
fortalecimiento.
we're working to have this progressive alignment in terms of rural solutions as well. And we know that we have to have a more solid perspective of what solutions we can bring in this sense. And there is a natural infrastructure and preventive management of risk, and of course, a transition towards low carbon cities. Also innovating in financing, as I mentioned with the Mereces, and these are the advances that I wanted to share with you. I'm going to stop here because I've been talking for a while, but as Elkin, I was telling Elkin when I arrived that without everyone's support, without working, if we don't work together, we won't have a Latin American Caribbean that we want and visualize for our countries. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Joanna Fischer.
Thank you, Joanna Fischer. I have a few comments, some points for reflection. And in order to advance with SDG 11, we need to further work on SDG 17, these exchanges that we can call the coalitions and multilateralism in order to allow us to have that impact that we wish to achieve with SDG 11, with the cities, the countries of the region. So in this sense, I'd like to say that a territorial approach
Creemos que es un punto.
We know that it is fundamental, that it is part of the national policy in Peru. And the question that we always receive at the UN is, what can we do to improve possibilities of having more resources for implementation? How can we innovate? And we have the Merece, the mechanisms for retribution of ecosystems. I'd like to mention that we have solid residue management. We mentioned that it's one of the areas where we noticed greater demand for collaboration. There are a series of factors that we need to work on with solid residue, and UN Habitat measured the inclusion of all these elements related to cities and NDCs. And what we found was that 80% of these instruments present the importance of cities, climate change, and mitigation. It's a very important point that we've made progress in, and we need to look at the implementation at scale. I'd like to go to one of our last panelists. We have a round for comments a little ahead, but now we would like to welcome Mauricio Fuentes. He's the coordinator of the Volunteering and Civic Participation Unit of the National Youth Institute in Juve of Chile. And In addition, he is focal point for the International Year of Volunteers for Sustainable Development. So thank you for being us. You have the floor. Thank you. Good morning, all. Thank you, Elkin, and thank you to ECLEC for the invitation. Thankful for being here today and for being able to share a different perspective, perspective that can express the role of youth to collaborate, to having sustainable cities and communities. It's the first time I speak here, and I'd like to do something that is somehow related to what we're talking about today. 20 years ago, I began my path in volunteer work, and I was invited to be a volunteer of a program that was about public spaces, and it invited us to recover a square, a space that was completely abandoned, and there was criminality and other negative externalities. And it was a community space that in the end had a positive effect. And today has allowed me to be connected to this topic. I'm sharing this with you not only because of that, but also because there was a mayor that once believed in the power of communities and youth, and began with volunteer work in Peñalolén. And that was the governor that is here with us today. We don't know each other outside of here, but after 20 years, Governor, we're still working on this here, and we're sharing a panel talking about cities, sustainable cities and communities. So thank you. And with sustainable cities and communities comes a need to address the deep inequalities that characterize our territory, as well as urban growth. And in this context, advancing with sustainable cities is not just part of a planning process. We also need to strengthen the social, civic, and community fabric that sustains it. From the National Institute of Youth that I represent, and also as focal point of the country, it's about sustainable development in our cities. And this is a specific form of citizen participation. It has to do with social cohesion, promoting it, and generating collaboration networks in the territories. That's extremely important. And I'd like to share with you that we have 47.5% of youth that say they have participated in some form of volunteer work in the last 12 months. And this is the important news. We have social capital. There is interest in youth to participate in these spaces. And the challenge is how we can guide them to generating more sustainable cities, which is the objective of SDG 11. And and we need to understand volunteerism as a form of social infrastructure. As is the case of physical infrastructure, it is also a very important part of societies. And without this commitment, it is difficult to advance towards the objectives that are set forth in SDG 11.
One thing I would like to highlight has to do with resilience in the case of disasters. Our region, and particularly those of us who live in Chile, know that we're very exposed to natural disasters and extreme climate events, which means that we must move towards better prepared cities and able to respond to these challenges. However, resilience cannot be understood solely from a technical or institutional viewpoint. It also requires actively involving citizens. And here I will share another experience with you. Speaking of an activity that we have, the National Institute for Youth, and it's called Chile Prepara. Chile prepares itself. And this has to do with strengthening the abilities of the people to respond to disaster, emphasizing the contribution by volunteers. In simple words, this is citizen training open to anyone with no age restriction and they would like to learn more about managing disasters. And there's a lot that we can learn about first aid or maybe how to work with a burn or what happens with the animals when you need to help them out. So this is something which is essential, that is democratize knowledge in relation to these crises and disasters. And this is essential for the resilience of cities in different contexts. Another thing that I would also like to tell you about is the experience that has shown that resilience is based at local level, generating networks of trust and the active engagement of people. And so volunteers play an essential role as a bridge between institutions and citizens. And based on our experience at the National Institute of Youth, it is key how to open up space and make this connection between youth and the institutions, because often we see the cold side of the criticism, but this is also an opportunity to create these ties and connections. And also, I would like to highlight the role of youth in this process. The youth are not only the beneficiaries of public policy, but also the key players in the transformation of their communities. Youth are leaders, and they can actively contribute to the construction of territories. Another thing that I believe is very important, and I would not leave it out because today it is present. And this is because this is a special year. This is the year of the volunteer. And the UN has declared this year of the volunteer for the achievement of the SDGs. And which means that everything that we're doing this year may have this component of how to make visible and reflect the relevance of this, because it is volunteers that make the difference. And so this forum has been key for us to bring to you this theme and share it with you. Now, 5 final thoughts. One, that volunteering is the social infrastructure of SDG 11, and this is very important in order to strengthen communities' participation and urban resilience. Second, the youth are the key players for sustainable development, and not just the beneficiaries. And third, organized citizen participation through volunteers is key to implement the 2030 agenda in the territory. Fourth, sustainable cities require active communities, and so the volunteers play a key role on how we can provide the space and means for this. And lastly, collaborative work between the state and civil society is indispensable to move ahead with the SDGs. We also have the National Volunteer Society, and they are also committed to SDGs. So sustainable cities are not built only with planning, but based on collaboration, engagement, and action. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Mauricio, por la
Thank you, Mauricio, for that excellent presentation. And I believe that this has worked, focusing on these phrases. It is very clear that volunteers are essential in order to continue moving ahead with the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals for everyone, all of them. But it is also clear that there is a greater possibility of getting involved in topics that are very close to people, that they feel very close to, that they're dear to them. There is a famous song in Latin America that says that 20 years are nothing. But that is it, really. We need to find these anecdotes.
Muy apropiado.
This forum is very much appropriate in order to forge these ties of young people uh, in cities, in urban areas, and that it works. And I would also like to highlight this connection between what is done by the volunteers and the commitment of young people with one of the key aspects of SDG 11. SDG 11 has to do with achieving safe, sustainable human settlements, and this must have a concrete impact, building the resilience, especially in a context where, as has been said right from the start, in particular, two of the targets, specific targets in the area of housing, we know that there is a horizontal behavior. And we need to strengthen our work, to strengthen the data. Chairman, I think we still have time. Let's move to the statements by the delegations. Okay. So we're going to open up for interventions by delegations.
Delegación de México.
Mexico has the floor. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. To speak of sustainable cities is to speak of social justice, building territories that ensure the quality of life, inclusion, rights is key to reduce inequalities in Latin America and the Caribbean. And so, in Mexico, our territorial policy is integral and is aligned with the economic, social, and environmental commitments. The aim is to move ahead towards orderly cities, inclusive, that have a social, make social sense. So our national development plan, rather than isolated actions, is furthering a strategy that places people at the center. For example, the housing program provides access to adequate housing and responds not only to basic needs, but provides the legal certainty, the territorial security, and the possibility of building communities. So, though, for those who have historically faced greater setbacks. At the same time, mobility and continuity projects stem from an urban view, but is seen as closing gaps, improving opportunities, and strengthening the social fabric based on criteria sustainability and the gender perspective, recognizing that cities must also be safe and inclusive space for women. It is according to this rationale that the implementation of the care system takes on a key role, not only as a social policy, but a condition for equality. And the extension of care services allows more women to fully be engaged in economic and social life, while they contribute to build more equitable communities. Today, in addition to being a member of the Mexican delegation, I would like to say that the state of Mexico is an entity with the greatest metropolitan population in the country. 21 of 125 municipalities have this idea. They house almost 13 million people out of a total of 17 million. And the governor and the state of Mexico is furthering a territorial policy that is aligned with SDGs, and particularly SDG 11 can be understood well. The Secretariat for this area plans towards more inclusive cities that are resilient and sustainable. That is why I would like to highlight the following key tools. On the one hand, We're part of the metropolitan area in the Valley of Mexico, the largest and the most complex in the country. The state of Mexico concentrates 59 municipalities in comparison to 16 town halls, 8 in Hidalgo, and 1 more in Morelos. Of these 22 million inhabitants, 56% are Mexicans. And to complicate this, you have a Council for Metropolitan Development of the Valley of Mexico, which is a governance instance that focuses and coordinates efforts by the 4 entities that I mentioned earlier. And at the heart of this council, the program to put order to the metropolitan area of the Mexico Valley is a real coordination challenge. It was updated for the first time after almost 3 decades. So the planning model furthers a metropolitan model based on governance, sustainability, inclusion, and resilience with social engagement and also indigenous engagement. Furthermore, in the metropolitan region of the Valley of Toluca, we have a metropolitan program promoting the efficient use of soil and strengthens mobility and connectivity. This is a good national practice with 24 actions based on SDGs. So, in sum, the Secretary for Urban Development and Infrastructure, Carlos Masalada, heads the state system for planning and urban development that strengthens metropolitan governance by integrating municipalities to this Council for Development and by means of these metropolitan commissions. Mexico reiterates their commitment to the 2030 Agenda and calls to strengthen regional cooperation, speed up the implementation of public policies, and having governance mechanisms to move towards more sustainable, fair, and inclusive cities for everyone. Territorial transformation is only possible by actively listening to communities and collaborating between the government and productive sectors. In Mexico, we will continue to deepen our interventions to transform these contexts where inequalities are reproduced. It is an historical opportunity to build safe communities and, in the words of our regional vision, leave no one behind and no one out. Thank you. I thank the delegation of Mexico, and now I would like to take this opportunity to give you some good news that has to do with Mexico and Latin America and the Caribbean. The World Urban Forum, 14th, to be held in March 28, has been assigned to Mexico. So congratulations to Mexico. I have on my list here Brazil.
Representantes
Government representatives of the civil society of the UN and other international organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Our country, the Brazilian delegation, wishes to reaffirm that urban governance must be based on human rights with territorial planning that is inclusive and recognizing the disproportionate impact suffered by the people who are living in vulnerable situations. Our country has various public policies that strengthen this approach, and the national plan for people who are the homeless is for, and also for people with disability, another program for friends of childhood, and the other program for SDGs and national policy for protection of the civil society, Periferia Viva, and the creation of solidarity kitchens with local governments and civil society organizations, among many others. In Brazil, activating public investment and urban financing aims at ensuring cities are more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. In line with the 2030 Agenda, the government of President Lula fosters access to a decent housing and in a smart city. Sustainable urban mobility, the urbanization of informal settlements, and the inclusion of peripheries, and progress in basic sanitation and essential services. Since 2023, they have delivered 1,400,000 homes. Till the end of 2026, the government of President Lula will have hired 3 million new homes through the My Home, My Life program for more than $9 million US. In this way, Brazil is moving ahead in the construction of fairer, inclusive, and sustainable cities for everyone. We would like to reaffirm the policies for the homeless because we believe that this is a priority for SDG 11 and an example of urban development with an emphasis on human rights. The homeless are people who live in the street, and this highlights the centrality of these persons as the subject of rights in a multidimensional situation that involves housing, labor ties, broken family ties, destructuring and social exclusion. And so we have a single record for social assistance, not only to quantify, but qualify what the state can do with specific policies. And between these policies and the already mentioned programs, having disaggregated data with social engagement. And also we have strengthened space for social participation and strengthened dialogue with the civil society in national conferences, social technology in Brazil. And lastly, we have a resolution adopted in March 2026 by the Council of the UN Human Rights in relation to the homeless. In Brazil, other states, the Dominican Republic, Guatemala, and Uruguay condemn all form of discrimination, stigmatization, harassment, and violence against these people. And we support this commitment and invite all states to adopt this as the concept of SDG 11 and to keep democracy alive. Thank you very much. Thank you, Brazil. And now, Saint Kitts and Nevis has the floor.
Distinguished colleagues, for St. Kitts and Nevis, advancing SDG 11 is fundamental opportunities in the face of growing climate risks. A central pillar of our approach is expanding equitable access to land and home ownership. Through our National Land Initiative, we have taken deliberate steps to reduce financial barriers to land ownership by lowering interest rates, removing accumulated interest on long-standing balances, and extending repayment periods for new land owners. At the same time, our squatter regularization program is addressing long-standing issues of informality by providing legal recognition and security of tenure to families who have occupied and developed lands for generations. These efforts are not only about land, they are about dignity, economic empowerment, and social stability, directly contributing to inclusive urban development and reducing inequality in line with SDG 10. Equally important is how we are building. Under our Sustainable Island State agenda, we are advancing climate-smart housing solutions designed to withstand the increasing threats of extreme weather and climate change. This includes the integration of resilient building standards, improved drainage systems, and climate adaptive design in new housing developments, as well as the incorporation of renewable energy solutions such as rooftop solar and energy efficient systems. These efforts are being supported by broader investments in resilient infrastructure, including expanded water security through desalination, increased national water production, and new storage systems, which ensure that homes are not only structurally sound, but functionally resilient during droughts and climate shocks. In a small island context, resilient housing is essential to safeguarding lives and livelihoods, directly advancing SDG 13. We are also investing in urban renewal and community resilience in very practical ways. Across our communities, we are upgrading critical infrastructure, expanding reliable 24-hour water access, strengthening energy distribution networks, and introducing smart technologies to improve service delivery and efficiency. At the same time, new community-focused facilities, such as the planned National Outreach Center, are being developed to provide integrated social services, counseling, and support in safe and modern spaces. These investments are complemented by improvements in road safety systems, digital platforms for citizen engagement, and more coordinated spatial planning, ensuring that our urban areas are not only more livable, but also more inclusive and responsive to people's needs. In this way, SDG 11 is being deeply interconnected with SDG 6 and SDG 7. Distinguished colleagues, our experience demonstrates that sustainable cities and communities are not built through isolated interventions, but through integrated policies that connect land, housing, infrastructure, and climate resilience. While challenges remain, particularly in financing, land management, and balancing development with environment protection, we are committed to a model of development that is inclusive, resilient, and people-centered. In St. Kitts Nevis, we are building communities where opportunity is shared, resilience is embedded, and no one is left behind. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la distinguida delegada de St. Kitts and Nevis. Vamos a proceder de la siguiente manera. Tenemos las 4 últimas intervenciones, Curazao, ACNUR, FAO, UNICEF, para regresar aquí con nuestras panelistas para un mensaje final de 2 minutos. Curazao.
Muchas gracias. Good morning to all. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Curaçao thanks the distinguished panelists for their insightful presentations on sustainable cities and communities. Curaçao speaks the urgency and commitment guided by our national program policy priorities for a resilient, stable, and sustainable Curaçao 2025 to 2029. We are strengthening resilience, governance, and sustainable development as key pillars of our national strategy. We reaffirm our commitment to the SDG Goal 11 to build inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable cities and communities. In this regard, Curaçao is strengthening its SDG data and advancing reforms that promote inclusion and expand social protection, ensuring that no one is left behind. We are realigning our national strategies through improved monitoring, transparency, and evidence-based policymaking, including the implementation of a new SDG dashboard. Building on our upcoming voluntary national review and supported by the United Nations development programs, Transforming Urban Curaçao Initiative, we recognize the need for deeper alignment with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Recent national assessment and ongoing collaboration have shown that further integration of the SDGs into a national development plan is essential. In response, we are advancing targeted reforms to address informality, strengthen social inclusion, and expand social protection systems. For Curaçao, resilience is not optional, it's essential. Climate change and economic vulnerability continue to challenge our development. As we prepare for the 2070 review, we reaffirm our long-term commitment to accelerating progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. Through these actions, Curaçao aims to achieve a meaningful and lasting development breakthrough for its people. The time for promises has passed. What we need now is action, solidarity, and results. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, Curaçao. Voy a pedir indulgencia a mis colegas de Naciones Unidas para hacer intervenciones de 2 minutos, de tal forma que podamos tener la oportunidad de escuchar a nuestras invitadas e invitados panelistas. Tengo en la lista mi colega de ACNUR.
Muy buenos días, señor presidente, distinguidos miembros del panel, distinguidas delegaciones de los estados, estimados colegas del Sistema de Naciones Unidas y representantes de la sociedad civil, amigos y amigas, todos y todas. En nombre de la Oficina Regional para las Américas del Alto Comisionado de las Naciones Unidas para los Refugiados, ACNUR, quisiera agradecer a todas las delegaciones aquí presentes por el apoyo que las distintas ciudades y comunidades de sus respectivos países nos brindan para la protección y la búsqueda de soluciones para las personas refugiadas, desplazadas y apátridas en América Latina y el Caribe. Las ciudades en nuestra región son espacios de protección, acogida e integración y demuestran día a día su solidaridad con la implementación de programas específicos que benefician a las personas nacionales y extranjeras por igual. Las autoridades locales desempeñan un papel de liderazgo territorial y local al brindar acceso a derechos, servicios y programas para todos los habitantes de sus ciudades y municipios, generando cambios rápidos en políticas que promueven la integración local y la cohesión social, con impactos positivos en las vidas de miles de personas refugiadas, desplazadas y apátridas y las comunidades de acogida. El establecimiento de oficinas de movilidad humana, de casas o albergues para personas refugiadas y migrantes, y los programas para apoyar el acceso a derechos como la documentación, el acceso a educación y salud, la inserción socioeconómica y laboral, la capacitación vocacional y para emprendimientos, el fortalecimiento comunitario y el empoderamiento de mujeres y jóvenes son algunos de los ejemplos concretos en los que sus ciudades y municipios han creado mecanismos para beneficiar a las personas refugiadas, desplazadas y apátridas. Hace más de 20 años, los estados latinoamericanos y del Caribe impulsaron la iniciativa Ciudades Solidarias en el Plan de Acción de México del 2004. Este programa innovador, que reconoce el papel fundamental de las ciudades y los gobiernos locales como espacio de protección e integración, fue luego reafirmado en el Plan de Acción de Brasil del 2014 y recientemente en el Plan de Acción de Chile del 2024. Hoy forman parte de esta iniciativa más de 85 ciudades a lo largo y ancho de toda la región, desde México, Monterrey, Saltillo, Ciudad de México, Tapachula, hasta Chile, ciudades como Arica, Santiago, Estación Central, Punta Arenas, incluyendo también a la Asociación de Municipios de Guatemala, que aglutina a 20 gobiernos locales, y a la Red de Ciudades Acogedoras de Brasil, pasando también por Upala en Costa Rica, Arraiján en Panamá, Pereira en Colombia, Quito, Ecuador, Surquillo, Perú, Canelones y Montevideo en Uruguay y Buenos Aires en Argentina, y muchas otras ciudades en Mesoamérica, el Caribe, la región andina y mercociudades en el espacio Mercosur. Permítame finalizar diciendo que al conmemorarse el 75 aniversario de la Convención sobre el Estatuto de los Refugiados de 1951 y reconociendo este importante aporte de los gobiernos locales y las ciudades, quisiera reiterarles la disposición del ACNUR para continuar apoyándoles en el cumplimiento del ODS 11 para que haya en nuestra región más ciudades y comunidades sostenibles, solidarias e incluyentes en América Latina y el Caribe. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, ACNUR. FAO.
Muito buenos dias, senhor presidente, distinguidos colegas, senhoras e senhores panelistas, senhoras e senhores participantes, amigos e amigas. Em nome da Oficina Regional de la FAO para a América Latina e el
Latin America and the Caribbean, we would like to mention with great joy the global program of FAO that's called Achieving Urban Sustainable Agro-Food Systems. This initiative considers that the territories, rural and urban territories around the cities, are contexts and live ecosystems that maintain permanent flow 24/7 of all the food that comes in for an urban continent. These food flows means that they produce and consume food in these territories at all times, being part of actions that have an impact on climate change, but at the same time are victims of that climate change when climate phenomena affect the operation of the agri-food systems. These effects impact most vulnerable populations that are in the periphery of cities with lower income, and especially women. What I would like to mention is the importance of building resilient and sustainable cities vis-a-vis these shocks and stresses. And we have built a solid partnership with South-South cooperation with the support of the government of Brazil. We're in 5 priority countries in Chile, Colombia, Peru, Costa Rica, and Cuba. We have supported very relevant initiatives within the framework of building public policies to strengthen the urban agri-food systems. I conclude my presentation mentioning that for FAO, it is a fundamental link between climate and food. We cannot address the systems in a separate way. These are the links that finally allow us to build sound, profound public policies, bridges, and take care of persons and the environment at the same time. We are implementing a program that's called Feed the Cities and Countries, with the idea of providing food to cities with a sense of balance, equality. And we are moving also to a GEF associated program that is green cities that provide food so that persons may have access to food, but at the same time an inclusive and healthy environment. We conclude with our commitment jointly with other UN agencies to support countries and cities to build in inclusive and resilient agri-food systems without leaving anyone behind. Thank you, FAO. Now UNICEF. Chair, respected panel members, from the city of Cities Friends of Childhood, UNICEF has accompanied local governments for the voice, needs, and rights of children be integral part of policies, plans, and municipal budgets. A city that is childhood friendly, the needs of childhood are transportation, public space, social protection, and in the way of deciding. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we have concrete experiences along those lines. I'll mention in Brazil, Breakfast for Childhood has moved hundreds of districts to improve health and protection indicators through municipal plans that are childhood focused. In Argentina, Also, there has been a working framework where local governments prepare diagnosis and specific plans for childhood with the technical accompaniment of UNICEF. In Honduras, we have strengthened subnational governance for municipalities and town halls to include childhood in violence prevention, access to utilities, social protection in their budgets. In Colombia, UNICEF has accompanied town halls within the peace agreement to integrate the childhood with territorial approach, articulating social infrastructure protection for children to be in the center of the construction of a social fabric. I would like to share 4 concrete recommendations for the achievement of SDG 11. First, institutionalized local governance frameworks in favor of childhood. Experiences mentioned show that formal political agreements, MOUs, orders, or networks are key to sustain the agenda beyond government mandate. UNICEF promotes the achievement of these incentives. Governor Orrego referred to the importance of the continuity between one government and the next. Second, to place children participation in the center of urban planning. We need to move from decoration participation to spaces where boys, girls, adolescents, and disabled may propose and elaborate policies. The consultation to design squares, safe highways, safe roads are concrete plans that cities are implementing. UNICEF encourages these mechanisms to be permanent, accessible, and binding. The testimony of Mr. Fuentes shows how important is the participation. Third, consolidate local systems of data, disaggregated data on childhood. Without data, how can you plan? It's important to plan. UNICEF recommends that city halls develop information georeference systems with disaggregated data by age, sex, and territory, and these data be used to guide resources to the most vulnerable neighborhoods. Fourth recommendation, to intervene in, or rather, she corrects herself, to invest in community care and social protection systems at local level. The care society is not for only women and families. It has to be co-responsible care systems. We promote strengthening community care facilities, programs of violence prevention articulated with social protection so as to ensure conditions for child protection and help in the costs of families with children with disabilities. UNICEF is ready to accompany states, subnational governments, and societies. If we achieve boys and girls to be the starting point to think about a city and for them to participate in decision making, we'll be ready for the 2030 agenda. Not only sustainable cities, just and caregivers of boys and girls particularly. Thank you. The High Commissioner's Office for Human Rights. ACNUR, please.
Distinguished delegates and colleagues from UN Human Rights, we would like to make a few remarks. SDG 11 is intrinsically related to fundamental rights such as housing, sanitation, health, safety, and non-discrimination. And the UN can be an engine for development, peace, and human rights. We would like to make a call to this joint effort and work because it is the closest level to the communities. They find themselves in a privileged commission to produce international human rights norms and translate them into local solutions. We count on the experience in this sense. We put the framework for guidance for human rights in cities and to apply the territorial rights. In this sense, we've carried out a manual together with the International Union for Protection of Human Rights UCLG. And to achieve SDG 11, we must urgently address the accessibility crisis for housing. That is to say, an accessible housing in economic and financial terms. The cost of housing has overpassed or greatly surpassed their need and putting people at right of being excluded or evicted and relaying them to precarious housing that lack safety, access to adequate public services. And I'd like to bring your attention to what this means to the lives of boys, girls, adolescents, and women. Thinking of housing as a human right and not as merchandise, and adopting inclusive measures based on rights in order to finish with the lack of housing and to formalize living conditions. Climate change management is key for this as well. Addressing evictions, forced evictions that are a grave violation to the right to housing is key. And finally, addressing this, the delegate of Brazil mentioned that it has to do with the Council on Human Rights in March this year, took several multidisciplinary measures for physical and mental health, and we remain at your disposal for any consultations you may have. Thank you. Thank you to the Human Rights Commission, UN Women. Good morning to all and to UN Women. We thank you for your participation or the possibility of participating in this table. And of course, this has to do with a diversity, large diversity of topics, housing, mobility, resilience in public spaces. The regional director of UN Habitat mentioned it. It's multidimensional and comprehensive. From UN Women, we'd like to contribute by putting an accent on two aspects, on gender equality and housing in urban areas. Today, over half of the global population lives in urban areas, and in 2050, it'll be 70%. And the future of cities is being decided as such, and there cannot be a sustainable solution if the cities that are inhabited with violence and with a lack of access to services that they need. In Latin America, 1 of 3 women have experienced a physical, some sort of physical violence, and this is persistent. And there is also sexual harassment in public spaces, and this restricts women's mobility. In urban areas, over 90% of women report having experienced sexual harassment in public spaces. So since 2010, UN Women has implemented a plan for safe spaces, working with local government and other stakeholders. This means that it is not merely a matter of policing. It is a matter of data, urban planning with gender perspective, and also of transformation of social norms. The results are concrete. In cities like Quito, for example, the prevalence of harassment was reduced, safety was improved, and more claims were made. We also have cities that recognize care as a fundamental pillar of sustainable development, and as regional frameworks reaffirm as a human right. This is of the essence in a country where women dedicate 2 to 3 times more to unpaid care work. Their space, their mobility, their services are of the essence. Cities that put those who care and need care at the center of it all, and that need proximity, time, safety, and access to services. These are key conditions for equality. Evidence is clear. When you talk about caring cities and safer cities, it is not only about violence and insecurity. The public space increases, social cohesion improves, and it improves the quality of life of the population. In a context where increasing a number of people live in cities, care in urban planning is not an option. It is a necessary condition to advance towards more fair, human, and sustainable cities. This is only possible if women in all their diversity participate actively in decision making on the present and future of our cities. From UN Women, we reaffirm our commitment to continue to work with government, cities, and communities to advance towards safer, more inclusive, and caring cities. Thank you. Thank you, UN Women. We return to close with our panelists. I'd like to propose the following, that in 2 minutes, you share with us your experiences, the idea of what you're doing in your institutions and how it can contribute with a source of inspiration to accelerate the implementation of SDG 11 in Latin America and the Caribbean. I'd like to propose that we revert the order. So I will begin with Mauricio Fuentes. Mauricio, you have 2 minutes. Thank you once again for the possibility of sharing, and thank you to all the speakers and countries for their comments. I'd like to mention again the importance of collaboration between civil society, the state, and academia. And I'd like to express that the countries need to review their national plans and volunteerism. Just a few messages. The future is being decided, and it is key for citizens to be part of this process. A way of doing this is through volunteerism. In Chile, we promote a good practice, which is a national volunteer table where the state promotes a space for collaboration with civil society, academia, and the private sector by means of corporate volunteerism. It is important to generate these spaces, this infrastructure, collaboration infrastructure, so that it can be translated into actions which will finally benefit cities and communities to accelerate and reach the sustainable development goals. Thank you, Mauricio Fuentes. Joanna Fisher from the Ministry of the Environment in Peru. At the Ministry of the Environment, we launched a roadshow
en el ámbito ambiental. Es la primera vez que
to address the environmental matters. It's the first time Peru does this. In other sectors like housing or others, they have, it has been done, but what we're trying to do or obtain with this is for private companies to become enamored with these projects and buy into them and help us, help the state make them sustainable, and with this contribute to the to SDG 11. So I'll leave it at that because we're trying to make it a reality.
Un mensaje contundente. Siempre le escuché al gobernador de la región de Santiago de Chile que
Thank you very much. A strong message is the best to leave impact in the end. Several things have been mentioned today, but I would leave a couple of things with you. We need comprehensive planning. We need to integrate the territory, the sectors, the topics, the environment, resilience. It's not only about technical planning. We need to involve citizens. Second, if planning doesn't have projects to implement in the territories, then there's nothing we can do. For example, the Alameda project involved including all ministries. If not, it's just music, and people are tired and frustrated of just seeing plans and no action. And finally, we need institutional reforms. If it's true that we are working on the SDG agenda in cities, if it's true that the safety and environment, gender equality, childhood issues are part of the cities, and we need to strengthen them. If not, we will be just cheating ourselves of these. And I want to answer to Mauricio. We received a picture of the time he was 15, I was 30 something. And one of the positive things of including cities in these solutions is not only that, when works have an owner, this square that he mentioned in Las Torres in Peñalolén is still a square that the community has made their own and uses. And of course, all the youth that live there, and as citizens that feel co-responsible for their city. Meeting Mauricio 20 years later, and we hadn't seen each other, talking about volunteerism justifies and enormously pays off that effort that we made at the time in involving youth in building our community. Thank you. Thank you, Governor. Minister Tamara. Well, I'd like to thank you for this rich exchange this morning. I'd like to stress along the lines of what the governor was mentioning, that housing is a right that brings about and enables other rights, and in building cities and citizenship, there is no city. There are no cities if there isn't any planning. And it's important to take everyone into account. We need to offer a voice to those people, those women, those girls, boys, youth, every person that inhabits a territory in order to build this together. I was listening to those working, speaking for UNICEF in our country. We take on this commitment as minister. We took office in March, and we had to elaborate a budget, and youth and children take a very high proportion of our budget because we understand that that is where the government needs to focus. And in this planning of cities and in understanding that we all need to participate, well, that is the main challenge for governments because it sounds very nice, but how do you materialize it? How do we work to generate the spaces, the opportunities for everyone to participate? And I'd like to conclude by recognizing all volunteers of the different countries that are here today, organizations of civil society, because they are the ones that sustain the processes while or when we are not present as the state. So we all mentioned the different programs carried out by countries, but when we go to the territories, there's volunteers, there are women, there are men who sustain these processes and have worked in our countries in the pandemic. And there are different neighborhoods that sustain the processes and that allow populations to continue to work on poverty, on work. So I wanted to take this opportunity to recognize all those people, all those volunteers that maintain these processes. It is a challenge as a government, as state, and when we come to the territory to work with them and build this city. Thank you. Thank you, Minister Tamara. And I would like to briefly make a comment. The cities offer us many opportunities. If we do it right, we can accelerate the achievement of the SDGs for several reasons. The first is that there is a multidimensional, multi-objective sustainable development goal plan, but it is not exceptional. It happens by design, and that is why it's important to have data and stress all this work and generate the data we need. And we also need methods to work in a comprehensive manner, and this method is oriented to accelerating the actions, the implementation. Methods need to integrate this perspective of what doesn't happen, doesn't exist. And another thing that was not mentioned much is public investment. It needs to be guided by the comprehensive idea of generating multidimensional results. This will not happen if we don't have a proper design and if it's not developed with the participation of all the civil society players, all groups, and I'd like to especially mention youth and also adolescents, boys and girls. So I'd like to leave you with a phrase that is probably not original, but it is necessary. This city allows us to build conditions so that we can take care of the environment and democracy. Thank you all very much. Mr. Chair, you have the floor. Thank you, General Director. And to the panelists, I'd like to invite panelists and participants of Table 5 SDG 17, Partnerships for the Goals, to take your seats up here.
Ahí se prende el micro. Con el rojo.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Continuamos los
We will continue our work with panel 5 on SDG 17. This panel will be moderated by Hector Francisco Ochoa Moreno, Director General of the National Council for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development of Mexico. Go ahead, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to welcome you to this panel 5 on partnerships for the goals. The idea is to encourage dialogues for action with a key aim to reflect on progress, challenges, and opportunities regarding SDG 17. First of all, I would like to greet Jorge Felix Rubio, Director General for Economic Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Peru and Chairman of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. And also, I greet José Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and we reiterate our full disposition to continue joining efforts to implement the 2030 Agenda. Likewise, I affectionately greet Enrique Oviedo, Secretary of ECLAC, and also the authorities and representatives of national delegations in the room, UN agencies, and civil society organizations that are with us here today. And lastly, I greet our distinguished speakers, Enrique O'Farrell, Executive Director of the Chilean Agency for International Cooperation for Development, Martín Francos, Deputy Minister of Planning and Public Investment at the Ministry of Finance and Economy of the Dominican Republic, David Santamaria, Director for Public Policy Monitoring and Evaluation, National Planning Department of Colombia, Enrique Javier Guzmán, Secretary of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, and Iván Flores Garcia, Senator of Chile and President of Paramericas. And so to begin the panel, I would like to propose a reflection that hopefully will be with us throughout this panel. Think of the moment we're living through and how we are building or constructing sustainable development, and especially to ask, are we ensuring our efforts can turn into the concrete changes in people's life? The current context is complex. We're seeing a weakening of multilateralism, greater geopolitical tensions, and changes to the rules of trade. And this affects international cooperation and restricts our ability to respond to common challenges. In the region, the challenges are clear. According to the new report on the progress of the 2030 Agenda in the region published by ECLAC, we're seeing a persistent low growth, inequality, and restrictions in financing. To this, we must add fiscal pressures and greater social demands. And so the outcome is a difficult equation, how to do more with less. But this scenario also obliges us to reconsider our approach. The question is now not only how much financing do we have, but how can we connect all this and how can we use it? And so it is here that partnerships make sense when they work. They allow us to coordinate efforts to make the most of our capacities and have an impact. If not, they fragment and dilute the results. Less than 5 years off 2030, we cannot allow ourselves this fragmentation. That is why we need more strategic partnerships, partnerships that connect what is global to local, to integrate the public sector, the private sector, academia, and civil society, and align resources with clear priorities. We also need a public policy that connects its instruments in a better manner, integrating what is social, economic, and environmental, and that fosters trust among stakeholders. This sort of approach not only helps you use the financing, but also strengthens trust, which is today one of the most important assets if we want to sustain any alliance. Latin America has here an opportunity. In an uncertain global setting, regional cooperation could be a driver of stability and growth. And so we have capacities, resources, and a common market that we must make the most of. This space is key to move ahead in this direction. And so I propose to you a few questions to guide our dialogue. How to better mobilize the available resources, how to avoid fragmentation of our efforts, and how can we build partnerships, alliances that lead to concrete outcomes. I'm sure that the interventions that we will hear will provide us with very valuable elements in order to move ahead in these reflections. And so, without further ado, we begin this discussion with Enrique O'Farrell, Executive Director of the Chilean Agency for International Cooperation for Development. He has more than 30 years experience in international cooperation, having led technical teams for negotiation, bilateral cooperation, and triangular cooperation with countries such as Japan, Germany, USA, Spain, among others. And likewise, he's headed negotiation processes with multilateral partners, including the EU, the IDB, multilateral consortiums, including the EU, the Development Banking, the Latin America Development Bank, World Bank, FAO, and the Adaptation Fund. The floor is yours. Very well, thank you. And first of all, I would like to thank ECLAC, the Executive Secretary, Jose Manuel Salazar, and also the Secretary of the Commission here, and greet all colleagues in the panel. And of course, cordial greetings to everyone. SDG 17 has something that no other SDG has. It does not measure an outcome of development, but the quality of the means that we use to achieve it. It measures whether the countries are complying with their financing commitments, if cooperation works, and if these partnerships are real. And so SDG 17 is the mirror of the system. Today, that mirror shows an image that we must take a look at sincerely. 133% of the SDG goals are on the way to be met in our region by 2030. Globally, the figure is even lower, 17%. And so the question that we in Chile ask and that we share with you is not whether we can speed up the pace. We know that we must do that. Now, the question is, with what partnership systems do we have to do that? At the 8th meeting of this forum, held also here in Santiago, exactly 1 year ago, the government reaffirmed that multilateralism is a need, not an option. And we, in a context that was complex, the war of Ukraine and the growing geopolitical tensions. A year later, that context has not been relieved, rather has been aggravated, exacerbated. A year later, that context in July of 2025 grew worse. USAID, historically central for international cooperation with more than $42 billion a year, evidenced significant changes in the orientation and foreseeability of its flows. In Latin America, $1.7 billion a year and per year. In countries like Colombia, Haiti, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador stopped operating in the same terms. And this change is not only quantitative, but also it's a structural change. Beyond volume, what has changed is the rationale. International cooperation, where SDG 17 understands as a global public good based on solidarity and shared responsibilities, is being replaced in a significant part of the world for assistance conditioned to strategic national interests. At the same time, cooperation budgets in Europe that could have offset that vacuum are being reallocated to defense expenditure because pressed by the prolongation of armed conflicts. Last year, we agreed 3 things that today serve as a contrast point. First, we were expecting the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development held in Seville, July 2025. The results of the conference meant progress in debate, but did not articulate the binding commitments of reform to the financial international architecture that the region needed. The most ambitious proposals, debt relief, expansion of SDGs, reforms in the ranking system, found resistances that have not been overcome. We recognize the innovative role of public-private partnerships. That path continues to be valid and necessary, but cannot be the response to a gap that has structural causes and call for not only financial creativity. Thirdly, and this is what's most concerning in the SDG 17, item 2, saying that developed countries should allocate 0.7% of its gross national income to social development aid. The trend has declined. The trend of OECD countries is below the commitment and without sustained progress to its compliance. In this scenario, what can Latin America and the Caribbean do? Chile proposes that this forum may move forward in 4 concrete axes. First, reposition South-South and triangular cooperation as a strategic axis, not as a supplement. The region does have accumulated technical expertise, successful experiences, including the Ibero-American cooperation space that can work with greater autonomy. Chile is willing to go deep into its commitment here, not as a replacement of the official development aid. It's an obligation of developed countries, but as a lever for regional sovereignty and consistency. Second, accelerate the reform of the criterion of eligibility for international cooperation. Latin America cannot be excluded from concessional financing for being middle income. And they're high income. There are several countries in this room of high income of Latin America and the Caribbean. When the region faces structural inequalities, the per capita GDP does not capture. This forum should submit to the UN system the proposal of multidimensional criteria that will include internal inequality, fiscal capacity, and exposure to climate change. Third, access to activate the innovative financing elements that do not depend exclusively from traditional donor countries. Regional development banks, CAF, IDB, Central American Economic Financing, have advanced in capitalization processes. Donors linked to SDGs are already in operation. Mixed or blended financing is an available tool. The question is no longer if these instruments are feasible, it is if the governments of the region are using them with the scale and speed demanded by the moment. Fourth, access to urgently strengthen statistical national capacities. Without timely and reliable disaggregated data, there are no effective partnerships, no accountability, and no possibility of fixing the path. The SDG 17 is not bureaucratic, it's the possibility for all the rest. Chile proposes that this forum come to an agreement of statistical strengthening. This forum in itself is a demonstration that multilateralism is possible. During 9 years, Latin America and the Caribbean have built here a space for technical political dialogue with regional autonomy in order to work and operate. This has value that today's context is more valuable than ever. The SDG is not the most visible nor the most immediate vis-a-vis urgencies like climate change or hunger. But without it, all the rest become aspirations without an architecture. To strengthen partnerships to achieve the SDGs is the political nucleus that sustains the 2030 agenda. Chile reaffirms its commitment with that project with the conviction that only through effective, inclusive multilateralism and based on cooperation may we respond to the challenges of our time. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Enrique. Very interesting, straight to the point, your intervention. I highlight what you said about cooperation and multilateralism. This should be our universal language in order to carry out these strategic alliances, partnerships for the achievement of the 2030 agenda and its implementation. Also, I highlight your analysis on what is important, that is partnerships with public-private partnerships. We need to advance civil society, governments, institutions, academia. It's the only way where SDG 17 can be built from these alliances, because 2030 agenda is person-centered. Now I will introduce our next panel member, Martin Francos, Deputy Minister of Planning and Public Investment in the Ministry of Finance and Economy of the Dominican Republic. He has graduate studies in economy and high public management from the Catholic University of Chile and Complutense University of Madrid. Currently, he is Director of Public Investment, and he has a trajectory in public finances, economic analysis, and policy evaluation. He has participated as representative of the Dominican Republic in international fora organized by ECLAC, IDB, OECD, and World Bank. Yes, go ahead, Martin. Thank you. Greetings to colleagues around the table, present here and during this week. SDG 17 has the uniqueness of being the spinal cord that enables the compliance of all the rest of the objectives. So far, it shows a moderate advance towards the compliance of established targets that serve as a means for implementing the other SDGs. As to financing, the 9th annual report on progress and challenges in the implementation of the 2030 agenda presented in Tuesday last year shows that Latin America and the Caribbean has multiple challenges for resource mobilization, with a financing gap of approximately $150 billion a year to comply the SDGs, levels of insufficient collection, high public debt, and 6.7% of debt. Likewise, the participation of the region in international trade is only 5.4 and 6% of world exports, our region of goods in the last 2 decades. And 14.5% of flows of foreign investment and remittances play a critical stabilizing role for the stability of exchange rates in receiving economies. For that said, Dominican Republic is not exempt of all of that. In the external front, our country shows resilience, but also vulnerabilities. For 2025, direct foreign investment in absolute terms reached $5 billion, the highest value, 4% of GDP, consolidating us as a reliable destination point. We had the free zones continue to be a vital engine at contributing more than 50% of our goods exports. And we had the role of diaspora. Family remittances represented 9.28% of GDP in 2025, and it is a pillar for stability for thousands of homes. We have advanced in regulatory standardization, the Customs Law 168, and step simplification, trying to promote and turning the country into a logistics hub. We have overcome goals of digital integration or incorporation. But the deficit of trade goods continue to be high. Our participation in world exports of goods is 0.057%, and that obliges us to diversify our exportable offer and improve our systemic competitiveness. As to domestic resources, 70% of the budget is financed with taxes. However, tax pressure is between 13 and 16%, limiting the capacity of social investment. Also, servicing foreign debt, 19% of exports of 2025. It's a burden that makes us obliges us to be more efficient in public management. And the country wants to increase its economy with its plan to double GDP for 2036. This initiative articulates the government with the Dominican business fabric in 12 committees organized by productive sectors and one cross-sectional of human capital. There have been 490 initiatives of short, medium, and long term that will promote and diversify economic and productive activity and employment generation. An example of these efforts is a simplification of steps and bureaucracy that will make operational and bureaucracy zero, that is the program. To move towards achieving SDGs, the mobilization of resources is the central challenge. The Dominican Republic has given a leap forward when implementing the National Integrated Financing Framework. This too, among other things, has allowed us to align SDG goals with 96% of the general state budget. This is not only a figure, this is transparency that allows us to see where are we investing and where are the financing gaps still. Thus, we have the first version of the strategy for financing for development that will allow us to see all these sources, public, private, and with leverage in certain mechanisms. And finally, the mobilization of resources calls for multi-stakeholder alliances, and the success of the model will depend on innovative platforms and empowerment of the different players, elements that will allow to integrate sustainability in the social and productive nucleus of the country. However, to transform all these efforts into permanent results, we need to overcome the gaps in the data quality. A sound institution, collaborative one, and collaboration among countries. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Martín.
Thank you, Martín. the way you address this SDG 7, how you first place all the challenges we have in the region, financing, credits, social gaps, financing for development, collaboration, and how all these challenges are overburdened for the compliance of the 2030 agenda in precisely this sustainable development goal is partnerships for the goals. Without partnerships, we won't be able to accelerate compliance and achieve the goals. And concurring with Enrique, this SDG is the architect, is the one who provides a structure to the 2030 agenda. Now,
Presentar al siguiente panel.
I will introduce the next panel member. We have Héctor Javier Guzmán. He is Secretary of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration. He is graduated from law and has a master's degree from Adolfo Ibáñez Business School. Also, he is professor in the School of Legal Sciences of the National Autonomous University of Honduras. With more than 3 decades of experience, has participated in important institutional transformation processes, underscoring the policy of access to information of BCIE. Good morning, everyone, distinguished authorities, dear panel members, colleagues, dear friends. On behalf of Bessie and our executive president, the first woman president in 65 years existence of the bank, Misela Diaz, we thank her for the possibility to participate in this very important dialogue to reflect about the advances and challenges of the 2030 agenda in our region, particularly to talk about SDG 17, which is an indicator and that, as you said, measures the capacity of institutions to establish strategic partnerships and collaborations that will empower the achievement of SDGs. As you well know, you've said it, we are at very complex times in Latin America and the world. The fiscal restrictions, high debt levels, and an international fragmented environment, we are limiting the capacity of our countries to move at the pace demanded by the 2030 agenda. And this SDG 17, within this context, is of extreme relevance. It recalls something which is fundamental. No institution, country, sector may face these challenges alone. Partnerships are an imperative operational need to close gaps of and strengthening institutional capacities and sustain international cooperation in uncertainty. Transformations demanded by the 2030 agenda require cooperation, coordination, and trust in institutions, but also require
the ability to produce scalable solutions. And allow me here, the BCI is a development bank, allow me to bring this topic to our field. For us, this is a very clear challenge. How do we transform partnerships into these movements of resources and into tangible results for our cities. It is extremely relevant for us because our bank was founded in 1960 and includes 15 member countries, many present here today. We support the public sector, the private sector, and we share solid credit rating at an international level, a AA+, and this shows how solid our institution is. Between 2010 and 2025, we approved a significant amount with 437 operations with $39 billion that have been provided. And we are the largest multilateral financing source in Central America. But beyond these financial capacities, our main added value for the region is that we act as a platform for partnerships, articulating governments, private sector, multilateral partners, strategic partners to maximize the development pact. I'm not going to stop here, but you can observe our operations. In the last few years, we've benefited 714,000 students, families, households, infrastructure, energy projects, health, education, etc. And we are clear that to reach these development objectives, it's imperative to develop partnerships with other stakeholders to expand access and attract investment to the strategic sectors. And that is how BESIA has consolidated a robust system of strategic advantages and cooperation agencies, climate funds, and others in the public sector, public and private sector. We've consolidated partnerships with KfW from Germany, with the GIZ, the European Union, European banks. This has allowed us to mobilize resources, structuring, and other comprehensive solutions in infrastructure. And our capacity to implement mechanisms such as a fund for preparing for climate change events and we've issued over $11 billion in sustainable bonds that reinforce our global positioning. And in this set of partnerships, there's something that we've done in recent months has to do with the Caribbean Development Bank, which allowed us to generate the exposure of our portfolio. And this exchange allowed us to alleviate the exposure with member countries, and it allowed us to adapt our exposure as well as increasing our credit rating to AA+. What was the benefit of this for our countries? Well, it allowed us to reduce the interest rate that we applied to countries, and we aligned the weight of the external debt. So this is evidence of how partnerships, creative partnerships, can produce positive and tangible impacts for our countries. This context also allow me to speak of something very important here. It has to do with transparency. In our strategy in 2029, we included transparency and accountability. So our policy of access to information is being implemented, and it is a modern tool, multidimensional, that collaborates and puts citizenship and its parties at the center of the institutional process. This strengthens not only accountability, but also provides for better efficiency in the use of resources, critical elements, and the restriction of when we have a restriction of prosecutors in the region. And I'd like to stress the partnership we have here with ECLAC. We signed an MOU recently. We renewed it in 2025. And when you coordinate efforts, you can see that the impact of technical work multiplies. And just to mention a few advances, we have strengthened the capacities in information transfer, and over 2,400 people have reached more access to information in 3 years. Through Open Knowledge Foundation with ECLAC, we also put data, an open source data website with over 56,000 records on operations, impacts, and processes of the bank, and shared over 16,000 data that have been evaluated through the institutional portal. And through this alliance or partnership, we're also promoting an open state program for Latin America and the Caribbean, generating spaces for learning and exchanges between public institutions. Also, with open government partnership, we're organizing regional dialogue and co-creation spaces. In Costa Rica, in September, we're going to organize an event that has been called Transparency as a motor for development, and transparency and accountability. We invite you to participate in these. And we have other partners that are also participating in this event. And together with ECLAC, we will initiate a workshop for journalists on transparency. It's the first that takes place in a Central American region. I'd like to say that we are strongly committed to the 2030 agenda, which requires solid institutions, technical capacity, and governance frameworks. We've adopted the lessons brought to transform evidence into strategic knowledge. It allows us to share this strategic knowledge. Also, the regional cooperation has a strategic value in complex international scenarios. I'd like to confirm that BCIE is committed to reinforcing institutions, and SDG once again mandates us to continue to build these partnerships and to have more inclusive, sustainable partnerships. SDG 17 is part of this cooperation and partnerships, but they are the engine that allows us to transform commitments. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Héctor.
Thank you, Héctor Javier Guzmán from the Central American Bank. Thank you for your participation. And I would like to say that the 2030 agenda aims to make all this boiled down to a territorial level. And it's very simple. If we have more territory, we can have less desks. This has allowed us to work with 24,000 municipalities that we have in our country and to detect projects, specific projects that need financing. In Mexico, we have a municipality, and it is directed to the industry. 180% of the residue is compostable. So this project needs financing. And if we were able to complete this, it would be, it would generate the change, significant change of our region, of the municipality. So this is why partnerships are so important. The three bodies of government and this partnership with civil society, partnership with the financial institutions, with all the institutions that fund or can fund sustainable bonds, green bonds that can help support our sustainable development goals. Thank you very much for your participation. We would now like to go with the next presentation by our next panelist, which is Ivan Flores Garcia, Senator of the Republic of Chile and President of Parlaméricas. He has a vast trajectory in the public sector and has presided the Chamber of Deputies and has had a significant role at a national level, understanding his role as intendant of the Rios area. He has participated in development and cooperation organizations such as the OAS and other spaces. You have the floor.
Muy buenos días.
I'd like to greet the authorities of the Americas, of international organizations, especially our host, ECLAC. And also a special space, I'd like to greet representatives of civil society organizations. Sometimes we forget to include them at the same level of representation. Thank you again for this kind invitation to Parlaméricas as multilateral organization of the Inter-American system. I would like to say this simply because Parlaméricas is the political arm of the Organization of American States. So it is part of the Inter-American system, and we have a role, a significant role to play, and it exactly has to do with the topic of this panel. So I'd like to thank you for the invitation to participate in this space, to reflect on partnerships that are especially necessary in this context, and also in a context where tensions make values and democratic principles relative. This is a significant concern that some organizations have of how democracy is relativized and how sometimes this approach of the principles changes, even being interested in doing things in different ways. And those of us who are almost at the end of the, we know that we're almost at the end of the period for the 2030 agenda. So the challenge today is how can we accelerate its implementation in an international context that is very difficult in these matters. This context is very uncertain and fragmented and generates uncertainty, at least with the more structural SDGs. So specifically, SDG 17 takes on a very important relevance, even more necessary than 11 years ago. I mean, you can take a look at the right to food or others. And the last was coordination. I think today we're putting it first because without that, we cannot move forward. So today, we can remember a very basic conditions. None of the other objectives can move forward in a sustained fashion or simply cannot advance without real capacities for cooperation, institutional articulation, and building effective partnerships. And I would like to add something here, and I'll take the responsibility, honest. So we need lasting answers to sustainable development, not isolated efforts. The experience of our region shows us that things such as growth, social inclusion, innovation, sustainability require integration capacity and cooperation between different players and different levels of decision making. So this is why partnerships cease to be a supplement and become a political decision based urgently on guaranteeing their viability. When preserving cooperation and strengthening multilateralism are imperiously necessary, especially when the national funds and international funds are rolling to other ends and perhaps the antithesis of the broad topic of development. And I am referring to warfare. And the partnerships that this agenda requires have an international dimension, but they all rest on an internal aspect that is decisive. Political agreements in each government, in each parliament. So in this context and with a sense of urgency, parliaments today have a key function. And their state and multilateral spaces, in our case, at Parlaméricas, as part of the inter-American system and of commitments that require translation, backup, and institutional follow-up, and especially continuity in political decision making. And it is important because each government needs to basically start again. And it requires a space for these priorities. We need to start with the brief government cycles that I mentioned. So parliamentary cooperation is of the essence, and as a strategic value, Parlaméricas, as I mentioned, is the political arm of or parliamentary political arm of the OAS. We have been working on this effort to articulate parliaments, to articulate them amongst themselves, and also to strengthen bridges between legislative work of parliaments. And amongst these, with the organizations and civil society, we need to dialogue between countries. And this central aspect is key and is part of the work that we are carrying out with 4 main topics and that basically address the SDGs with the first network that we created over 15 years ago, a network on gender equality. And there we created the group and the effort that we're making with 10 countries. We just finished with Dominican Republic, and before it was Belize and Colombia, 5 Caribbean and Latin America, continental Latin America, to bring together young women leaders, especially from the different regions of the countries, so that they can express themselves and request support.
Today, we are creating the sub-network of indigenous women, especially members of parliament. And this in the context of the 35 countries of the 3 Americas and the Caribbean, with no exclusions. Or the second network created, which is the one on transparency and legislative opening, such as accountability and how parliaments show themselves as they are and should be before the citizens. And this is working well. We also have a parallel network of the parliament staff, not just the members of parliament, but the civil servants who are working there, training them, and so to be more transparent before citizens. And the third network is on climate change and sustainability. And lastly, the new network just created at the end of last year, and that this was done together with other institutions, but the decision was ours, and that is the network on security. But not just public security that is terrifying today, but we are the most violent continent and most unequal in the world. And this is a time bomb. We are working on a network, all of these structured by members of parliament from different countries. But it's not just a matter of public security. The dimension, the broad dimension of security includes energy security. There are some countries that have serious difficulties because they need fossil fuels for their energy, and that is what their GDP depends on. Water security. There are countries where the transfer of water for human consumption and also production is critical. Third, far more complex, not only on account of the humanitarian aspect, because hunger is vile. And especially, it affects people's behavior within the family. 60 million hungry people in the continent. Those are the multilateral, multidimensional aspects that we're working on. And through these, we have convened hundreds of legislators with the presence of a high proportion of parliamentary presidents. Recently, we were in Washington giving our report to the OAS, and there were 32 MPs, of which more than 20 were the presidents of their parliaments. And so there, yes, we urge them to make political decisions regardless of our political color. So we're working with experts of different types, with international agencies and with civil society organizations of the 3 Americas and the Caribbean in order to share legislative experience, common focuses, and learn together to promote more articulated responses in response to the challenges of the region. And these efforts are also reflected in about 30 alliances, such as the MOU with ECLAC or the dialogue with coordinators, resident coordinators of the UN system, and with whom in each country and also as a whole, we have addressed precisely how to strengthen a more effective connection among national priorities, international cooperation, and parliamentary action. And lastly, ultimately, to move ahead or really try to recover lost ground and with regard to the 2030 agenda depends to a great extent on our ability to achieve and sustain the shared priorities over time with the backing of democratic responsibility and institutions able to provide a follow-up on all these efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, strengthening partnerships for sustainable development in addition to adding more responsibility and flesh, a little more courage and a little more solidarity and empathy with those who are not having a good time in this continent. We need to strengthen our collective capacity to build political consensus in the face of challenges that we share, and that if the duty of getting out of our institutional comfort zone, if we do not do that, we will be arriving too late. Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Ivan Flores Garcia. We thank you for your interesting participation. We are back to the initial point, the SDG 17. We all agree that it is a cornerstone in order to meet all other goals. I highlight what was mentioned. The 2030 agenda has no party color, and the 2030 agenda is universal. All political forces must convene, build alliances, and speed up compliance. And now I would like to hand over once again for no more than 2 minutes each panelist, so that in conclusion you may speak of an example or a case of success at your institutions, whether public or private, institutions that you direct or represent. An example of success and how you've been able to carry out this SDG 17. And I'd like to kick off with an example in Mexico. In Mexico, I would highlight a very important partnership related to the 2030 agenda with the Senate of the Republic. And proof of this is that there are two senators are here, Elisa Reyes and Jay Korpolensky, representatives of the Senate. And at the start of this legislature that began in 2024, at the same time as our President, Claudia Sheinbaum, and she came into office, a commission was created in the Senate for the 2030 agenda. This commission, directed by Senator Maria Garcia, has allowed us to have a very interesting and important conversations between the 2030 agenda that I direct in Mexico and the Senate of the Republic. We know how important it is for the Parliament, for Congress, to have a broad vision of the 2030 agenda, either to legislate or look for those resources that are needed by local governments, needed by civil society organizations, so as to have resources and speed up projects or detonate projects that may speed up compliance of the 2030 agenda. In this specific case regarding SDG 17, partnerships for all these goals, I would highlight in Mexico that partnership that we have with the Senate and with the Executive Secretariat of the 2030 agenda in Mexico. And so I will hand over first to Enrique, following the same order of your presentations. If you could please share an example from your institution. Thank you. I will try in 2 minutes speak not of one, but several, because these are efforts that we are making within the framework of SDG 17 partnerships for the goals. As I mentioned earlier, Chile, same as other countries of the region in Latin America and the Caribbean, has been graded according to income per capita. And so this restricted us significantly the opportunities to access not only concessional loans, but technical cooperation and training. This cannot be offset, but yes, we want to have partnerships for development with several countries. For example, we have created funds with the EU for triangular cooperation, Chile, Spain, funds, also triangular. We also have a strategic understanding with Japan. And all of this to benefit not only the development in Chile, but also the countries of the region, Latin America and the Caribbean. That's one example. Another thing is partnerships with our sister countries in the south. So we have one agreement, Chile, Mexico, goes back several years, and there are projects that are of interest to Chile and also of Mexico, but also 25% of the fund goes to triangular cooperation. We have several triangular cooperation projects. Multilaterally, I would like to speak of the Chile Fund Against Poverty. It has opened doors not only for public sector organizations, but also civil society. I would say this is quite unique. It is a bit of a for the civil society, and we now have a third one for humanitarian aid. And this is linked to together with UNDP. And then the debates on development at international level, especially in terms of the multidimensionality of development, development in transition. Chile is a country of development in transition. I think all the countries of the region, with the exception of Haiti, probably, but they are all developing countries in transition. And this is something that we can see over time. And together with ECLAC, because ECLAC is the intellectual author of all this, and together with the OECD. And this, of course, has had not only a kickback over the years, but this is a debate that has already borne fruit. For example, Costa Rica, they've just been graduated, but Costa Rica will be coached for another 10 years by the donor countries in terms of their graduation. This was not enjoyed neither by Trinidad and Tobago, nor Antigua and Barbuda, nor Uruguay and Chile. So we have progressed, yes, thanks to this feedback. And also, we are bent on working at territorial level. So therefore, the combination, the decentralization is playing a key role in Chilean cooperation, not only decentralized, but also cross-border throughout a long border with Argentina, but also Peru and Bolivia. We do have direct cooperation programs at territorial level, and also human training programs in the Patagonia, as well as the north of Chile for students coming from Bolivia and Peru. Thank you. Thank you very much, Enrique. And now I hand over to Martin Francos. Go ahead. Well, thank you. Well, I could speak to you. We have an integrated framework for financing, but well, I will not tell you about that because we're going to talk about that at 1 o'clock at the Cesar Furtado room. But I will tell you about the 2036 initiative that I mentioned in my first intervention, which is an initiative of the government of the Dominican Republic to duplicate GDP by 2036. And more than a plan, this is a methodology of work, a way of working. We have formed sectoral panels. There's one for agriculture, another for industry, another for tourism, and so up to 12 different economic sectors. And each one of these has 3 relevant players from the private sector, and also 3 relevant stakeholders or ministers linked to these topics of the public sector. And these are working panels. There are hundreds of initiatives divided over all of these different groups. But the idea is there are some that are short term, and they being prioritized on account of the recessive economic context affecting the region. But the idea is that after addressing the short-term ones, then take on the long-term ones. And what we do at those meetings is to connect the public and private sector agendas, aligning the priorities in order to facilitate the processes, doing away with the red tape, listening to the private sector, see what their needs are, and all of this match it to the public sector. Sometimes these things take longer because they're not that easy to do in the short term, because not as fast as the private sector would like, but it is nevertheless a definite way of working. In addition, cross-cuttingly, we address all sectors. And we see this in terms of human capital and territorial order, which is something that affects not only people, but is beginning to affect investment, the private sector. The private sector as one of the main claimants of the need for territorial order. So that 2036 plan, a partnership between the government and the private sector to mobilize resources, increase investment, and see a greater growth of the economy and employment. The overall aim is to improve certain development indicators, and this will allow us to improve delinquency, insecurity, poverty, hunger, health, and so on. Well, thank you very much, Martin Francos. And now we recognize Héctor Javier Guzmán. Thank you, moderator. Well, project financing, I will refer to one that is sets itself aside and shows how when institutions join efforts, the results obtained could be very significant, in this case, in the favor of the environment. Let me tell you about a very important lake in Honduras, Lake Yoha, which is the largest in the country, and that unfortunately, over the years, was the subject of significant degradation. Certain governments allowed the growing of tilapia, which is a fish, a species foreign to the lake. That well, since it was bred there, it affected the other fish. And since this is a tourist area, a lot of business ventures were set up around the lake and not considering how the residual waters were going to be treated. And so this has affected hundreds of bird species because there is tremendous biodiversity in the area. And over time, this was very much affected by this uncontrolled activity. And so the government of Honduras contacted the Central American Bank, and we in turn looked for international partners, such as the Green Climate Fund, the EU in particular, through their initiative. And we were able to put together a comprehensive program to address the multiplicity of issues faced by this important water source for Honduras. And so one program was devised in several components. One, seeing the commercial side, the businesses that had set up around the lake, and also the industries that had formed within the lake. Also, invasive tourism, which is another aspect that was affecting the source. And so, multiple issues that had come up, and then through these partnerships with the EU, the Green Climate Fund, Central American Bank, we were addressing this major issue for the country. And that fortunately today, it is being carried out and enjoys the support of the neighboring communities. And that is a great success. That is what I'd like to share. Thank you. Thank you very much, Hector. And now with these thoughts, we can see how these strategic partnerships, in fact, go to and help meeting the specific goals with each activity of these projects. And now I would like to recognize Ivan Flores Garcia. Go ahead.
Thank you. For those of us who had the opportunity to try and taste the tilapia in very, very at the lake in a Champita. It was an excellent experience. We tried this fish, tilapia, at the lake. But from my forum, I would like to humbly say that the gunpowder was discovered centuries ago. So, I mean, it's a waste of resources to reinvent the wheel. In America, what we are doing is exchange information on good standards, good practices, and try that parliaments may standardize or may have their realities, their challenges with what other countries have already been solved, especially in the American continent. You don't need to go so far away, so distant away, when here we have examples, exercises that have meant well-being for our citizens, and it's there where we are exchanging information about our reality. However, I will take 36 seconds. And here I want to make a comment of something that was said here, because to graduate a country because of per capita income or aspire to economic growth as the main goal, that is to reduce the concept of development. The concept of development has to do with many more things than the immediate achievement of the economy. It has to do with our culture, resources, relations, with our history and our challenges, and that of women and young people or youth that are losing hopes. Nobody is concerned about automation of work and replacement of people. I mean, so I would like to raise one subject that personally concerns me very much, and that is why we have the fourth network in Parlamérica, because precisely referring to the graduation as a result of per capita income, the insecurity in our countries within the context of violence, we have 5 times more violent crimes than Europe and 10 times more than Asia. As compared to Africa, I mean, we cannot be compared, but we do know our reality. We have seen what has happened. But I chair the Security Committee of our Senate. Our reality is very awful, very terrifying. Insecurity is a break to investment. There is 36% of businessmen who are willing to invest do not do it in insecure countries. They move to other places. And the loss of freedoms of persons. We no longer go out, we no longer share, we don't visit friends, we are not visited. We are afraid of leaving our house alone or our vehicles because the feeling of unsafety changes culture. And I want to say one more thing. Organized crime or criminal organizations that generate organized crime articulate themselves based on the lack of hope. And the fabilization of crime is because the state does not arrive there, and organized crime protects the community. That is truly Machiavellic for our democratic structures, and especially because organized crime is based on 2 pillars: on corruption in decision making in public sector as well as in the private sector, in order to affect the citizens. And there's a new ingredient: impunity. If our system is not able to prevent, to discover, to punish, and safeguard those that are in this condition, I mean, we have an enormous challenge, an enormous risk. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. With this part, we conclude participation of panel members. Now, interventions, statements by delegations. Panama. Good morning, still good morning, still morning. It comes to mind very complete times, multilateralism or geopolitical, what Mr. O'Farrell has mentioned, the conditioned assistance. I share the view of Senator Flores about the need of international partnerships, but especially internal, in order to achieve the SDGs. Also, it comes to mind two indispensable concepts: order and trust. Global financing, regional. Sure, it can be achieved, but with order and trust. In that way, I have some ideas that I would like to share with you. Panama is here in this forum, not only as a middle-income country, but also with the moral priority that has prioritized ordering its house to achieve global reform. We promote financing for oil GDP based on fiscal responsible management. Our experience shows that financial sustainability is the only real vehicle for social sustainability. When consolidating the taxonomy of sustainable finances, Panama sends a clear message. We are ready to mobilize global capital under standards of transparency that will exceed regional expectations. An important milestone in 24 and 25, the implementation of fiscal shock plan that allowed to reduce the deficit of 7.35% at the end of 24 at levels projected below the 4% for 2026, complying with the law of social fiscal responsibility in spite of external pressures. A milestone that I must mention in 2026, the consolidation of the model of budget by results, ensuring that each dollar of international financing to have direct traceability towards verifiable indicators. And this brings to mind the accountability to which Mr. Guzman referred. The initiative, transformative initiative, strategic initiative of financial integrity of public incidents to achieve for December of 2026, 100% of public investment projects financed with sustainable bonds or multilateral bank, for them to have a report on social impact in real time. This initiative seeks to ensure efficiency of expenditure, allowing for savings, a current savings of 2% of GDP. And this will be reinvested directly in the agenda of just transition, fair transition. A proposal for regional cooperation. Panama proposes a coalition of middle-income countries in order to project ourselves and be eligible with trust before the multilateral agencies and in G20 in order to achieve financing. Panama places on the table its fiscal transparency model as a guarantee of low risk, proposing that the compliance and the achievement of climate and social goals be weighed with equal weight as GDP. The call to action is clear. The fiscal national responsibility needs to be responded with justice, with the international financial justice, However, having achieved order and prior trust. Thank you very much. Thank you, Panama. Now we recognize Suriname. Suriname has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the contributions of the panelists. As the G17 is often described as the enabler of all the other goals. As we reviewed our progress, we saw that partnerships have indeed increased in number, but not always in impact. Many begin with strong commitments, yet too many remain fragmented, short-term, and sometimes not fully aligned with national priorities. If SDG 17 is to serve as the backbone of Agenda 2030, three challenges need to be addressed honestly. First, financing partnerships are still too slow and too limited compared to the scale of the challenges we face. Access to concessional and blended finance remain constrained by complex procedures and risk perceptions that do not always reflect the realities of vulnerable economies. Secondly, capacity building efforts still focus too much on individual activities rather than on building strong systems. Short-term technical support is valuable, but it cannot replace sustained institutional strengthening. Thirdly, technology and knowledge partnerships remain uneven. We face barriers in accessing digital tools, innovation platforms, and technical expertise that are now essential for development. Our second VNR also confirms that partnerships must go beyond governments. Private sector engagement is essential, not as an afterthought, but as a core partner in financing and innovation. Civil society and community-based organizations remain critical in reaching vulnerable populations and strengthening accountability. Academic institutions also play an increasingly important role in research, innovation, and monitoring progress. At the same time, despite the challenges we have identified, our experience shows that strong and meaningful partnerships do exist, and they continue to deliver real value. Over the past few days, it has been clear that across Latin America, there is a wide range of practical and result-driven partnerships that are strengthening resilience, innovation, and development outcomes. For Caribbean countries, this presents opportunities. Greater integration of the Caribbean within the Latin American region is desirable if we are to benefit from existing partnerships, share knowledge more effectively, and ensure that no region is left behind. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Suriname. A continuación, vamos con México.
Primero que todo, muchas gracias por el espacio. Mi nombre es Christopher Escalante, activista por los derechos de las personas con discapacidad y juventudes que pertenecen a la población LGBT. Es un honor dirigirme a este espacio en representación de México para compartir algunos avances en la implementación del Objetivo de Desarrollo Sostenible 17, Alianzas para lograr los objetivos. Pilar fundamental para el cumplimiento integral de la Agenda 2030. México ha asumido con responsabilidad el desafío de fortalecer alianzas inclusivas eficaces y orientadas a resultados. Permítanme. reconociendo que la complejidad de los retos actuales exige una acción coordinada entre gobiernos, organismos internacionales, sector privado, academia y sociedad civil. En este marco, uno de los avances relevantes ha sido la promoción de mecanismos participativos que integran a niñas, niños, adolescentes y juventudes en los procesos de diálogo y toma de decisiones. México ha participado activamente en estos espacios, contribuyendo a consolidar un enfoque que reconoce a las juventudes como actores estratégicos en la implementación y seguimiento de la Agenda 2030. Asimismo, el país ha impulsado iniciativas de cooperación regional e internacional, particularmente en América Latina y el Caribe, fortaleciendo el intercambio de experiencias, la cooperación sur-sur y la construcción de capacidades compartidas. En coherencia con el principio de la Agenda 2030 de que nadie se quede atrás, México ha adoptado una visión que busca profundizar este compromiso. Hoy México no da pasos atrás, tiende la mano a las diversas causas sociales, ambientales y de derechos humanos y avanza junto a ellas, promoviendo alianzas que integran, articulan y potencian esfuerzos colectivos. Estos avances reflejan una convicción clara: las alianzas deben ser inclusivas, equitativas y sostenibles, garantizando la participación significativa de todos los actores, en particular de aquellos históricamente excluidos. No obstante, México reconoce que persisten desafíos importantes. Por ello, reafirma su compromiso de continuar fortaleciendo mecanismos de colaboración que permitan acelerar el cumplimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, con una visión centrada en las personas y en el desarrollo sostenible.
Sustainable Development Centered. In this context, jointly with civil society, Mexico reaffirms its commitment with social forces, youth, persons with disability, persons with HIV, persons of LGBT, women. And we reiterate that SDG 17 not only is a goal in itself, but rather the indispensable means to reach out and implement all the rest. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mexico. Now, Guatemala is recognized. Good afternoon, everyone. I thank the space to be here. I want to begin by underlining the relevance of SDG 17 as a pillar that enables the effective implementation of all the 2030 agenda. This goal is timely to address it in a regional table because it articulates policies, harmonized criteria, and strengthen monitoring criteria, multiplying the impact of national commitments. Guatemala presented the 5th Voluntary Review 2025, which is a strategic tool for planning and accountability, allowing to document and evaluate in a regular and transparent manner all the advances in multi-actor alliances promoting by SDG 17, and as well identifying gaps that call for political decisions. Here, the volunteers in sectoral policies, articulation, and technical international cooperation are articulated, and at the same time points out challenges insofar as data, adapted finance, and legal framework.
As a public policy instrument, this exercise prioritizes actions such as standardization of information, the approval of a law to promote volunteerism, and the design of flexible financial mechanisms. To understand these gaps, we must make high-level decisions that will prioritize interoperability of information, that promote the adaptability of financial instruments to those realities in these middle-income countries, and establish a regulatory framework that would participate or organize actions by civil society. Guatemala has oriented its actions to a cooperation mission that is transformative, coherent, and territorialized. We have advanced in the inclusion of diverse actors in national plans, sectorial plans, into multi-action projects with measurable results. And in this consolidation of frameworks that allow coordinating efforts at a local level, we would like to stress our disposal to share lessons learned and actively participate in regional platforms that allow turning these commitments into transformations that our societies and peoples need. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Guatemala.
Thank you, Guatemala. And Peru has the floor. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you all also for your valuable presentations. It's important and, well, it's difficult to have true progress in SDG 17 oriented to revitalizing the Global Pact for Sustainable Development by means of coherence in public policies and an effective articulation of public and private sectors. SDG 17, with its relevant bases, has significant structural challenges in the mobilizing internal resources and in bridging digital gaps. Since 2022, fiscal income and tax income as a result of the GDP has a decreasing trend impacting sustainable development of the SDGs. Direct foreign investment has reduced significantly. However, the public-private partnerships are a key mechanism, and especially in terms of infrastructure. Digital connectivity is extremely important, and there are deep urban and rural gaps as well as between regions. We have advances in coherent development of coherent policies. In Peru, we have a national plan for sustainable development for connectivity from 2022 to 2025, and there has been progress in international cooperation and in the promotion of partnerships for corporate sustainability. However, the main challenge continues to be having an effective articulation of the national priorities and of the territories. Allow me to emphasize this point. It is extremely relevant to have this coordination of partnerships with national priorities. In this sense, Peru would like to reaffirm the importance of carrying out national strategies aimed at obtaining results. Greater coherence of policies and mobilization of resources that can allow bridging structural gaps, especially financing and digital transformation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Peru. We'd like to continue with Brazil. Good morning, Your Excellencies. Brazil would like to reaffirm that the 2030 agenda requires the revitalization and a collective action deeply solidary to institutionalize this compact. We count on the SDGs and a constant interaction between the state and civil society. We have 42 government organizations, federal and local, and 42 with a technical organization working together to implement the 2030 agenda in Brazil. Our territorialization strategy of the SDGs stresses 3 implementation instruments. The initiative of municipalities to align local policies with international standards was launched in February 2025, and we have reached this in 24 states. This effort represents concrete results, going from 17 reports in voluntary countries. And the relevance of the partnership is extremely important. We are preparing the third voluntary national review, and this is a strategic instrument to strengthen monitoring capacities,
reflejando el compromiso del gobierno brasileño con una agenda de desarrollo.
continuing with the Brazilian government's commitment to social justice. In 2026, we again picked up on the participative process and carried out a series of meetings with a technical working group and heard the entrepreneurial sector, local organizations, and civil society. And in this public multi-sectorial consultation, 21 actions were brought about. It is a multi-level, multi-sectorial effort that expands legitimacy. And of course, this all consists of 24 stages, and the municipalities have registered, programmed, and with a strong federal commitment. We are working on a participative Brazil. The regional part has been carried out in Brasilia with the expectation to gather thousands of participants, and the conference is structured in 6 strategic axes, and democracy and sustainability, as well as innovation and social inclusion are of the essence, with a integrated approach of the 2030 agenda. Brazil would like to reiterate its disposal to strengthen regional cooperation and inclusive partnerships with positive results. We understand that a robust participation will allow transforming global aspirations and a prosperous reality. We will continue to work so that cooperation is an engine that will promote just solutions without leaving anyone behind. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Brasil.
Thank you, Brazil. Colombia has the floor. Thank you very much. From Colombia, we would like to greet you and congratulate this event. I would first like to recognize from Colombia the importance of configuring an adequate diagnosis that allows us, in the framework of these strategic alliances, to think of the effective articulation for such an important historical moment, such as the one we are experiencing now, and that could be translated to Latin America. I'm referring to the multilateralism crisis that will most certainly call on ECLAC and the UN system to restructure and modify approaches and methodologies for the development of our countries, of course, as well as with the strength of a continent that has a shared story that we need to value. So these elements, the political cycles of our region, seek to work on what brings us together, not just what separates us. We need to work on effective partnerships to de-escalate war and think about how we're going to respond to these advances that do not respect human rights or the community of nations and resources. These years we have seen the capacities, the diversity, and making this alliance, well, making an emphatic call to the respect of sovereignties of states and peoples, and we have already talked about the setback it would imply for our nations, this escalation, and what it entails for SDGs and the situation that our sister country Cuba is experiencing. With the report we've had, it is clear that our region grows very little, and the average growth was 1% in the last decade, and that catches our attention because there is stagnation. Sometimes we see that some countries have been able to stop this stagnation, but we ask ourselves about the redistributive effects. We need to guarantee that these will offer solutions for all, identifying effective solutions. Another axis is financial justice, a call to think about these financial mechanisms without necessarily acquiring greater debt, but perhaps working on the difference between the global south. We will not necessarily see a transfer of resources in mining and energy, such as the one we saw 500 years ago, which allowed for this huge accumulation of resources in Europe. I believe we won't go through another phase with these conditions. So it's important to recognize this, and paying for these debts in the Colombian case has implied, well, 90% of our GDP. We've also talked about, and we think that it is important, well, this proposal by Suriname is important, the strengthening of capacities with technical assistance programs and endogenous programs where we generate exchanges between countries that would allow this articulation, this international dialogue to effectively take place within our countries. Finally, I'd like to say that Colombia has opted for strengthening public-private partnerships, also partnerships with the communities, and a way of finding a collective offer of co-responsibility, but also the expansion of human rights. And I would like to especially emphasize the acknowledgement of all the popular care economies, the reproduction of life. And in some of these, we believe we must place an emphasis on this moment that requires that we rethink certain aspects and question the paradigms that we've implemented, and to move forward while looking where we come from, as our indigenous people say. Thank you. Thank you, Colombia. Ecuador has the floor. Ecuador would like to thank all panelists for their interventions and also to greet the delegations of the countries present, ECLAC, that is receiving us here today, representatives of the UN and civil society. Mr. Chair, the objective of SDG 17 is articulating access of the whole 2030 agenda in operating as an implementation engine. Its importance is in recognizing financing, technology, other aspects, trade, the development of capacities, and essential elements to address global challenges such as poverty and climate change. And within this framework, Ecuador has consolidated significant bases in terms of international cooperation, reaching 135 million in cooperation that is not reimbursable, oriented to financing national priorities. And there are a series of instruments that have allowed us to diversify the strategic alliances. And this brings about the South-South and triangular cooperation, a key to the implementation of SDG 17. These modes promote the exchange of successful experiences and knowledge, technology, as well as the strengthening of capacities in our countries with the supplementary support of our partners. We've also continued to express these initiatives in terms of sustainable development and learning opportunities in terms of human talent and international cooperation. We have facilitated 451,000 direct payments for students and also with the transfer of knowledge. In terms of fiscal responsibility, we have a consolidated debt of 46.3% of the GDP. And within the goal, it reflects a responsible macroeconomic management. And there is a tax benefit system with 150% reductions, but oriented to entrepreneurship, especially focusing on safety and women. This has to do with the cooperation of international organizations, the UNDP, ECLAC, and others seeking an alignment between international cooperation and other development means. There are challenges related to the diversification of financing, the strengthening of innovation, and a deepening of partnerships between the public and private and academic sectors. Ecuador believes it's of the essence to continue to strengthen cooperation mechanisms that are more effective, inclusive, and results-oriented. And with civil society, beginning with these objectives that are not common, aligning policies, sharing information and technology, efforts we can avoid fragmenting results in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ecuador. Para finalizar participación delegaciones, vamos.
We will continue with the British Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. The British Virgin Islands reaffirms our commitment to SDG 17 and fully supports partnership for the goals, especially between the Caribbean and Latin America. There are ongoing and promising agreements on cooperation between the Caribbean and Mexico, the Caribbean and Brazil, the Caribbean and Colombia, the Caribbean and Venezuela, and the Caribbean and Chile. We are grateful for these partnerships. Mr. Chair, please permit me to highlight an issue of concern. At the multilateral level, a lot of work has gone into the development of a multidimensional vulnerability index, or MVI, in order to provide an alternative set of metrics as criteria to qualify for international support to developing countries to assist them with their development, recovery, and resilience. The MVI is based on vulnerability, as opposed to the traditional and outdated metric of per capita income. This was very important for the Caribbean because we are a middle income region with very high vulnerability due to our geographic location in the hurricane belt and our small open economies and their high exposure to external shocks. It is true that a bit more work was needed on the MVI to get it to the standard that everyone wants, but it appears that the index has been cast aside. The donor countries whose agreement is needed have turned their attention to national security and they have prioritized higher spending on defense. To date, there have been no meaningful changes to the global financial architecture or framework on development assistance that we operate in, which leaves very few options for the middle-income countries of Latin America and the Caribbean to finance their recovery from natural disasters or crises of some kind caused by climate change. There is no international mechanism in place to effectively respond to these circumstances. At this time, we rely on the solidarity, sympathy, and generosity of our regional and international partners to rebuild our societies. And in most cases, we have to borrow huge sums of money for reconstruction at commercial rates. It is a shame that there has been little change in the development system after all the effort put into developing the MVI. In the past 10 years, the Caribbean has suffered from Hurricane Irma, Hurricane Maria, Hurricane Dorian, Hurricane Beryl, and Hurricane Melissa last year. We are currently bracing for this year's hurricane season. Mr. Chair, I will say it again and as many times as I must. There is no justice. There is no climate justice. The major polluting countries are not the ones left with the cost and debt burden of the climate crisis. It is the governments and people of small and developing states and vulnerable countries that are simply trying to uplift their societies from the post-colonial conditions they were left in not that long ago. Repaying the debt from multiple natural disasters leaves little fiscal space for sustainable development. This is why, for the Caribbean, partnerships to achieve the SDGs is critical. The British Virgin Islands believes that South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation present opportunities to strike such partnerships without the restrictions of per capita income. As I close, Mr. Chair, I would like to endorse the proposal by Chile for a statistical compact of some kind to help advance the SDGs on the remaining period. We also endorse the proposal by Panama for a coalition of middle-income countries to collectively engage the development agencies. Finally, the British Virgin Islands calls for civil society, those present in this room listening to us speak, to join hands with the public sector and private sector where possible to help accelerate the SDGs. You also have a responsibility to hold us accountable so that our work here does not begin and end with published reports and nice speeches, but rather continues with real action and tangible results that benefit our countries and people. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now we will hand over to the UN agencies, and for which I would beg you to please keep to 2 minutes each, since we are out of time. UN. Thank you, moderator. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight the existence of the Forum of Ministers of the Environment of Latin America and the Caribbean, a space, a platform created in 1982 by the countries of the region, 33 countries of the region, and that are the main instance for political dialogue and cooperation in environmental matters for the entire region. And this platform, with its history, has determined many and continues to support multiple alliances with the UN system agencies, development banking, and so many other players, and has formed 13 working groups that are very active on topics such as the Intergovernment Network for Air Pollution, the Intergovernment Network for Pollutants and Residues, and also the Regional Coalition for the Circular Economy. These are some of the examples of the work done by this Forum of Ministers that, in fact, is the longest standing worldwide. I would also like to say that within this framework, the presiding officers of the forum, as today chaired by Panama, will meet in May this year to discuss precisely how to extend and deepen these partnerships in a topic as strategic as innovative financing to meet the environmental challenges that the region faces in terms of climate resilience and Finally, I would like to say that this has allowed exchanges with other regions such as the EU and also connection with the Iberian American General Secretariat through the Iberian American Charter that was recently ratified, and support for other of the agencies of the region and sub-region. We consider that these are examples where the Environment Agency is totally committed to continuing and deepening the strategic partnerships that will allow us to address in a more impactful matters the topics that we need to address. Thank you. Thank you, UN Environment. Now, UNFPA. Thank you very much, moderator, and I thank the panelists for their interventions. Chairman Ambassador Rubio, Your Excellencies, and representatives of the civil society, UN colleagues, and international agencies. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, there is ample consensus in that demographic changes going from the increasing of youth population to aging affected by fertility, death, and all of this has great impact on sustainable development. Demographics are affected by progress made in terms of sustainable development, including the reduction of poverty, inequality, employment, social protection, health, education, water, energy, security, sustainable cities, climate, and environmental sustainability. Also, there are important implications for economic growth, public finances, fiscal sustainability, and public debt. Yesterday, we reviewed the challenges related to water and energy, and this morning, sustainable cities. All of these have to do with people in their many diversities, and so therefore their needs, concerns, and engagement must be all part of the solutions. In Latin America and the Caribbean, inequality continues to be one of the highest worldwide, while the challenges are persistent, such as avoidable death, childbirth, and persons of disability, discrimination, ethnic, racial, and barriers to essential services continue to weaken activity, human capital, and competitiveness in the long term. The region faces important demographic changes as well as systemic ones, where some countries are still at an incipient stage of this transition, with the potential of the demographic bonus, aging of the population, poses the question, how prepared is the region to ensure quality of life and the rights of older persons, as well as considering the fragility of the social security systems and fiscal sustainability? Migration requires a rights-based management to understand the demographics and integrating them to the labor market. And environmental clashes are threatening our lives. These are not just social challenges, but are challenges for economic growth and sustainable development. The private enterprise that operate in Latin America and the Caribbean need today face more strategic and direct operational impacts. Labor development, human development, absenteeism, and labor turnover, the stability of the supply chains, the reputational risk and resilience, as well as the expansion of markets and the societies where they operate. Aging, mobility, and urban demands must be addressed by analyzing demographic data, and this allows the public sector and the private sector to effectively address the markets and talent. This helps to enhance productivity in the long term, mitigating fiscal pressures, especially because it is projected that in the region, the population aged 65 and over will increase by 10% by 2050, with more than 80% of the population living in urban areas. Strengthening innovative partnerships at all levels, private sector, the banking, partners for development, civil society organizations, improving sustainable financing with scalable solutions, rights-based approach, furthering inclusive development for the long term in Latin America and the Caribbean is of key to celebrate the agenda for their development and their expression according to the Montevideo Consensus that in August this year will be held the regional conference on population and development in Montevideo at the UNDP. We confirm our commitment to accompany the countries to strengthen these partnerships with a global approach, regional, national, and subnational level as well, in relation to the interdependent dimensions of the population dynamics and the demographic change and the generation of demographic data and their use for the formulation of public policies and activities by the public and private sectors and defending the rights of all people. Thank you. Thank you. UNFPA, and now we will recognize FAO, and I remind you, please keep to 2 minutes since we are already running late. Thank you. We will make an effort here. Good afternoon, everyone. For the FAO, the only figure that is acceptable regarding hunger is 0. And the call for action to overcome this requires SDG 17 as the structural pillar. FAO is working on restructuring the food systems jointly together with governments and several civil society players. We believe that this is the only way to speed up transformation in order to respond integrally to the challenges that are deeply interconnected, such as poverty, hunger, food insecurity in all its forms, as well as pollution, the loss of biodiversity, and the increase of extreme climate events. All of these phenomena have a direct and increasing impact on health and well-being of people. But to achieve this, it is essential to mobilize a more effective financing towards food systems that are sustainable by means of enabling sound settings and the use of data, evidence, and developing financial instruments that are innovative to extend inclusive access and strengthen partnerships. FAO highlights the need to strengthen interfaces, science, politics, and close gaps in terms of access to innovation, ensuring that technologies that are adapted may reach those who most need them, especially women and young people. Likewise, FAO emphasizes the relevance of a trade system that is multilateral, open, inclusive, and based on standards, same as the strengthening of value chains, integration of micro, small, and medium enterprise, and the use of digital platforms. We also highlight the need to strengthen sustainable governance of fishing and agriculture, including the international collaboration to combat illegal fishing, undeclared and non-regulated, to improve fishing regulation based on science, promoting responsible standards for aquaculture, and mobilize financing for fishing and aquaculture at small scale. We underscore the relevance of investing in data and statistics in order to improve decision-making by all players and speed up compliance of SDGs, promoting transparency and exchange of data. Lastly, it is key to consolidate multi-level partnerships, multiplayer with active participation by local government, including private sector and civil society sectors, science and academia. And only with effective territorial participation may we celebrate a lasting transformation towards food systems that are more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
I will thank FAO. And now, to conclude, we recognize the EU to close this round of UN agencies. Civil society. Yes, go ahead. Sorry, this is not the EU. So we will move on to the civil society with the Confederation of Workers of the Americas. Good morning, good afternoon, and my greetings to all members of the panels and representation of the countries and UN agencies, everyone present here. My name is Karen Rees, Secretary for Sustainable Development of the Union Confederation of Workers of the Americas, SCCA, and also as part of the Civil Society Mechanism and Equity at CECLAC. Panamanian reside in Uruguay. The Union Movement of the Americas will reaffirm the relevance of SDG 17 as a cross-cutting axis for the effective implementation of the 2030 Agenda, in particular with regard to the strengthening of inclusive partnerships and multilateralism based on norms and standards. In the current situation, characterized by growth of increasing fiscal restrictions, high levels of debt, and persistent inequality, it is essential to move ahead with coordinated responses at international level, but also at local level, including mechanisms to facilitate the sustainability of debt, strengthening of cooperation for development, in line with commitments taken on, and within this framework, we would like to highlight the relevance of promoting transparent partnerships that are inclusive, directed towards outcomes that effectively include governments, communities, the private sector, union organizations, and the civil society, ensuring that coherence with international standards are human rights and labor rights. Likewise, we underscore the need to have multilateralism that is effective, inclusive, and focused on people, contributing to further transition, fair transitions, and close the structural gaps in the region. We reiterate the disposition of the union movement and the civil society to constructively contribute to these efforts with social dialogue as the main tool to move towards sustainable development with greater equity, social cohesion, peace, and well-being for all people. Thank you very much.
Well, fine. Thank you very much. And now we give back the floor to the chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and to all the panel members of this session. Dear delegations, now we will hear the contributions of the different players that have a key role in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. As you know, on Monday, April 13th, prior to the forum, civil society represented by multiple actors met in the forum to attract their contributions to this plenary session. Now we will read the declaration, the statement of civil society. I give the floor to Maria Jose, an Association for the Rights of Women, Southern Cone Group, and Mireya Perez, the Voices of Afro-Descending Women in Panama. And that you have the floor. Thank you. From the civil society participation mechanism expresses its concern at the conversion of crises that threaten our human rights, democracy, and sustainable development in the region. Whereas the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals constitute the main international agreement for ensuring peace, a decent life, equality, and sustainability, that the region is facing a democratic setback unprecedented in decades, beset by governments that are curtailing civil space, social and political dialogue, fundamental individual freedoms, and human rights, criminalizing social protest, promoting hate speech, and undermining institutions, particularly affecting vulnerable population. The return to debt and austerity policies limits the ability of states to fund and guarantee rights, undermining the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda, and in particular the SDGs that we are reviewing this year, by reducing public investment in water, sustainable energy, technology, and social infrastructure, inclusive cities, and mechanisms for participation and consultation. Whereas the multilateral system is facing a crisis of legitimacy, financial deficit, instability, political undermining by certain nations, and a systematic reduction in opportunities for civil society participation. And that the international financial architecture currently constitutes a structural barrier for sustainable development in Latin America and the Caribbean, and therefore requires far-reaching reform. And that also the increased militarization and armed conflict divert resources away from social development, undermine international law, and exacerbate multiple geopolitical, economic, social, racial, gender-related, and environmental impacts that affect sustainability and common goods. The imposition of economic, trade, financial, energy, or any other form of embargo stifles peoples and hinders sustainable development. Whereas ECLAC needs to strengthen its role as a regional forum for analysis, for cooperation, as well as a platform for institutional coordination and collaboration between civil society and governments. And whereas the defense of collective rights and the environment constitutes the first pillar of regional security in guaranteeing the fundamental right to life, to water, to health, to the enjoyment of nature, to economic development, and to a life free from violence, with equal rights and opportunities for all. And whereas, in view of the urgent need to act in the face of growing humanitarian and regulatory crisis that is exacerbating exclusion and infringes fundamental rights, the importance of upholding the dignity of those affected, and our collective duty to ensure their protection, we hereby declare that from civil society we advocate participatory multilateralism. We are facing a turning point in history where people, the planet, and its sustainability are at the heart of the debate and controversy. The crisis facing multilateralism have plunged us into a geopolitical battle that has already claimed thousands of lives in armed conflicts and has left the vast majority of people mired in poverty, forced displacement, discrimination, and destitution. Government rhetoric on reform is becoming increasingly detached from the needs of ordinary people and ineffective to halt the war, corporate greed, and the destruction of nature. It's not a matter of listing groups breached by an unjust system, but rather of a process whereby cruelty is becoming the norm for a large part of humanity and its very foundation, our planet. We demand that the United Nations make every effort to ensure that states will put a stop to this destruction, focus its reform on the people, and guarantee full and meaningful binding participation of civil society in monitoring 2030 agenda. With 4 years to go, setbacks in the SDGs outweigh the progress made. We want a vibrant, democratic, and participatory multilateralism. Our role is active. You can count on our utopian visions, our collective efforts, our wisdom and hope. But because of that, we call for participatory and accountable national voluntary reviews. Voluntary national reviews must incorporate participatory, safe, and transparent processes that effectively take on board contributions from civil society, ensuring access to public information, and with disaggregated data by race, gender, ethnicity, region, age, and disability. We are working to strengthen UCLAC. Change begins at home in Latin America and the Caribbean, and therefore we must strengthen ECLAC's political, technical, and resource autonomy in order to contribute to sustainable development and identify ways to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs in our region, particularly those that are up for review this year. We reject austerity policies, adjustment policies. We call for a review of the austerity policies that undermine social investment and hinder progress towards SDGs. Policy decisions do not prioritize water and sanitation, the development of affordable energy, infrastructure, innovation and industry, resilient and sustainable cities, and systemic issues. This impacts the region through increased debt, privatization disguised as cooperation, the asymmetrical trade rules that are detrimental to our developing countries, and a lack of effective social participation, such as inclusive partnerships for the achievement of these goals. Structural racism, patriarchy, colonialism, and extractivism continue to shape the power hierarchies that underpin these crises. We therefore call for a profound transformation of national and international financial systems as a prerequisite for restorative justice and the fulfillment of the 2030 Agenda. Let us strengthen our public services. Let us promote progressive tax reforms and mechanisms for solidarity-based cooperation. Let us promote demilitarization and focus multilateral policies on peace. We reject militarization and war, which divert public resources away from development and undermine democratic institutions. We call on states to prioritize policies aimed at peace, justice, and human rights. The 2030 Agenda emerged as an expression of the will of peoples and states engaging in dialogue within the United Nations, which fundamentally defines it as a human rights agenda. Yet today we find ourselves besieged by narratives of hatred and public policies that seek to delegitimize human rights and their activists and defenders. Let us lay down our weapons. Let us champion emancipatory and transformative education. We hope that they will adopt specific policies to address the aging population. In view of demographic transition, change, and rising life expectancy, countries in the region are not adapting the healthcare systems and care models, nor have they established long-term care systems. The world of work, of labor, also needs to adapt, as the rise in the informal sector accounts for the severe underfunding of pension systems. The design of cities must be adapted to a growing population of older people, people with permanent disability or temporary disabilities, and children, to name but a few. We have the right to live in an environment that is inclusive, friendly, and resilient. The ancestral knowledge and experience are our wealth. Let us not waste them. We defend and promote intersectional social, ecological, and environmental justice. Social, ecological, and environmental justice is the path taken by the peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean to build a model of sustainable development and an inclusive culture with a view to promoting universal plans, programs, projects, and policies that ensure rights and cannot be rolled back. Recognizing the protection of water, ecosystems, territories, and biodiversity as a cornerstone of global public security will enable us to safeguard life in all of its forms against the risks and impacts of war, militarization, extractivist models. Recognizing nature as a rights holder entails the legal protection of ecosystems to ensure the restoration, conservation, and continued existence for the benefit of society and all species. The Andes mountain range is our continental environmental backbone and must be recognized as a rights holder. We call for the protection of human rights defenders. Violence against human rights defenders, as well as defenders of territorial, environmental, labor, and sexual and reproductive rights, including the horror of forced disappearance, is not a side effect. It is a systematic strategy to silence and exterminate those who protect people and the planet. In the face of rising numbers of murders, disappearances, threats, and prosecutions, we demand immediate binding measures real guarantees of safety, a complete end to the criminalization of social protest, an immediate search for missing persons to ensure they are found alive, exemplary punishment for perpetrators, and zero tolerance for impunity. We call for respect for the diversity of voices, and we reject hate speeches. We reject hate speech and authoritarian practices that erode democracy, undermine social cohesion, and violate human dignity, whilst reaffirming respect for diversity as the foundation of sustainable development. Today, we wish to affirm something simple and yet profoundly human. Individuals and communities deserve to live without fear of being dehumanized or attacked because of their identity, gender, race, origin, or beliefs in the face of narratives of hatred and division. We choose dignity, we choose respect and democratic coexistence. An international community is built recognizing that our strength lies in diversity and cooperation. In this regional forum of the United Nations, which was established to prevent the world from repeating the worst mistakes of the past, we reaffirm our commitment. We will not allow hatred to set the course. The course must be guided solely by human rights, solidarity, and the conviction that now no one is expendable. We demand full respect for freedom of movement, human mobility. In all of its forms, migrants, refugees, displaced persons, and returnees must be addressed from a rights-based perspective, without criminalization and with full inclusion in sustainable development policies. We demand unrestricted respect for the principle of non-refoulement, a fundamental pillar of international refugee law and human rights, which prohibits the forced return of people to territories where their life or freedom is at risk. Life is a constant flow. It is a movement, and it makes no sense for them to take away our right to dream. Final appeal: the crisis in multilateralism, militarization, austerity measures, and setbacks in human rights call for responses based on international cooperation, social justice, and effective participation of civil society. There can be no sustainable development without equality, without recognition of diversity, and without participation. Investing in the care of communities and their territories is also a matter of efficiency. Civil society will not be a passive observer, and it will continue to be an indispensable political actor in building a shared future. ECLAC for the peoples.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Now, it is the Forum of Boys, Girls, Adolescents, and Youth of Latin America and the Caribbean. Antonio Palma Lopez, focal point of the group of girls, boys, adolescents, and youth of Latin America and the Caribbean, and Secretary of Human Rights of the Latin American Network of Persons with Disabilities and their VIDs family.
Cada año, el grupo de niñas, niños, adolescentes.
Every year, a group of boys, girls, adolescents carry out a participative process to assess the Sustainable Development Goals. In 2006, over 386 people in 13 countries in the country, with differing in gender, race, and ethnic group. We participated in this allied meeting. We presented our results for each of the SDGs prioritized in 2026. On SDG 6, our assessment shows that advances are limited and unequal. Understanding the different aspects, these gaps continue to affect us in a disproportionate manner in terms of access, sustainability, and quality of water. However, these youth continue to protect water in all its forms. We are alarmed by the lack of public investment and a lack of efficient management added to the contamination of water sources because of extractive and livestock activities. All these glaciers and basins are affected by the modification and inexistent laws that should protect them. And this brings about diseases brought by water and the contamination of our aquifers with medication that generates resistance to infection. So we demand equitable investment in sanitation, the strengthening of education, environmental education, and the promotion of a culture of responsible use of water. It is of the essence to advance towards a water and a system that will put us at the core and promoting sovereignty and an accountability towards the interests of large industries. Our expectations are based on the guarantee of an energy transition that is fair and not racist. For the youth of the region, we must overcome this pure logic of the market and advance towards fundamental rights that can guarantee energy efficiency for Afro-descendant communities, peripheral and rural, and we defend a transition that can abandon fossil fuel extractivism, advancing in models of greater energy transitions. We don't accept green transitions that promote the colonial logic where energy is exported and our populations continue to live in energetic poverty. There are advances in normative sense and the expansion of frameworks that can regulate energy, and our countries' achievements are unequal and frequently do not reach rural areas or urban periphery, and they face a hostile infrastructure in energy. That means we should reject solar energy installations and lead to bio gas, and those that are spending and offering new solutions instead of simply selling energy and having people generate their own expenses. The interpreters apologize, but he's reading very quickly and we're not privy to the document. We're doing our best. Energy. The energy we seek is a tool for care and historical repair, a transition that will not leave anyone behind, and that recognizes the communities not as mere consumers, but as protagonists of their own natural resources to guarantee a good life. Where are our expectations going? Well, they're focused on an infrastructure that is not merely physical, but also resilient and accessible for the youth of Latin America and the Caribbean. It must be a motor for equity and guaranteeing that technological innovation reaches urban, indigenous, and peripheral groups as well. We defend a transition that is not simply a transition of adopted technologies, but taking new approaches and recognizing that our region needs to integrate ancestral knowledge and the knowledge of indigenous and Afro-descendant peoples with knowledge on how to care for the earth and water. These are models of innovation in themselves that allow us to use these tools for the future. We recognize that R&D, the lack of R&D limits our response, but the devaluation of sciences in our territories are of the essence, and we need to face racial territorialism and guarantee that technology and artificial intelligence be used properly with support technology to telemedicine, that it not be a tool for exclusion, but the one that is used to strengthen territorial sovereignty. For us, infrastructure is only sustainable if we build dialogue. It doesn't make sense to build infrastructure if we ignore the social technologies that increase resilience in peripheries, and if we continue to take on solutions that forget the traditional knowledge. We demand a curricular structure that takes care of society, incorporating traditional knowledge in a balanced manner. The innovation we seek is intergenerational, decolonized, and accessible, that will help bring about the commitment of youth and for them to learn this traditional knowledge as well. SDG 11, our expectation is based on the right to live in a city with justice for boys, girls, youth in Latin America and the Caribbean, guaranteeing cities and communities that are sustainable. And this means including accessible technology, green spaces for girls and youth, boys, girls, and youth. And our defense is based on the reconstruction of cities that acknowledge the climate resilience, especially for peripheral territories and traditional ones. We recognize the role of environmental racism and the invisibilization of it in the visibility in the acknowledgement of the right to live in the city. And indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, Afro-descendants, etc., in precarious infrastructure with low level of access, have the right to basic services, and this guarantees a good life and the continuity of childhood and youth. For this to be fully just, we must take on a model ignoring gender perspective and disabilities, and it needs to be symbolic and binding in public management, but understanding that planning as to incorporate the requirements of those who will inhabit those spaces in the future, including traditional knowledge, ancestral knowledge, and incorporating them. Final considerations. The youth of South America, Latin America, and the Caribbean are not merely beneficiaries of the 2030 agenda. We are agents of systemic change, and we lead the resistance to environmental racism, structural exclusion, water crisis, and energy poverty in our territories. The importance of our voice is found in our ability to transform technical capacities in social cohesion and care, guaranteeing that energy sovereignty does not become a market privilege, that clean water is not only for a few, and that cities not be elements for exclusion, but spaces for historic repair and intergenerational justice. It needs to be articulating and binding. There will not be any sustainable change if those of us who inhabit it are not able to decide on our territory and our lives. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Corresponde finalmente dar lectura.
We would like to offer the floor to Religions for Peace, Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you, Chair. The declaration is called An Interreligious Voice at a Turning Point. Participants of the Interreligious Forum and the 9th meeting of the Forum of Conscious Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development call on spiritual groups, faith organizations in Latin America and the Caribbean elevate a voice and a decisive point in the achievement of the 2030 Agenda. From our faith traditions, Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Baha'i, and others, would like to stress that this is not a technical means, but it is an ethical and spiritual goal.
Sagrada, que la justicia
Spirituality is sacred to humans, and the care of creation is a joint responsibility. The Religious Alliance for the 2030 Agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean reaffirms its commitment to international human rights and to each of the SDGs. We declare that no belief, tradition, or faith can be used to relativize or legitimize any vulneration of human rights or the non-compliance of the 2030 Agenda. We believe that this sacred right is quite broad and seeks to rescue spiritual development from a holistic and sustainable perspective. Our faith traditions, although diversity in our beliefs, share essential values such as love and solidarity, offering a joint language. And in this spirit, it is understood as a process where humans can reaffirm their commitment to faith and dialogue with these sustainable development goals, inspiring ourselves in the ethical commitments that found them. Basing ourselves on human rights and their ability to experience love, the framework presents the ability for spiritual and moral action, which is essential to find common good in the Sustainable Development Goals, and of course, in a comprehensive manner that opens to transcendence. But 4 years away from arriving at the 2030 Agenda's end, we feel that only 20% of the goals are ready to be achieved and that structural inequalities persist and in most cases are deepening in Latin America and the Caribbean, as a social outlook elaborated by ECLAC shows us. 162 million people still find themselves in poverty and 62 million are being affected by extreme poverty.
3.4% de los recursos.
Only 3.4% of the multilateral resources destined to the region are channeled to health, education, and nutrition, water, and sanitation. These communities are present in all countries and accompany the more vulnerable population, responding to their profound needs and build the desired tomorrow together with them. We contribute with a perspective that links the spiritual dimension and considering that sustainable development does not only depend on resources, but also of meaning, values, and a commitment to mankind. In our context, our organizations, our faith-based organizations, work collaboratively to promote social programs that transform realities, protect rights, and demand their advancement. The development of childhood must be the guiding principle of the 2030 Agenda. And this is a clear criterion. And this is where boys, girls, youth live protected. And this is the authentic development of our society. Any affirmation of progress is insufficient. Putting all this at the center of sustainable development is a decision that redefines the priorities of all public policies. This scenario invites us to accelerate these efforts of the states, of civil society, in order to reach the 2030 agenda objectives set forth. So we call on public opinion to recognize the role of churches and religious and spiritual communities and Latin America and the Caribbean be recognized as key players, strengthening our contributions, those of faith communities oriented to the compliance of the Sustainable Development Goals, articulating these strategies, and of course, working in favor of all these countries and territories where there are delays in its compliance or attainment. And it is important to find an answer to the challenges of the region, respecting all that is sacred, human rights, the commitment to common good, and the care of life. Putting childhood at the center of public policies, guaranteeing that all government decisions consider boys, girls, and adolescents in everything they do, and favoring the comprehensive and articulated aspects of structural policies that guarantee access in an equitable manner for quality services, and establishing mechanisms for accountability, guaranteeing significant participation in decision-making processes, respecting progressive autonomy, adopting these mobility policies focused on human beings with sustainable development goals, putting an end to experiences of discrimination and criminalization that turn people into threats instead of recognizing them as subjects of protection. It is a matter of justice and is important to find the causes and consequences, understanding the losses of the communities that are most affected, protecting women, girls, boys, and people with different, with gender diversity. There are setbacks in these rights that set out to find equality for all and advancing towards the dismantling of racism, discrimination against indigenous peoples and Afro-descendants, which have suffered forced assimilation. Thank you. Thank you. We would like to thank the representations of civil society present, and we will take a break, a brief break. We'll continue at 2:30 on the dot. Thank you.
Gracias. No, por favor. Excelente declaración. Gracias por la organización de todo el equipo que nos apoya. Claro. Y embajador también. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Claro que sí. Excelente.
That's all. Gracias. Acá sí eres. Trabajo en educación. Tiene una homework. Y la directora de
Sí.
Ah, porque están las banderas atrás. Sí. Soy más desasticada. Gracias. Ya, bravo. Gracias. Chao.
Sí. Hablando.
El celular de lo ir a traer el me la pasa. Sí, vamos.
Que ya tenía mi teléfono.
Ah, ya tiene tu teléfono. Ahí voy. Ah.
Bueno, nosotros ahora todos los cambios, etcétera, pero no, pero aquí está. Sí, sí, sí. No, vamos. Nosotros no. Sí, sí, primero. Yo les voy a hacer la foto.
No, no, acá fue bien cerca, pero ahí va. Como espectacular.
Es el trabajo del grupo. Solo que todo se fue. Me dejaron solo.
Gracias, Elías. Gracias.
Entonces, estamos nosotros entrenados, pero ya estamos más
Sí, sí.
estables. Así que,
Pero lo sepa.
claro, claro, claro.
Finalmente, no. Era todo.
Sí, sí, pero creo que va a ser también nosotros en la historia de la cuestión. Y lo que creemos es que las alianzas son fundamentales. Así que yo no tengo mi tarjeta acá, pero voy a tomar.
Mira, yo te voy a dar la mitad. Y te quiero decir, la verdad, si hay algo que uno a todas las comunidades que está por encima a los niños, y no es un tema del cual haya sido, digamos, desentendimientos. Pero te digo que hoy en día mucha gente a veces se asombra, digamos, como se nos había sí,
Buenas tardes, señorita Curiel, ¿me escucha? Lisa Curviel. Queremos hacer una prueba de audio y video.
Buenas tardes. ¿Cómo estás?
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Escuchamos bien y la vemos bien. Perfecto, muchas gracias. ¿Tiene muteado su micrófono? Ahora sí la puedo escuchar. Sí, tenía muteado el micrófono. Perfecto, gracias.
Bienvenidos a nuestra última sesión de trabajo de esta novena reunión del foro. Damos inicio a los diálogos de acción nacional.
Now begin the session on national experiences. And for that purpose, I would like to offer the floor to Roberto Valente, who is Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the Development Coordination Office of the United Nations. Please go ahead, Roberto. Thank you very much, Chair. And good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to this session on regional experiences, regional and national experiences in the use of AI in order to promote sustainable development. First of all, let me greet the delegations present here and also the participants that accompany us. I would also like to thank panelists, and we will be introducing them. And also thank you for your willingness, first of all, to participate and for your all the work that you have done in preparation of this initiative that we are implementing. Clearly, we are here to share experiences around an issue that is not emerging anymore, but rather a fundamental part of our day-to-day activities. We use artificial intelligence in many, many different ways. Artificial intelligence as a tool to promote sustainable development and to promote the Sustainable Development Goals has been at the very center of discussions in several fora, but also in different dimensions, private dimensions, economic dimensions, social dimensions. But before we continue, please allow me to invite you to see a video. And I would like to ask the technicians to show the video because that will give you an idea of what it is that we are talking about in a much more graphic manner. The UN is already integrating artificial intelligence in order to promote solutions that improve public management and the lives of people. These solutions work and could be replicated in order to deal with many of the development issues faced by Latin American and Caribbean countries.
Centrarlas, adaptarlas y llevarlas a la práctica. LACLAB es la propuesta de Naciones Unidas que busca cambiar esto. Esta plataforma regional de adopción de soluciones de inteligencia artificial acompaña a las instituciones públicas a lo largo de todo el proceso de implementación. Basándose en las 6 transiciones para el desarrollo sostenible, busca ser un catalizador del desarrollo en la región. ¿Cómo? A través de 3 niveles. Primero, a través del descubrimiento inteligente. En lugar de buscar en una base de datos, describes tu desafío en tus propias palabras.
The person understands the context
Segundo, a través de apoyo y capacitación ligera, donde la gente profundiza en tus necesidades y la mejor forma de solucionarlas. La página mostrará una serie de iniciativas que pueden servir para enfrentar el desafío. Y el chat te guiará a través de preguntas para ajustar las soluciones a tus necesidades. Una vez identificada la mejor opción, podrás acceder a toda la información necesaria para implementarla. Podrás generar guías, recomendaciones, incluso planes de trabajo adaptados a tu país. Y tercero, la CLAP ofrece un acompañamiento personalizado, conectándote con expertos y opciones de financiamiento cuando sea necesario. La CLAP es una oportunidad para acelerar la adopción responsable de inteligencia artificial en América Latina y el Caribe. Y hoy queremos sumar nuevos aliados para que esta idea se haga realidad.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your attention. And I would like to set the scene for this discussion. As we all know, in the region, we have a whole set of AI initiatives underway. On the one hand, we have the ELAC agenda related to the ethical use of artificial intelligence, but also initiatives such as AI for Good and the recent Artificial Intelligence and Education Observatory, among others. The challenge is not only to create new initiatives, but also to connect them and to make them coherent and to enhance their collective impact, benefiting from these connections and moving towards a greater regulatory integration. That will obviously be essential for Latin America and the Caribbean as for the world as a whole. With regards to substantive framework, artificial intelligence has a tremendous potential in order to revolutionize the implementation of public policies and to accelerate those public policies. It can use data in decision making, promote innovating decisions, and improve the capability of foreseeing future scenarios. And this potential encompasses the whole cycle of policies, as from the initial diagnosis and going through monitoring and evaluation. And clearly, the region possesses fundamental resources such as high quality data, technical skills, solid academic networks, and a growing ecosystem, and also an ecosystem that is connected beyond the region. However, this potential also faces evident obstacles, such as gaps in institutional capabilities, data fragmentation, ethical and transparency risks, and inequalities in terms of access, and linguistic limitations that hinder adoption. On top of this, another fundamental element comes to play. Many initiatives progress in an isolated manner, and this restricts our ability to learn and to expand the provision of solutions. In consequence, this progress must fall within ethical governance frameworks aligned with the Digital Global Compact. Please allow me to provide some elements for this session. The objective is twofold. First of all, to bring to the fore and connect AI initiatives in the region and generate a dialogue that enables us to identify common challenges and also collaboration opportunities. And we have structured the session into 4 different moments. So first of all, the inaugural speech that will be delivered by Lisa Curviel, then a first segment about regional public goods and AI systems, and then a second segment with concrete experiences at a country level. Subsequently, we will open up the floor to statements by delegations, and we will conclude with answers by the panelists and a final summary if possible. Clearly, we will have to comply with the time that has been allocated. First of all, I would like to reiterate my gratitude to all of you. And I now have the pleasure of inviting Lisa Curviel. I understand that she is connected online. She is the head of the Secretariat of the Joint Sustainable Development Goals. Fund to deliver her inaugural presentation. So thank you, Lisa Gurbiel, for your presentation. And of course, I invite you to remain with us if your agenda allows you to do that. So the floor is open for Lisa. Lisa, are you there?
Yo voy a pedir a los colegas que
I would like to ask the technicians to give me the thumbs up.
I can hear you very well.
Colleagues, I hope
We can see. There is a little bit, I mean, obviously, it looks like the Wi-Fi in an era of artificial intelligence is not necessarily working as good as it should, but you can go ahead.
Señoras y señores, colegas, consideren todos los protocolos cumplidos. Muchas gracias.
Colleagues, thank you. I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to participate in this event and to reflect on the use of AI in order to accelerate the achievement of SDGs.
I hope that will be fine. Colleagues, really thrilled to join you as we really try to unpack and come together around artificial intelligence, which is no longer a future capability. It is already a reshaper of how public services, as we know it, are delivered, financed, and monitored. And I believe we know that for all of SDGs, across specific SDGs, where the complexity, the scale, and the coordination challenges are the greatest. So to me, just as we open up this very thorough discussion with many talented panelists, I think it's how partners, everyone involved here today, how we can deploy it responsibly. Cooperation. If we're borders that might limit sustainable development could inhibit us in the AI context. And of course, a big part of multilateralism, a big part of why we're gathered here today is to leverage obviously being the most prominent one here, but those regional bodies where cost effectiveness and harmonized digital capacity and policies really in another segment. So now it's states by the General Assembly. This kind of transformation, and it really intersect. AI. One is when policies and institutions working and finding inroads for synergy, for alignment. And it's analysis when we look at financing for many countries in our region. So and then finally, you know, the limited capacity, whether it be on the grid or application of the grid, how do bring more people not only onto the grid, but into decent work and into their
trabajar en redes, sino también para que puedan realizar un trabajo adecuado. La programación conjunta desde el punto de vista de Naciones Unidas y del fondo está enfocada a realizar estos experimentos para que las prioridades nacionales estén alineadas el expertise de Naciones Unidas tiene que apoyar estas prioridades para ayudar a los países a pasar desde la etapa de pilotos a tener un impacto a nivel sistémico. Nosotros obviamente no solo queremos financiar la tecnología, el hardware, las torres o los cables, sino que queremos invertir en la gobernanza, en las instituciones y en la capacidad del sector público, que nosotros pensamos que resulta ser crítica. Ahora, como bien público, la inteligencia artificial proporciona muchas oportunidades para la plataforma de América Latina y el Caribe, y esta es una forma de poder analizar esto como un bien público regional, como se mencionó al inicio de la sesión. Y por lo tanto, para mí, una iniciativa regional de la IA podría ser apoyada por el sistema de Naciones Unidas para poder acelerar los ODS. Nosotros hemos tratando de traducir las 17 ODS en 6 transiciones, y la idea es tener herramientas, lecciones para poder permitir una inversión conjunta, pruebas conjuntas, el despliegue conjunto, cómo podemos poder tener servicios públicos desplegados en inteligencia artificial.
That those early lessons, of course, are offered and shared in an open source space. What would that enable? I'll give you three clear benefits. One, faster learning and scaling, because you're not duplicating and make the same mistakes country by country, but you're doing it regionally. You're hopefully lowering the cost because you're sharing the infrastructure and the procurement. You're looking for economies of scale. And then a reduced future regulatory fragmentation, because if you're embedding the common ethical governance and interoperability principles from the beginning, that's going to enable those systems to speak with one another. You're not going to find any glitches down the road when you're trying again to go to scale. So to me and to the fund, the strategic shift here is critical. It's trying to move from basic digital literacy to high-level digital policy, governance competence, fully embedded in national institutions. And this also supports the AILA, the AI Landscape Assessment, which is being led by UNDP and UNESCO to assess AI readiness and guide responsible deployment. So I'm really thrilled to be here with you today. I'll be coming in later with a few great examples from across the region to really showcase the work of the coordinators and the UN country teams. And thank you again for this invitation. Roberto, back.
No, thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Ahora vamos a iniciar el bloque de bienes públicos regionales y ecosistemas de IA.
Public goods and AI ecosystems, and this is very important because it enables us to understand how we're establishing common framework standards and collaboration platforms. And in this dialogue, many dimensions come together: public policies, growth, technology, and gender perspectives. And here we have important panelists. I have one on my left here, and I would like to introduce them to you. And please keep your presentations to 5 minutes. We have Marco Ginás, who is head of the Division of Production, Productivity and Management of ECLAC, and he will be dealing with the regional digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean. We also have Esther Cuix Laroche. She is director of the Regional Office for Latin America and the Caribbean of UNESCO, who will also be delivering the work of the Observatory on Artificial Intelligence that UNESCO has. And we also have our colleague and friend Sergio Scarabino, who is a representative for South America of the ITU, who will be sharing the AI for Good initiative. As we all know it, and we also have Viviana, who is a regional director for UN Women, and she will be dealing with artificial intelligence as from a gender perspective for sustainable development. So without further ado, I'd like to offer the floor directly to Marco. Thank you, Roberto. A warm greeting to all those present and those that are connected online. I would like to begin, Roberto, by echoing your words when you mentioned that around an issue such as digital transformation and AI, those aspects not only involve creating new initiatives, but also involve connecting existing initiatives and efforts. And I echo that idea because I believe that that message will be conveyed throughout the presentation that I have prepared for today. Now, despite the somber outlook that could result or be the result as from those three traps that we have insisted upon as from ECLAC, traps that our region is suffering from, I would like to say that we are at the same time optimistic about the region. And part of that optimism is precisely based on the fact that we view the digital transformation and artificial intelligence as a tool, as a vehicle in order to overcome those traps. Well, with a caveat, only if the region makes progress in actual and effective use of those digital technologies and AI in order to address these three traps. Because what's true is that today, well, not necessarily we're doing it. Precisely here, that's when you see the Regional Digital Agenda, LILAC, as a regional public good that is focused on making progress on that effective use of digital technologies. Just for us to be on the same page, LILAC, of our regional digital agenda, already became 20 years old. It's not a kid or a teenager. It's a grown-up, and this institutional arrangement is what allows us to work on different initiatives that are mainly focused on making progress towards the effective and actual use of digital technologies to escape those three development traps. Those initiatives have been clustered into three main categories. Efforts regarding knowledge and tracking and monitoring, efforts in terms of fostering policy dialogue, and thirdly, a number of tools and also technical assistance. Let's look at what these efforts are all about and that have been implemented under LILAC, precisely in terms of knowledge and monitoring. We will delve into details soon. We've been working on a digital development observatory. We have been working hand in hand with CENIA. I see Rodrigo Duran. Greetings, Rodrigo. The Artificial Intelligence Latin American Index. We've been conducting a series of studies in terms of digital transformation overall, but specifically in terms of artificial intelligence and its impact on productivity, on employment. We have been developing a whole agenda about measuring connectivity, something significant because it's not only about access to broadband, but the capabilities of actually using that available connectivity. On the second front, in terms of policy dialogue, we've been developing this ministerial conference on digital transformation that's been going on for over 20 years. In Chile is chairing LILAC, and at the end of the year, that meeting will take place in Brazil, and Brazil will take over that chair of that conference. That's the name, LILAC 2026, which is an agenda made up by several pillars and several elements across the board, considering the 38 strategic objectives under LILAC. Several working groups operate in terms of digital economy, significant connectivity, a group for the Caribbean, and specifically one group focused on artificial intelligence, AI. Under this agenda, we've been developing the digital partnership with the European Union, and we've been fostering this policy dialogue as well at a very high level, in which artificial intelligence is one of the themes that we address. And finally, going into the third front, you see a number of tools and technical assistance means that we've been developing in order to strengthen the capability of our countries in the policy implementation and design for digital transformation. There you see this digital transformation lab, D-Lab, that was launched in our latest LILAC ministerial meeting. Two digital transformation schools, one in Latin America, that has been developed in development for the last 12 years. Another version for the Caribbean in English in order to address the specificity of the different countries in the Caribbean. And additionally, also developing a number of technical assistance tools. So just to double click in some of those elements, that digital development observatory allows us to monitor the progress in this region regarding this regional digital agenda. There is information for the 33 countries in the region with more than 80 indicators in different dimensions, and many of these indicators, once again, informing the progress in the region regarding AI. You also have the Latin American Index on Artificial Intelligence, and I believe it's in its third edition, and we're already working on the new edition together with CENIA, the Chile's Artificial Intelligence Center, which means that we locate countries at different levels of maturity in terms of their efforts regarding artificial intelligence initiatives. Now, regarding to this second policy dialogue category, the Artificial Intelligence Working Group, we have developed Artificial Intelligence Project Implementation Guideline in the public sector as an input so that our countries and our territories can design and implement these types of policies. And third, in the tools and technical assistance front, you see this DLab, this Digital Transformation Laboratory that has been developed together with a German corporation, whose intent is to provide a series of tools to our countries in designing digital transformation policies. It would be worthwhile maybe highlighting some of those tools that are already available today for the different countries and territories. A digital transformation simulation tool on productivity based on economic complexity models. A tool that is known as the RESMA that helps us assess the preparedness degree of our countries for the implementation of regulatory sandboxes on digital matters. And third, to just highlight the Digitalizate tool, which allows us to measure the digital maturity, digital adoption degree on the part of corporations and companies to be able to design efforts that would allow us to close those digital technologies adoption gaps. So just in closing, I'd like to leave you with a couple of messages. Latin America and the Caribbean have a major asset in LILAC, which will allow us to continue to progress to the effective use of digital technologies to address the traps. It will also allow us to look for the coordination of different efforts that are already happening in the region, very much in line with what Roberto just mentioned at the beginning. But additionally, a LILAC that allows us or affords us the possibility of coordinating positions as a region in the face of global discussions on this topic. Precisely in May, for example, we'll be holding a consultation exercise in Costa Rica regarding artificial intelligence governance vis-a-vis the global conversation or discussion that will take place in July in Geneva. So there's a significant asset, but my call here is to make the best out of this. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Marco, for starting up the session. I believe we're on the right path, and I'd like to offer the floor to Esther. Esther, you have the floor now. Thank you, Roberto. As we have heard, UNESCO has been working on frontier technologies so that these are tools that are at the service of sustainable development. A major milestone was in 2021, the adoption of the AI ethics recommendation that is the only instrument that exists globally on this matter. But today I'd like to talk about an important subject, which is the AI impact on education. Educational sector, which is the cornerstone of all the SDGs. The question is if AI will transform educational systems, because it's already doing it. The question is if that transformation will expand or reduce equality, whether it's going to strengthen or weaken learning over the lifetime. There are several opportunities that are provided by AI to improve education's quality, for example, in terms of inclusion with boys and girls with disabilities or special needs. It can be a valuable tool for teachers when doing planning. But there are important challenges as well that we cannot ignore, because AI arrives at a time in this region when we are experiencing several challenges in education. On the one hand, there's a significant teachers scarcity. We need 3.2 million teachers in Latin America and the Caribbean to be able to guarantee access to education to all. Many of them do not see teaching as an interesting profession, and many of them actually abandon the profession. And on the other hand, 1 out of 3 kids do not complete higher education. So there's lots high dropout rate, and those who are in the classroom are not learning what they should. 6 out of 10 students from 6th grade do not reach the minimum level in reading and math. And this is not just statistics, it's the cognitive base on which AI will operate, with or without our guidance. And that is the challenge that I wanted to address. AI adoption in the classroom already took place in Chile, for example. 55% of teachers declare using AI tools. In Brazil, 56%. Both above the OCDE average, which is 36%. But less than 10% of these educational institutions have formal guidelines in terms of how to do it. Educational systems in the region are navigating this transformation blindly. A student that doesn't understand what they're reading, who doesn't have critical thinking, cannot assess and evaluate what an AI is actually providing. And this it's a conflictive risk at a regional scale. So in order to provide a response to these and other challenges, UNESCO has launched precisely this week here at ICLAC a regional public good that we consider to be very important. The AI Observatory in Education for Latin America and the Caribbean, that is born as an action platform that is anchored on United Nations system as with partners such as ICLAC and others, articulating 33 education ministers and with the engagement of academia and the private sector. Okay, what does it do? It's 4 actions. First, generating evidence. We need data. We need regional surveys, annual reports in order to understand what's going on in the region. How are we using AI in education? What's working and what is not working? Because countries cannot decide well regarding what is not measured. Second, building capacity. We would like to develop teachers and decision makers programs together with their partners. We look for teachers to be trained in on AI and education. Teachers that can actually use the technology with ethics and pedagogical criterion and do not suffer because of it. We're thinking of actual classrooms with sandbox methodologies, with ethical frameworks, and solutions that can be escalated. Because there are several initiatives already that work. What's missing is the infrastructure in order to assess them and to scale them up in our region. And as a 4th pillar, we also want to build collaboration and exchange, and not only among governments, between ministries, technology industry, civil society organizations, multilateral organizations, and academia. Because the response to AI challenges do not lie in any specific sector. We can build it together through partnerships that have been already created with the innovation leaders in the ministries, through the Regional Alliance for the Transformation and Educational Innovation, ARTI, the national observatories and laboratories that are joining this new public good, and also through face-to-face encounters such as the Digital Learning Week. But in order to close, I'd like to say that we're launching this initiative this week as part of this forum, as a side event, because the political moment is now. We have first-class partners, CAF, CENIA, the creators of LATAM GPT, ICLAC, CETIC in Brazil, Saibal Foundation, Setiana Foundation, Instituto Tecnológico de Monterrey, International Research Center on AI, Lo Futuro, University of Desarrollo, and we have a whole advisory board made up by OCDE, members of University of Harvard, and the United Nations Independent International Scientific Panel on AI. Together, we want to serve the 33 ministries of education of the region, and we hope this new public good is truly an urgent response to two realities that we cannot continue to ignore: the learning crisis that is impacting millions of youth, and a massive proliferation of AI that is already in the classroom with or without our guidance. We cannot afford waiting. So the invitation is straightforward. Please join us. Let's build together this regional public good that this era demands, something that actually belongs to the region, built from its own reality for its students and teachers and for its societies. Thank you very much. Thank you, Esther. And I'd like to invite Sergio Scarabino now for his presentation from ITU.
Yes,
Thank you, Roberto. Good afternoon. We have the honor, we thank for this invitation to reflect on terms of how artificial intelligence can contribute specifically to the progress of Sustainable Development Goals, and on the role played by United Nations and ITU through AI for Good, through the initiative. Artificial intelligence has become an accelerator of sustainable development across the board. It provides value in all cycles of public policymaking, from diagnosis and design up to the implementation, monitoring, and assessment. We do not talk about abstract concepts anymore, and we hear that already, but about actual solutions that are being deployed and that create measurable impact. Through AI for Good, if this works now, the United Nations, the platform of the United Nations, with more than 50 entities together, working together to identify, validate, and escalate these types of solutions. Thanks to this ecosystem, artificial intelligence is already being applied to optimize water management, to anticipate droughts, improving energy efficiency, planning digital infrastructure, and supporting the development of smart and sustainable cities, among many other specific impacts. There's a key message. Artificial intelligence is already available to support the development, as long as there are adequate enabling conditions. In this context, the United Nations system offers a unique added value that is based on three competitive advantages: multi-stakeholder capability, a regulatory and technical authority, and the possibility of connecting global knowledge with local action. The ITU, as a specialized agency within the United Nations system for digital technologies, we believe performs a key role in this architecture. As to AI for Good now, although last year more than 11,000 attendees from 169 different countries attended the event that is held in Geneva yearly. Marcos mentioned that they're going to bring the region's position to that, the new edition. It's not only an annual event, it's an ongoing infrastructure that articulates standards, practical solutions, and capacity building through AI standards exchange, for example. More than 870 international standards of artificial intelligence are available to support the countries to go from principles to implementation. Also, ITU co-presides together with UNESCO, the Interagency United Nations Group on Artificial Intelligence, aligning the efforts of more than 60 entities in the system. However, for artificial intelligence to have an effective impact, especially in the developing countries, one needs to address the structural challenges. Some of them were already mentioned in the previous presentations.
But we did point out the institutional limitations, fragmented data, digital structure gaps, the lack of regulatory stability, and legitimate claims with regard to governance and trust. Now, specifically to respond to these challenges, AI for Good involves a series of scalable good practice, such as Innovate for Impact, which works with AI applied to development, and the preparatory framework for AI of the ITU provides practical instruments to the nations to take stock as to where they are. Other platforms such as Innovation Factory and robotics challenges, the youth leadership schools, all of these reinforce talent and etc. To conclude, artificial intelligence can be a powerful accelerator of the SDGs, but its impact is not automatic. Rather, calls for capacity, governance frameworks, standards, etc. So through AI for Good, the ITU and the UN are committed to ensuring that AI is ethically, inclusively used and aimed at public good so that no one is left behind. When we were invited to take part in this forum, I spoke with my colleagues in Geneva who are leading this topic, and they sent me a presentation with 45 slides for 5 minutes, and that was not appropriate. So I shrunk down the presentation to my best ability, and the 45-slide presentation is available for you with the Secretariat. And so I would like to invite you to become engaged with AI for Good. If you're looking for resources for whatever you would like to do with regard to AI, you will find those resources. And again, in 5 minutes, it's impossible for me to describe all of the resources, but the presentation is there, and we provide ongoing support to the UN members throughout the year with regard to AI. So thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a ti, Sergio.
Thank you, Sergio. Now I will give the floor to Viviana Aido. Thank you, Roberto. Greetings to the chair, to the Secretariat, to friends from the UN state system, members of civil society, representatives from delegations. I would like to say that talking about AI to accelerate sustainable development also involves talking about how we can make sure that this technological revolution may expand opportunities, may expand rights, and not exacerbate inequalities. In that regard, I would like to begin with a simple idea. Artificial intelligence did not appear in a neutral context. We know that the design decisions and it has an impact on the design decisions and incentives. Technology is an accelerator of SDG only if it's designed under a gender and rights approach. And this is created through the meaningful participation of women in all of the AI life cycle, starting with the design, running through development, adoption, and governance of models and systems. Now, having said that, evidence shows that there are gaps with regard to the different stages of the IA life cycle. You can see that 1 out of 45 new billionaire IA companies are led by women. You can see that only 30% of the IA labor force are women, and 20% of women from lower income households don't have access to internet. 10 to 40% of women use AI less. 44% of the IA systems have a gender bias, and 90% of individuals affected by deep fakes are women. In that regard, I would like to refer to two examples of initiatives launched by UN Women to accelerate the attainment of SDGs by implementing AI tools with the gender perspective that allow for improving women's lives. The first one is a project called Julia, which is financial inclusion facilitated by AI for the silver economy. Now, this is a UNW project implemented in Salvador, and this involves providing support for women with regard to the access and successful use of financial services, again, in El Salvador. And this is the project called Todas Sumamos, and it's an IA tool used through a WhatsApp, and it's developed for rural women over age 60. And it has had meaningful results thus far. We have followed up on the results of the implementation, and we have seen that the women have improved their self-assuredness with regard to opening a bank account. We see that their capacity to protect themselves against fraud online has gone from 44 to 86%, and other positive results. I would like to talk about another initiative called Chatbot for Equality. This was developed in Colombia using an IA-based assistant for budget workers. This was part of the gender-sensitive budget that we have implemented in Colombia with support from Canada. It's a conversational chatbot using WhatsApp designed to identify in real time what investment projects and how many resources in the territories and within the national budget are assigned or earmarked specifically to close the gender gap. And again, this was designed for citizen use, for those who also work directly with citizens such as political leaders or community leaders, and the results are also very interesting. In fact, 89.2% of the funds traced have been earmarked to reinforce women's economic independence, and 9.8% of the resources have been shielded to secure a violence-free life. And this is yet part of another urgent challenge that we faced last year with regard to violence against women in the digital space. We know that this violence in the digital space is real. So, and technology facilitated violence seeks to silence voices, to assault women in the public space, and to limit their autonomy. So that's when we talk about using IA to accelerate development. UN Women refers to these two inseparable tasks. On the one hand, maximizing the positive impact of technology, and on the other hand, minimizing its damage. And we do this by combining innovation, evidence, and partnerships. First, for example, a good practice involves using data and IA to better understand digital violence patterns and to come up with prevention strategies. Secondly, we also promote including gender equality in IA governance from the onset, and this involves having quality, disaggregated data, impact assessments, having non-biased algorithms, and privacy confidentiality to secure privacy. And this is particularly important when we're dealing with violence. And thirdly, we are betting positively on regional public goods for interoperability, for self-cooperation and other channels. We know that not a single country is able to tackle the technology-related challenges. Technology knows no borders, and we know that we have the Digital Agenda, the Observatory, what UNESCO just presented. There are multilateral spaces as well, such as AI for Good, and these are all essential and work closely with the key components of non-discrimination. Finally, who needs AI drive equality and accelerate attainment of the SDGs? Well, clearly, why do we need this? Excuse me. One of our goals is to put gender equality at the core of what we do as a criteria and not as something supplementary. We also think this is important to have investments in data capacity and talent, thereby fostering the participation of women in STEAM and AI, to protect the civil digital space, to guarantee safe and reliable digital environments with platforms, with justice, and with education for digital aspects. Also, we think this is important in order to foster partnerships for scaling up solutions and good practices. For example, the Julia and the chat bot that I talked about having interagency governmental initiatives and doing this all with ethical standards that are shared. So UN Women is ready to take part in this adventure by providing evidence, strengthening, building capacity, providing frameworks, and coordinating partnerships so that technology reaches those who need it the most. We want AI to accelerate equality and to not foster bias, but rather equality, and to not silence voices, but rather foster rights. And we want to make sure that girls and women don't have to choose between being online or being connected and suffering violence. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Viviana.
Thank you, Viviana, for talking about the regulatory and ethical aspects as well. We are very thankful for all of the panelists' remarks. First of all, allow me to mention that there's a very clear message here, and that is that the advancement of AI in our region calls for coordination, common standards, and long-term partnership and coordination. So allow me to greet Jose Manuel Sirinach, who is here now. Thank you for joining us. We are headed forward at full steam, fully engaged in this discussion. And then I would like to move on with the next segment, which is part of the session on successful national experience to accelerate the achievement of sustainable development goals. Now, there's a very interesting logic from going from the regional to a national level. So this segment, in fact, aims to understand how AI is being included under public policy at the territorial and real levels, and what outcomes have been achieved thus far, and what conditions are enabling all of this. And I would like to request that you please take into consideration the time allotments, and I will follow the Swiss tradition regarding the timekeeper. And first of all, we will hear from Costa Rica. We have Pablo Salazar, the UN resident coordinator in Costa Rica, to my far right. And then we have Paula Bogantes, minister, seated across from me. Thank you, Madam Minister from Costa Rica. I know that you have to leave, so I will quickly give you the floor. And from Chile, we have Maria Jose Torres Macho, the UN resident coordinator in Chile. And we also have Rodrigo Duran from Connected Communities. And from the Dominican Republic, we have, to my far left, Julia Sanchez, the UN resident coordinator, and Martin Francas from Public Finance. Allow me to now give the floor directly to Costa Rica, and I will allow you to facilitate this part. Thank you, Roberto. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would just like to mention some background information, and that is that IA, of course, is radically changing how we learn and do so many things, and Costa Rica has understood this. And we work we work in a strategic, in-depth fashion. Now, historically, Costa Rica has shown that we can be a peaceful democracy with sustainable development and be responsible with regard to innovation. I would like to recognize the leadership of Minister Paula Bogantes and all of the team members under the Ministry of Science, Innovation, Technology, and Telecommunications. We're working with the UN to support our priorities. Costa Rica fosters governance of AI regionally, nationally. We also promote the ethical use of AI, and we want to make sure that institutions and individuals can continue to lead technology and innovation and make this possible, make this useful for the people. So now I would like to give the floor to Madam Minister Bogantes. Greetings to everyone. I would just like to I guess the presentation's there. I can see it. Thank you. My name is Paula Bogantes, and I am the Minister of Science, Innovation, Technology, and Telecommunications of Costa Rica.
I will be brief and I will try to also respect the time constraints. Next slide, please. I will talk a bit about our vision and what we do with regard to AI. So I, of course, have to talk about three key pillars, if you will, or three visions, three approaches in Costa Rica regarding AI. One is the digital transformation as an enabling condition. We cannot talk about artificial intelligence without, prior to that, understanding the foundation for implementing AI to ensure that this is carried out in an organized, orderly fashion. Now, the second point is having a strategy. And we have a document or a public policy, what have you, that has been very helpful for us with this orderly implementation of AI. It's called ENIA, ENIA, and it's a cross-cutting state policy published in 2024 until 2027. Again, this is not a single ministry agenda. It talks about the ethical, moral, inclusion, implementation aspects that really should be taken into consideration when one addresses AI. But at the same time, this is a document that constitutes a strategy that cuts across the entire state apparatus. So it's a strategy that also includes an action plan involving more than 70 institutions, ranging from the public sector to the private sector, civil society, academia, startups, etc. And many of these institutions have also taken on a leadership role. And as part of that role, specific action plans have been defined for certain areas of interest, such as Ministry of Education, etc. And the third area is international cooperation as a strategic shared responsibility. Really, Costa Rica, and I think I'm sure I could speak on behalf of other countries in the region. We are not innovating in AI. We are not the countries creating AI tools. We are not coming up with the developments that are moving forward so quickly. We still can implement solutions and adapt these to our Latin American reality. Next slide, please. Now, here I would like to refer to the foundations of this digital transformation and national pillars. These must take into consideration talent, training, and regionalization. And in recent years, we have been focusing on training individuals from the public sector. That's crucial because one of our goals is to have to move forward with our digital government strategy. That's why it's crucial for us to have skilled individuals to assist us with this implementation. But again, this is a strategy that applies to the country nationwide, from border to border. And as far as infrastructure is concerned, we cannot consider AI without actually having the foundation, the infrastructure foundation. We're referring to clean energy, 5G, cybersecurity, advanced computing. And finally, we need to have enabling mechanisms. Costa Rica is making progress with regard to ethical frameworks, the regulatory sandbox. We're working with the international partners here and interagency coordination as well. Next slide, please. ENIA, as I mentioned, is not merely a document. It's a very well-drafted document, of course, and it includes a variety of different principles defined by the UN, UNESCO, and others. But this is a living document, and that's why we have also morphed it into an action plan. And what I would like to share with you as far as an action plan and its results are concerned are targets, etc. And some of the results you can see on here. One is talent. We have set up 27 innovation laboratories nationwide, whose objective is to meet the actual regional needs within our country. 80% of these laboratories are located in rural areas, and we equip them with robotics, drones, AI for youth, women in rural areas, so that these people can actually take advantage of technology. And as far as cybersecurity is concerned and prototyping training is concerned, we have to make sure that when we towards new technology, we have secure data, secure infrastructure, data governance, and cybersecurity, again, without a doubt, is one of the foundations that we cannot leave out. The second point is infrastructure. Now, Costa Rica has quite an advantage that 98% of our energy comes from renewable sources, and the country clearly is focusing on investing more in this critical service as well. And now, as far as national 5G rollout, yes, we had launched that last year through an auction, and we're enjoying the fruits of this effort. And then thirdly, we also have the enabling mechanisms. We're working on a sandbox for integration, and it's also crucial to mention that the ministry works with other institutions, as many of the previous panelists have mentioned. It's very important for IA to not only be viewed as the Ministry of Technology's responsibility, but the digital transformation is something that falls on all government offices, and that's why we have made sure to work with other ministries such as the Ministry of Finance, the Department of Social Security, the Ministry of Labor, and other government agencies.
Impacto sectorial.
Sectorial impact. Many very beautiful in sectors that are of tremendous interest for the government of Costa Rica. Obviously, agriculture. One of the very beautiful, so to speak, results that we have achieved, or where we have made headway, is what we called Agrobustia, and which deals with the coffee sector. As you may well know, we Costa Ricans are very proud of the quality of our coffee, but it's also true that the global demand or the global supply cannot satisfy the global demand, and therefore some years ago we launched a project with coffee growers in our country to determine how through technology we could improve percentage or the yield of their crops, and that is what we have done. This same program is now being implemented with many agricultural products such as avocados and other products, and among other things, this enables us to determine the health of the plant, whether it requires more fertilizers, the determination of pests, water, light, and so on. In health, those were the pillars of Costa Rica, and I speak in general terms, and health is one of them. And as from the government, that is one of the areas of greatest interest. As I mentioned, we are working closely, hand in hand with the Health Ministry and with the Social Security Authority, implementing AI solutions for various purposes in order to reduce waiting lists, the early detection of diseases, and so that these institutions can be much more efficient in terms of the usage of their resources, allocation of budgets, and so on. And in terms of education, we're also making progress with the private industry for the incorporation of solutions within the education sector, as from various perspectives. First of all, to help, for example, teachers to help them with the subjects that they are teaching, and also for students to learn to learn their subject matter much more quickly. Next one. International positioning. Costa Rica has worked strongly to position itself as a country that has taken artificial intelligence seriously. It is doing its homework both at a national and also at an international level. We have been accompanied by international entities that are leaders and reference points in this sense, such as the UN. And we also receive support from the OECD. We are, for a year now, we spoke with the OECD to produce a toolkit for the adaptation of artificial intelligence using the Costa Rican example, given the fact that in 2023, when we decided to produce our AI strategy, we were able to see that out of the 33 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, only 3 countries at that time had a strategy for AI, and therefore, using the example of Costa Rica, we are working with the OECD in order to produce this toolkit. We have also been lucky enough to receive the support of reference countries at an international level, such as the US, India recently, Europe, South Korea, and also many Latin American countries that, fortunately enough, are more advanced than Costa Rica in certain specific areas. And of course, we are sharing good practices. Now, what is also important to mention is that something that colleagues mentioned beforehand, and maybe we'll be holding a meeting of Latin American countries in order to zoom in on AI coordinated by the UN if in June, if I'm not mistaken, in Geneva. And the objective here is for Latin America to have done its homework, to have defined its principles, its good practices, its areas, the non-negotiable areas for us, as they're called, and also to advance with that dialogue in a speedier fashion. And we're also discussing this with countries from other regions of the planet who are interested in following the same example that we are leading in Latin America. Next one. Undoubtedly, the UN has been a strategic ally for Costa Rica. The UN has supported us enormously in terms of global standards, in terms of diagnosis tools, training platforms. As I said, Costa Rica has made a tremendous progress in international rankings related to talent, with a perspective as from the public sector, but also from the private sector in terms of training in AI technical knowledge. Here in our ministry, we have also focused on training IT teams in different ministries and public institutions so that they may be aware of those guidelines or minimum standards that are required for institutions before they can think of implementing AI solutions. And as I mentioned, also the cooperation network. And some of the examples of the aspects that we have been working on with the United Nations is, first of all, the programmatic development. We have developed tools with UNDP for the modular diagnosis of the AI ecosystem. We cannot know how to implement a solution without first understanding the present real situation of an institution or a government with regards to the AI ecosystem in this case. We have also worked on ethical governance and ethical standards. Costa Rica is one of the few countries that already has a manual for teachers for the implementation of AI. This was an enormous work that we did, and it has already been published, and also social cohesion and prevention, the national program against hate discourses, and here we have received the support of the UN in applied research and public policies based on data. Next one, and I'm practically concluding now. Lessons learned. Well, undoubtedly, we must overcome barriers, as mentioned by one of the previous presenters. Data fragmentation, standardization of data for databases. We have evidenced how many of the institutions, SINADUE, for example, which is one of the institutions in charge of compiling the data that is used for the definition of public policy for people that live in vulnerability and poverty and in extreme poverty, we were able to evidence how the interoperability with other institutions that feed into this database was not happening, how data collection was not being conducted in a standardized fashion, and so on and so forth. And therefore, as I said, we must first of all deal with the basic aspects so that we can then deploy artificial intelligence in an orderly and responsible fashion. That includes the country's reality. Gaps, institutional gaps. We have seen, for example, how the Ministry of Finance used to have far more trained officials than other institutions, and all of them very important. And therefore, those institutional gaps in terms of talent and in terms of advances in the digital aspects is something that we're catering for, and that is one of the most important points that a government or institution must focus on when we think about AI. Scalable good practices. Our ministry, in addition to looking at technology aspects, we also look at some training aspects, and therefore we also want the ministry to become a kind of mini incubator of that type of solutions, especially thinking about government efficiency and the implementation of these solutions, running pilot programs with institutions, bearing in mind the objectives that are sought. And after going through those pilot projects, the idea is to implement that in different institutions. And regulatory entities adhere to the same idea. And as I've said, the UN has, and we hope will continue to be a strategic ally for the country. It's also important to look at the vision of other countries and the progress that has been achieved by other countries so that we can benefit from that. We have a very good relationship from other Latin American countries. And the idea is for us to be seen also as a strategic ally. And we wish, of course, to benefit from institutions such as the UN to make speedy progress. That's it. I thank you for your attention. And I conclude there. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a usted, ministra Bogantes.
Thank you, Minister Bogantes, and also thank you to the resident coordinator. And now I would like to invite the next two presenters to please comply with the 5 minutes so that we can be on time. We need to be very strict with timekeeping now. Now I'd like to invite Chile. And before the intervention, please allow me to add that Rodrigo Duran from Comunidades Conectadas is also General Manager of the National Center for Artificial Intelligence. So thank you very much. So Chile has the floor. Thank you, Roberto. We welcome Chile, and we want to take you to 2 countries of the region that are very beautiful, Araucanía and Ñuble, which have one of the lowest development indicators in this country. As you know, Chile is one of the countries that is truly making progress in terms of sustainable development. But when one goes down to the territories, one finds many differences. And here I would like to invite the forum and member countries to imagine how the use of the digital transformation and the use of artificial intelligence is enabling us as a country and as communities and as a region to make a much speedier progress in terms of bridging the development gap. I would like to thank the SDG Fund, which is enabling us to do this work here in Chile. And above all, I'd like to thank my colleagues who are also sitting in this room and who are the ones that are truly implementing this project that we believe is a groundbreaking program to the FAO, to UN Women, to ITU, and to ECLAC, among others, that are enabling us to use this knowledge and to transfer that to the communities. We wouldn't be able to do this without Ministry of Agriculture, INDAPA, Ministry of Transport, SUBDEL, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Women, Ministry of Social Development and Family, and also the local authorities, delegates, and the ministerial representatives at a regional level, and also the communities. And I would like to mention that Rodrigo Duran, the general manager of CENIA, is someone who has joined, has come on board the program. I love the fact that you have mentioned Comunidades Conectadas, connected communities, because when we're viewing how the National Center for Artificial Intelligence, that is already collaborating with in different aspects, is enabling us to take that technology and change lives in the communities. I'd like to begin with the presentation itself. This is something that was already mentioned, the gap, both in terms of access to connectivity. 70% of students have no access to AI for education. This was already mentioned very clearly. Imagine a territory where boys and girls simply can't gain access to internet in this world where truly we obtain a lot of help from internet in order to learn. And what is also very important is the digital gap for women. Now, here we're not talking about an issue of interconnectivity, but we're talking about digital skills. So this is part of the problem. And therefore, in this program, as part of the UN team, when we look at the territory in Chile, we're saying that the digital gap, in fact, prevents us, whether it hinders or facilitates the breakdown of this development, of this barrier to development. And we know that if we cannot have access to public services, they are delayed, going to the doctor, for example, and having the possibility of receiving relevant and adequate attention, or whenever there is a fire and you need a social bonus to reconstruct your home, well, that reinforces digital inequalities and prevents the generation of employment and of productive change. That is a problem that we face, and as mentioned, as a result of the contribution of many represented here, we have been able to make a difference in more than 60 communities. Again, I invite you to visit the Araucanía and Maule region, where we're training more than 2,800 people. And this is a program that generates digital skills for indigenous peoples, for the elderly, for women, boys, girls, and also business centers. And something that is absolutely tremendous is to determine how the teletriage system and telemedicine system is completely changing the possibility for women to have, for the first time, access to adequate medical care, so that they can receive prenatal care, for example. And this is one of the elements of the country, and we are certainly very proud of that. Now, we must also acknowledge that the program that we identified in 2023 as a UN team, we didn't discuss the use of AI. And Marco Ginas, for example, has been working on this as from ECLAC, and his predecessors also worked on this. And we must acknowledge that this is an issue that has that we have come across, and increasingly we see how the project has expanded the possibility for us to capture concrete digital solutions, enabling this development in territories and enabling the program or the project to become an opportunity so that we can develop these types of novel approaches. And we're doing this because it can be done in Chile. And here I would like to simply acknowledge the institutions with whom we're collaborating and working with, because without them we wouldn't be able to do this. For example, we face difficulties. This is one of the most important examples of how we're using AI. Cooperatives in this region, in Ñuble and Araucanía, they have faced difficulties, for example, to work with financial aspects. And one of the things that we're doing, and also they lack technological capabilities or tools. So the AI solution captures the problems that they have using their own mobile phones. And that is taken to an RP type of solution, tailor-made for each person, in this case for people that work in cooperatives. And also something that is very interesting, we were able to visit 2 weeks ago together with the UN team. We visited places in Araucanía, in the Caragua community, and there we saw how with the INIA, with an institute there, we were able to see how in intelligent fields, where we have sensors, we're able to identify irrigation needs, or perhaps the need to fight against a pest, or how we could improve productivity, and working directly with producers of potatoes and berries, and they are saving real time, they're saving inputs, and enabling agrarian extension via using their mobile phones. And this is not temporary but permanent, because we're always accompanied by INDAP. What was also very relevant was what we thought was very relevant was to knock on Senia's door so that we could become partners of this development in Chile, a country that is becoming a leader, how we could move from community and territorial levels and to move on to regional and global levels. And now I'd like to offer the floor to Rodrigo. Thank you, Maria Jose. I also convey my gratitude. I believe that this is a project that is fully aligned with the institutional mission of Senia, which is to put artificial intelligence at the service of people. And here I would also like to thank you all, the local UN office, because it enables us to crystallize the technological development of the ecosystem, which is the National Center of Artificial Intelligence. And our link with the territories that, as mentioned by the representative, is tremendously urgent, as from the perspective of democratization and also the elimination of these gaps. In view of time, the Senia is a private and non-profit making organization that operates in Chile since 2022, founded by 4 universities. and it has partial financing from the National Agency for Research and Development and other private entities that we work with, among them ECLAC in the Artificial Intelligence Index, for example, in 3 or 4 concrete lines of action, which is basic research. Senia researches and publishes, participates in conferences, and publishes in specialized publications. We also have a National Research Center associated to Senia, which encompasses over 300 researchers, and we have 85 in-house staff that work also with technological transfer, training, and the development of software for both the public and private sector. And finally, linked with the rest of society, and one of the most important aspects is the Latin American Index for Artificial Intelligence, or another project that many of you probably know, and I'm sure that many of you have collaborated with, which is the LATAM GPT, which is a system of open AI solutions. Its most visible project is this LATAM GPT 1.0, which will be launched on the 30th of April, and a couple of weeks ago we published 2 benchmarks, Tuclo and Caleuche, that are technical mechanisms in order to evaluate the performance of other language models in LATAM GTP under a Latin American cultural context. These are collaborative projects. I'm talking of an ecosystem because today Senia articulates organizations throughout Latin America and the Caribbean, from Mexico to Argentina, that collaborate as from a technical perspective, dealing with data or legal aspects in order to develop these solutions. LATAM GTP deals with a gap that was mentioned by Viviana beforehand, considering the biases that language models have. In the past, we used to have a hypothesis in the sense that language models that existed that was state of the art at that time, had a certain trend to a greater hallucination in the context of Latin America because of the data and parameters that have been used. The benchmarks that we published recently indeed show shows that hypothesis was clear, and we're now working on a governance framework of the data that we have been working on and that we will release in the next few weeks.
And the role that we'd like to play in the connected communities context is strengthening artificial intelligence projects that are already being implemented. Possibly you may have heard about a program that is Hazlo con IA, Do It with AI, which is an open, massive, and free charge initiative for small enterprises and public officials. We will develop specific modules for agricultural applications in the public sector and potentially also for farmers. Besides, we are developing solutions that can provide support in the field, taking advantage of this smart fields or smart plots with models that are able to interpret in real time the data that are collected by leveraging this project that intends to give evidence of the economic impact and the impact, the positive impact on the families as well. So thank you again. Thank you, Maria Jose, for the invitation to our institution and the representatives today for the time that they have allotted me. We'd like to thank the resident coordinator and Mr. Rodrigo Duran. Thank you, Rodrigo, for speeding up in your presentation, because fast delivery from the Chilean perspective is quite powerful and fast. Now, I'm going to offer the floor to Dominican Republic, and I'd like to offer the floor to Julia Sanchez. She's going to be leading this segment. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We have a presentation, and we need to flip the slide. So let me start. Okay, it's a pleasure to be part of this panel and sharing the experience of the Dominican Republic on an agenda that we consider strategic for the future of sustainable development. How to leverage AI to develop, to make public policies more transparent, more effective, and of course, result-oriented. Allow me to start with the country context very briefly. I'll see if I can make this work. Okay.
Perfecto.
Okay. So, Dominican Republic, like many of you have heard, has been consolidating one of the most dynamic economies in the region, and with a goal of duplicating its GDP by 2036 and becoming an OECD country. It is a country with sustained progress in the implementation of the 2030 agenda, with a compliance level above the average of more than 37% of the indicators, according to, I don't know what's going on, according to the SDG index. I haven't touched this. It seems it's got a mind of its own. The national strategy for development for 2030, which is pioneering in the region, which is highly aligned with the SDGs. At the same time, the country has bet on innovation, adopting an artificial intelligence initiative by 2030, and also with the idea of introducing new technologies into public administration. Like many other countries in the region, though, we face a key challenge: how to effectively fund these development priorities. The country has a leadership vision and a long-term vision that is supported by this transformation. In 2023, the government requested the support from United Nations system, starting the development of the National Integrated Framework for Financing, or INFF, according to its acronym in English, with the support of a number of United Nations funds and agencies such as DESA, ICRAC, UNDP, and UNICEF. This process has been coupled with a number of institutional steps, including reforms that have strengthened articulation between planning and budgeting, and the development of a financing strategy for development that today is in a consultation stage. On this basis, the project supported by the joint SDG fund has been a turning point for us. The project has allowed us to consolidate and to escalate prior progress in the country, particularly in the work fostered with the support of UNDP and INFF, as well as the contributions of ICRAC, DESA, and UNICEF, articulating all of it into a single initiative. And more importantly, it has allowed to take a step to innovation. It's been an opportunity to make progress in a broader transformation, streamlining public administration, strengthening consistency among policies, and improving the state's capacity to be more strategic, efficient, and equitable in managing resources. And this has a profoundly human dimension. Having better information and better tools in order for decision making means that we can better identify gaps, we can better prioritize territories, and be more effective when responding to the needs of the most vulnerable populations. In that sense, the experience in Dominican Republic shows something important. AI can be a concrete tool to accelerate the SDGs, not from theory, but from actual public policy processes that are focused on closing gaps. The commitment of our government has been key to drive this agenda with vision and openness to innovation. Likewise, this type of solution does require coordination among many stakeholders, and one of the major milestones has been precisely strengthening the governance spaces and also technical dialogue. The joint SDG fund has been a fundamental enabler, allowing to transform technical progress into an innovation agenda with an impact on public policy and connecting capabilities within the United Nations system. From United Nations system, our added value has been precisely that: providing support, providing technical assistance and knowledge, and articulating, helping turn an institutional need into a concrete solution with a scalable potential. AI does not replace the institutions. It strengthens them if it is well implemented. Trust and ownership are as important as the technology itself. And ethics, transparency, and inclusion must be at the core from the very beginning. Finally, I'd like to leave you with a message. The experience in Dominican Republic shows that the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean can not only adapt to the technology revolution, they can also lead innovative solutions from their own realities by placing technology at the service of people, especially those who need it the most. But today, more than ever, we need to leverage tools such as AI to accelerate the 2030 agenda. But in order to do it with a purpose, with partnerships, and with a clear commitment to equality and equity, and with the principle of not leaving anyone behind. Dominican Republic is committed on this path, and the United Nations also committed to support the country along this path, and we will continue to bet on regional cooperation and shared learning. And I would like to offer the floor to my colleague from the ministry to keep telling the story that we came here to tell. Thank you, Julia. It's an honor to share a few minutes with you and talk about the experience of my country in this initiative that combines institutional strengthening and financial sustainability. This project arises as part of the implementation of the national financing integrated framework that intends to strengthen the link between planning and budgeting and to mobilize additional resources that are needed in order to achieve the national priorities. One of the tools that are part of the INFF is the labeling of the general country's budget to identify how public spending contributes to the Sustainable Development Goals. This tool has been initially implemented manually, an important exercise, complex by the way, that has given evidence about the need of having more agile, precise and sustainable tools in order to process and analyze large volumes of budgetary information. In order to address this reality, we have this project with the support of the Joint SDG Fund and the United Nations system through UNDP and UNICEF, intends to automate the labeling of the budget using AI tools. Specifically, by building the large language model that using contextual information operating locally under high transparency and security standards allows to classify each budget line according to the SDG goals, the national development strategy and other national priorities. This innovation reduces the operational burden on manual labeling, improves precision, and facilitates strategic analysis of public spending by positioning the country as a regional benchmark in the use of AI for public finance management. Also, the tool has the flexibility of being integrated with planning and monitoring national systems, as well as the monitoring of the country's financing strategy. It's startup well supported by training and education, technology transfer, and knowledge transfer in order to ensure its sustainability. The next steps include the fine-tuning of the model with local documentation, human ongoing validation, full integration to state systems, and institutional strengthening to guarantee the prioritization of the tool and expanding its scope. Definitely. This experience shows that artificial intelligence can be a powerful tool to streamline public administration and to make it more efficient, transparent, and result-oriented. And it also shows that with national leadership, adequate partnerships, and long-term vision, our country can also leverage technology innovation in order to accelerate sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a República Dominicana, la
Thank you, Dominican Republic, the resident coordinator, Julia Sanchez and Martin Francos from Public Finance, from the Ministry of Finance that I had the pleasure of knowing when I visited Dominican Republic together with people from the ministry. Let me say that this segment highlights that the value of artificial intelligence lies in its ability to solve specific problems, integrating into public policies and to produce sustainable development goals. It also underscores the networking effect in order to present solutions to the countries and their people. This is key in order to strengthen capabilities, preventing duplication, and offering the countries AI solutions that are more consistent, scalable, and fundamentally fair. So now we'll open the floor for dialogue, and I'd like to invite the delegations and the colleagues from the system and participants to share your comments, thoughts, questions, and please, if you could be brief, 3 minutes max. And I'd like to invite Lisa Curbiel, if she believes she needs to, if she believes she needs to intervene, please do so. So I can see. Okay, that's Mexico. Yeah, I saw Mexico.
Con su venia, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Since 2018, Mexico has aligned the 2030 agenda as a guiding principle, as a nation's purpose, as a development model that recognizes justice, democracy, and that is built on a fundamental principle for the good of all and the poor first. This has allowed us to reorient public policy making towards development with good governance, well-being, transparent institutions, and sustainability, placing Mexicans at the center in order to close inequality gaps. In this framework, the National Development Plan 2025-2030 is for the first time a result of a democratic construction process that is fully participatory and open through an exercise of public consultation that included regional fora, citizens engagement spaces and dialogue spaces with different stakeholders that provided territorial perspectives and also sectorial perspectives. By making sure that the plan responds to the actual needs of the Mexican inhabitants and becomes consolidated as a legitimate roadmap that is representative of all. This integration logic is also reflected in the evolution of the planning tools. This year, Mexico has developed a new methodology to link the expenditure budget of the Federation with the Sustainable Development Goals, allowing for a better precision in identifying the public spending focused on the achievement of the 2030 Agenda. This effort has achieved substantial progress. 99.5% of the program budgetary programs are connected at least with one SDG, which translates into a total of 1,085 links. This result not only shows larger coverage, but also it also shows traceability, improvement, and consistency in public policy making that is focused on sustainable development. From the Executive Secretariat of the National Council on the 2030 Agenda, we strengthen the interinstitutional collaboration by connecting the national activities in terms of sustainable development. Likewise, we provide technical assistance for the design of strategies and policies aligned with SDGs, and we analyze the National Council of the 2030 Agenda is integrated by 4 theme committees connected with social, environmental, and economic aspects of sustainable development. Currently, the Council has started the preparation of the working plan for the period 2025-2026 of those committees, an instrument that will guide our actions and that will allow to align efforts around actions and policies that will have a direct impact on the quality of life of millions of Mexicans. Among the most relevant actions, Mexico is driving the elaboration of 20 state reports and 12 municipal reports by adding a total of 32 local reports that are voluntary, by the way, presented with the high-level political forum, which positions the country as a benchmark in Latin America with the objective of guaranteeing representativeness that is broad and plural. We drive a multi-stakeholder national dialogue to build a transformative roadmap that aligns the international cooperation with Mexican priorities. Now, in terms of sustainable development towards the construction of the Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework with the United Nations system. Currently, we continue to track 30 new local voluntary reports, and we work jointly with the civil society and the private sector in order to build the second sectorial report of each one of these with the purpose of providing evidence in terms of how to implement the 2030 agenda from their corresponding incidence areas.
Another effort worth making is the 2030 Agenda Youth Network. This has played a key role with youth as agents of change regarding SDG implementation. Their active participation on the National Development Plan Consultative Commission and the Latin American and Caribbean national youth groups have been key. These actions have expanded spaces of participation while also strengthening the incidence of youth in decision making, thereby consolidating Mexico as one of the global benchmarks for youth inclusion and participatory governance for sustainable development. The 2030 Agenda is more than a list of targets for Mexico. It's a comprehensive strategy that involves all with sound partnerships and evidence-based decisions. We reaffirm our commitment to its implementation and to shaping a more equitable, inclusive future for all, thereby ensuring that no one is left behind. Mexico will continue to act with determination and seriousness. It's time to take this commitment and turn it into sustainable, concrete outcomes. Thank you.
Agradezco la intervención del delegado de México.
Thank you to the delegate from Mexico. Thank you for your remarks. I would like to request that Lisa Curviel, the head of the Secretary of the Joint SDG Fund, could take the floor. I know there was a wealth of information already expressed here today, and I know that Lisa most likely has some remarks and or information to provide us. So go ahead, Lisa.
Again, colleagues, really amazing to listen to all of the presentations, all of the ongoing activities, the strength of the UN development system really responding to this, this brave new world that we're entering into. I just wanted to take the opportunity to present Jamaica and Guatemala, two other country teams that are working in support of government in this space, and then perhaps give a challenge to the room from far, far away here in New York. So beginning with Jamaica, really want to attribute a lot of support and credit to UNESCO for their UNESCO's Ethics in AI initiative. This was directly funded by the European Union, and it really tried to ensure that teachers in the classroom are really being given the best skill set to support AI responsibly in their classrooms. This kind of UNESCO AI competency framework grounds these workshops that were delivered to teachers across the country, and it really reinforces national ownership. It brings regional and global standards to the country level, and it helps align with national digital learning goals. So really excited. And so much leadership there by UNESCO and other agencies under the ERC. Another example from Guatemala, also interesting, of working at the subnational level. You know, a huge piece of what the fund is very determined to enable and to hopefully contribute to through UN country teams is that impact at the local level. And in Guatemala, municipal AI is working at subnational level across new territorialization of digital transformation is taking place. So how do we do that? So artificial intelligence is being where really women and indigenous peoples are being really focused on, so that complementary training, strengthen IA capacities are really helping those municipalities, keep up with the rapid changes, and to ensure that their implementation capacity is also reinforced. It means the rural-urban gaps are hopefully being revealed through some of the data, through some of the analysis, and obviously an opportunity to really focus in on state systems, of course, but with those impact at local level. As Marie-José did for Chile, as Julia did for the Dominican Republic, as Jose did for Costa Rica, there's just so much already underway. It begs the question of how do we go forward? And I'd like to make a proposal, as I have to leave you soon, to ask, could a regional platform, could a regional mechanism focused on AI that could really be an attractive funding mechanism, financing all of these steps, all of the sharing of information, expertise on demand when required from the UN, if we don't have it, then beyond. And could we then, by joining hands regionally, go to some of our trusted partners, the European Union, the Spanish government, and others, and say, join us for financing this at scale faster than expected, so that by 2030, some of these tools and mechanisms are automatic in the countries that are in that country. One of the ways that we could try to do this would be to go to leaders like Mexico. Ambassador, I just heard your intervention. The region really help influence and guide so many of the other countries that can learn from your advancements. And how could we then also use your positioning with the private sector, where you have a plethora of actors, multinationals. So the Joint SDG Fund to come in to support you regionally, and we're really ready to do so. So thank you so much. Muchas.
No, muchas gracias a ti.
Thank you, Lisa. And your proposal, I'm guessing that we will also address during the conclusions. And thank you for that. And I'm, if possible, I'm sure this will be developed as we move forward. So I do not see anyone else requesting the floor. Going once, going twice. Okay, I would like to then give the floor to the panelists in the event that you have any reactions to what we have discussed thus far. If you do not have any reactions, go ahead, Pablo, the residence coordinator of Costa Rica, in Costa Rica. Thank you. As the resident coordinator in Costa Rica, there is something that I really have heard that's an issue. I think I'm trying to figure out how we can coordinate and pull together our efforts for better progress. No, we don't want to reinvent the wheel and dilute our efforts doing the same thing. So the issue is, how can we coordinate and work together? How can we take everything we have and find the best possible tools, the most appropriate tools for what we need? And we know that adapting these could be a good idea. And again, I would just like to reiterate the minister's invitation to the regional dialogue that will be taking place in San Jose. Because we know that we have worked closely through the resident coordinators to have this regional dialogue, and the goal is to have a harmonized, integrated approach to AI governance mechanisms and ethical aspects, and to work together to come up with a suite of common standards, such as the ELAC or other similar regional tools, and trying to figure out what the best regional ones in existence already are. So thank you very much, and we hope to see you in Costa Rica.
Muchas gracias, Pablo.
Thank you, Pablo. Julia Sanchez the UN resident coordinator in the Dominican Republic has been recognized. I just wanted to reiterate what was mentioned early on with the video relative to the possibility or the opportunity to make all of these innovations available to the countries who want to and would like to benefit from these. We have shared an example with you today. That's the Dominican Republic project. And for all of the countries earmarking their budgets related to SDGs or other national development targets, this tool that we have developed, I think, is easily, could be easily adapted, and it's very effective. The first test ran showed how useful this is by comparing it to the manual tagging that was carried out in 2024, and then it was at 95% similar. So we're trying to close that 5% gap so we can have 100% effectiveness. In other words, it would allow any decision maker to have budget information available in a question of seconds. It's truly a useful tool that we can make it available to you through the various platforms or coordination mechanisms. And you can take it, adapt it, and use it for what you see fit. Thank you, Julia. Maria Jose, the resident coordinator in Chile, has the floor. Thank you, Roberto. I also want to underline two words that keep popping up in my mind when listening to these presentations. One is scalability and the need for a lot of these incredible developments to not be replicated, we shouldn't double up on efforts. We don't want to move forward in parallel. And Costa Rica's leadership and Chile's leadership as well, and I guess have been key. And I guess that's the second point. We're all addressing with AI. We're all addressing AI individually. And again, we do not want to only be recipients of AI. Rodrigo talked about the Latin American efforts in trying to have regional leadership to build AI. He talked about ChatGPT. But I think one of the critical values of the UN system is the level of regulatory framework policies, and make sure that all of these are beneficial for small scale farmers or for the health technicians or professors, teachers, housewives, what have you. I think that's one of our possible contributions, and we could work together as a network. So thank you so much for everything that we have heard thus far. It's been quite illuminating, and I think we do have a future in this realm, in this region.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for those comments. Thank you to all of the delegations taking the floor and the panel members. This has truly been a very comprehensive discussion. I have also heard that there has been an invitation to move forward with a more coordinated approach and marked by this desire to not just be a recipient, but an active contributor. Allow me to conclude with some key takeaways from this discussion. And of course, this will be in the final document. First of all, IA is proving to be a key tool for improving the quality of public policy in all the various stages, and thereby enabling the countries in the region to accelerate the attainment of the 2030 agenda with concrete impacts on individual lives. However, we need to be very careful by not deepening existing gaps through the use of this technology, particularly gender or cultural or identity type gaps or the other gaps that may occur to you. Second, artificial intelligence has great potential for sustainable development, and in that we know that it will allow for scaling up solutions, and the presentations we heard today have significantly shown that there is an effort to convert initiatives into regional public goods, thereby reinforcing the AI ecosystem in Latin America and the Caribbean so that we will not be left behind. Thirdly, we still face challenges that call for solid governance frameworks, and the role of IA in the education is a clear example of the challenges we face. Again, this has been made quite clear. The partnership between the UN, states, the private sector, and society as a whole are crucial for us to move forward in a coordinated fashion, particularly in terms of SDG 17. This could be very helpful for moving down the path. The UN system as a whole is also making an effort to work in a coordinated fashion, and the joint SDG fund is playing a catalyzing role. And Lisa left, but in her absence, I would like to thank her in front of all of you for being such a fabulous ally and for enabling the resources to land in Latin America and the Caribbean, because we know that resources are crucial for states, for regulatory authorities. And finally, I just wanted to reinforce the importance of leveraging regional cooperation and promote the national propagation of these technologies. We know that you are already doing that, and we know how important it is to position the LAC region as a leader. I would like to underline the invitation by Costa Rica. This was made very clear by the minister, and invite you to the next regional dialogue in San Jose, so that we may continue to work in a coordinated fashion. Finally, we underscore the proposition made by Lisa to consider setting up a robust regional network and using that to promote actions to favor AI in the region and to take advantage of all opportunities available, and this leverage the strategic partnerships we all have. Now, I want to close, but I would like to give the floor to the chair. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Roberto.
Thank you, Roberto, and thank you to the panelists taking part in this session. My colleagues, as you know, when the 2030 Agenda was adopted in 2015, all the UN member states agreed to conduct periodic reviews as part of the mechanisms to measure implementation and progress towards achieving the SDGs through voluntary national reviews. In this session, we will hear from countries that will present their reviews to the high-level political forum in 2026. To moderate the session, I turn the floor to Rodrigo Abim, the Director of the Office of Planning and Budget of Uruguay.
Buenas tardes. Nuevamente.
Good afternoon. We will be beginning this session, and the moderator, as I said, the moderator of this session will be Rodrigo Arima, who is Director of the Planning and Budget Office of Uruguay. Please go ahead, Rodrigo. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Chair, and I thank ECLAC for the opportunity of acting as a moderator of this panel discussion. SDGs are an example of the contribution of multilateralism as a platform that commits us with a multidimensional perspective of development. However, it also commits us with global collective action to achieve tangible results in each dimension. The voluntary national reports, reviews are an example of this and a tangible expression of commitment by countries contributing to the international discussion on how to deal with the challenges of development via voluntary national reviews implies sharing experiences of their production process to achieve cross-pollination between the best practices in each country and also to make difficulties transparent. It forms part of the logic underlying the practical community created by ECLAC in 2019 to produce national voluntary reviews. For this reason, it's an honor to launch this panel discussion among those that have entered into a commitment as countries to produce national voluntary reviews during this year. And benefiting from the advantage of acting as coordinator of this panel discussion, I'd like to mention some of the contributions made by Uruguay in order to begin this discussion. In order to put our experience in context, I would like to clarify the strong historical commitment of Uruguay with the 2030 agenda and national voluntary reviews in the first experience in 2017, then in 2018, and then in 2019 and 2020. In addition to the pandemic, the government changed and we presented reviews in 2021 and 2022. After that, we haven't submitted any reviews to date. Under this new administration, this new government that came into office on the 1st of March of 2025, we have decided to again begin with this process of systematic national voluntary national reviews. In 2026, I'd like to highlight two aspects that characterizes the national voluntary review that will be presented by Uruguay. First of all, the institutional framework. Uruguay has an institutional framework for the coordination of the reports defined by the president in 2016, and which lies precisely in the hands of the president. We participate in my own office, my office on planning and budget, the Uruguayan Agency for International Cooperation, and the National Statistics Institute. As from there, we establish links with different ministries, public companies, departmental governments, and civil society. During the whole period since the voluntary national review began in 2017, we have maintained exactly the same institutional framework when it comes to the production of our reviews. So based on the coordinated leadership of these three entities that report to the presidency. The Planning and Budget Office is the entity in charge in constitutional terms of planning and budgeting, and the link with all ministries, public entities, subnational governments, since that have been established. The National Statistics Institute as a technical entity since 1994 is responsible for the quality and transparency of statistical information reported in our country. The Uruguayan International Cooperation Agency has recently created, but is in charge of international cooperation of our country in all its dimensions. Now, this establishes the necessary coordination to produce the reviews, first of all, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with the UN system in Uruguay, and with the rest of the ministries and state entities in charge of their policies and their implementation. The solidity of this intersectorial coordination maintained during the different administrations goes beyond the mere production of the review. The production of these the voluntary national reviews has a strategic value in various ways. First of all, it is an opportunity for coordination that strengthens dialogue and articulation between different state entities, including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the system of entities, and including the UN system. Secondly, it's a tool to improve the quality of information. It contributes to the standardization of existing data, to the production or the adaptation of international indicators, and provides and is able to break down the data for a greater accuracy when we target public policies. It's also a catalyzer of action. The voluntary national review is consolidated as a fundamental basis, not only in order to view or evidence of progress, but also to undertake a concrete action towards the achievement of sustainable development goals. At the end of the day, this institutional coordination is a fundamental basis in order to view progress in a cross-cutting manner and promote actions to achieve the SDGs. Secondly, an additional characteristic of voluntary national reviews by Uruguay is that they are built based on social participation with the support of academia. And we have designed a digital social participation platform that enables us to obtain contributions from the length and breadth of our country. During the production process of these reviews, we have developed different strategies related to the participation of civil society. Despite the fact that in the last two reviews that did not consider the participation of civil society in the previous government, in subsequent administrations, we have gone back to that tradition, and we have placed the participation of civil society at a central level when it comes to the production of these reviews. In the 2026 review, we have implemented a strategy to obtain opinions from different sectors supported by academia, formalized through an agreement with the presidency, where we hold public participations via the digital participation platform. Now, this has also been shared in other events, such as the one that was held in Brasilia during their production of the voluntary national reviews. Now, what are the mechanisms that we have implemented? Well, the platform of digital social participation implemented this tool to receive comments and proposals from citizens as a whole and from any social organization. But we have also implemented a hybrid formulas via specific for each SDGs, prioritizing social stakeholders and different organizations of civil society. Academia has produced the technical reports, and thus there's no suspicion of involvement of governments in the production of these reviews. But we have also obtained the opinions of the executive and different state entities. These characteristics, both institutional and also involving social participation, will enable us to provide a review which is not a review that responds to government, but to the state. So now I'd like to offer the floor to our panelists. I'm accompanied by Lavito Bacariza, who's Executive Secretary of the National Commission for the Sustainable Development Goals of Brazil, Carlos Applewhite, a Development Analyst in the Sustainable Development Goals Secretariat at the Planning Institute of Jamaica, and Joel Clark, Minister of Sustainable Development, Environment, Climate Action and Constituency Empowerment of St. Kitts and Nevis. To begin this exchange, I would offer the floor to Lavito Bacariza, representing Brazil. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Rodrigo. I would like to thank ECLAC for this new version of this important forum that, in my view, is tremendously important given the critical geopolitical context, the unprecedented deterioration and increasing deterioration of multilateralism and international cooperation. On behalf of the government of Brazil, I would like to greet all the nations represented here and confirm the position of the Brazilian government in defense of democracy, the sovereignty of nations, cooperation between nations as the primary means to obtain solutions to the complex problems faced by humanity during this challenging historical period. This administration, President Lula, implied that we took once again on board the 2030 agenda with the commitment to fully implement that and also to implement public policies and developing new policies aligned with SDGs. The new governance of the 2030 agenda in Brazil is exercised based on four main aspects: the strengthening of democracy, the struggle against inequality, the defense of human rights, and the defense of science. The National Commission for Sustainable Development Goals is the main element of governance of the agenda in our country and is directly related to the presidency of our country as an advisory agent for sustainable development. The Commission is a parity commission comprised of government representatives at all levels of the Brazilian Federation and also representatives of organized civil society to whom we owe the maintenance of the agenda. As part of this collective, we also find the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics, the Institute of Applied Economic Research, and Foundation Oswaldo Cruz. The main task of the Commission is to make decisive progress in the implementation of the agenda. We are making progress with this task in three priority areas: awareness about sustainable development, the creation of the territorial structures for the location of the agenda, and the innovations for its financing. The first important action coordinated by the National Commission for SDGs was the production of the Voluntary National Review 2024, following a period of negationism and the subsequent pandemic. We needed an updated diagnosis about the implementation of the agenda in Brazil. The process was developed based on the best data and our country's data science. It articulated all spheres of Brazilian government and society. This voluntary national review presented a tremendous innovation: the inclusion of social participation in its production. In Brazil, as mentioned by President Lula, we don't only govern for the people, but with the people. In addition, in the Brazilian case, the 2030 agenda owes a lot to organized civil society, whom I acknowledge publicly at this moment. I acknowledge this before the Brazilian representatives here. Then the Voluntary National Review 2024, and I invite all of you to read it, posed enormous challenges for the agenda in Brazil: structural challenges, such as the lack of data and reliable series in order to monitor most of the goals. The challenge of implementation reveals a heterogeneous experience in Brazil, a country that, as you all know, is a continental country characterized by many regional and cultural variations. The challenges are also related to the results. Only 20% of the goals that were evaluated showed significant progress. With this diagnosis, we developed actions that we believe are essential for the implementation of the agenda in Brazil. We geared Brazilian budget to the SDGs, and in addition, to help us monitoring the agenda reveals make sure that policies have to be aligned and which are more or less covered by the national budget. We launched the Pact for Sustainable Development, and its main principle is the location of the agenda via its incorporation into Brazilian local governments. So with planning instruments, and territorial development programs. In addition to that, we also promoted the production of voluntary local reviews. We coordinated with the Applied Economic Research Institute, and we concluded the update of the objective of the nationalization of the goals coordinated by the Geography and Statistics Institute of Brazil. We are presently undertaking a process to create new indicators for the agenda in order to correct some of the weaknesses that were identified in the 2024 review. We are also conducting, and we are about to conclude, the production of the Voluntary National Review 2026 that we will submit at the high-level political forum this year. Finally, we launched the National Conference on SDGs that is presently held in Brazil, and that will conclude at the beginning of July of this year. The conference involves a massive national mobilization of all spheres of government and society, has the following objectives: to democratize access to the agenda and to make that known, to improve the location and institutionalization process related to the agenda, to generate contributions in order to guide the work of the National Commission on SDGs, and to generate contributions for the debate of the agenda following 2026. The challenges are enormous, especially in a country of the size and complexity of Brazil. We have decided to take the agenda down to the territories and to make a conscious monitoring so that by 2030 the agenda is achieved, and that leads to a more productive and socially fair, productive system, responsible and feasible. And because that has been part of our agenda for a long time, I invite you all to be aware of what Brazil is doing to visit Brazil during the conference, and I thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Lavito, for your remarks. Next is Mr. Carlos Applethwaite, Development Analyst in the Sustainable Development Goals Secretariat at the Planning Institute of Jamaica.
Writer, Excellencies, delegates, my fellow panelists. Jamaica is well into the process of its third voluntary national review to be presented at the high-level political forum this July, having presented 2 VNR reports in 2018 and 2022. The timing of Jamaica's VNRs followed a traditional review and reporting in line with the end of the 3-year cycle of the medium-term socio-economic policy framework of the Vision 2030 Jamaica National Development Plan. This reflects the good practice of integrating the SDGs into the national development planning, monitoring, and coordination frameworks, enabling alignment of policies and actions to achieve the targets of the SDGs and supporting reviews of progress through a whole-of-society approach. At the time of preparing this third VNR, Jamaica was rocked by the devastating effects of the strongest hurricane to make landfall in the country in October 2025. The immediate impact of Hurricane Melissa was a cessation of normal operations and pivot to emergency response and crisis management. Following assessment by domestic and international partners, damage and losses have been measured at 56.7% of 2024 GDP and confirmed deaths of 45 persons. The resources available for support to the development of the VNR were therefore dispersed with focus on relief efforts and damage assessments. Stakeholder consultations planned for October and November were cancelled, and overall approximately 3 months of preparation were lost. This is Jamaica's second VNR immediately following the impact of a national crisis, the previous one being the COVID-19 pandemic. This experience tested the institutional systems for monitoring the SDGs, as all stakeholders were actively engaged with the response efforts. Strategic actions were taken to maintain the inclusive and participatory nature of the review process to ensure a credible and honest VNR. Joint stakeholder consultations and facilitated group discussions ensured voice and representation of stakeholders across the country. The importance of partnerships is underscored in this process, as a national planning agency executing the VNR was supported through agencies working on the ground to mobilize participants, and the UN Resident Coordinator's Office in providing funding support to execute the consultation processes. Of note is a partnership we made between the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information and eLearning Jamaica and us at the Planning Institute of Jamaica, which ensure the voice and representation of children and youth in this VNR, despite widespread disruptions in the education system. The cover of Jamaica's VNR will therefore feature artwork depicting the youth perspectives of development, a creative expression of Agenda 2030. Execution of the VNR during a period of disaster also underscores the necessity of strong monitoring and evaluation frameworks that provide data and information on an ongoing basis, thereby mitigating the issues of data collection in that context. Using data from the 2022 National Census, GIS data, and open source technology, we were able to collect, clean, and disseminate data from Hurricane Melissa, which informed elements of this VNR. Furthermore, Jamaica has learned the importance of consistent stakeholder engagement, and from this VNR process, the need for a repository of local level data and actions, for which stakeholders in the joint consultation process also express interest and appetite. The approach to the third VNR takes into consideration the realities of the poly crisis and the compounding effects of Jamaica's own systemic issues. These, in parts with identified accelerators for achievement, support a thematic discussion on progress and the way forward beyond 2030. At this point in implementation, in spite of the gaps, there is sufficient data to reflect and position for the post-2030 agenda. And this forward-looking approach is best practice, as was seen in the negotiations for the post-2015 development agenda, which commenced 5 years prior to the end of the MDGs, and it influenced the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development, Rio +20 in 2012. As the world reflects on the post-2030 agenda, VNRs remain useful tools not only to measure progress, but to evaluate the varied experiences of countries in implementing the 2030 agenda. Key lessons on implementation, bottlenecks, financing, and institutional capacity assessed within the framework of a VNR can support the framing of a new global agenda. In this regard, Jamaica has sought to expand the analytical framework for the VNR, including the findings of a midterm evaluation of the SDGs in Jamaica and further seminal work being undertaken on the timeliness and costing of SDG accelerators. These are to be presented for discussion in a side event at the HLPF. The third VNR is an evolution from stock-taking to analysis of development progress and identification of key investment pathways to advance development over the remaining years. This reflects domestic policy continuity and foresighting, both strategic for national development and enriching the global conversation. As we look toward 2030 and beyond, VNRs remain a vital tool for reflection at a country level and for contributions to defining pathways to sustainable development. It allows for innovation, reflecting the needs and development status of each country, whilst maintaining common elements to inform the multilateral conversation. Jamaica therefore contributes the following as lessons learned from executing VNRs. VNRs are well positioned to support multilateral negotiation processes and will benefit from streamlining the implementation and monitoring process of instruments within the 2030 agenda through harmonizing data production and reporting. This enables efficiencies and effectiveness, particularly in the context of limited human and financial resources. Robust monitoring and evaluation systems support the production of robust VNRs and provide a basis for evolution of and deepening the analysis for more targeted policy recommendations. Strengthened national statistics systems and continuous data capacity assessments support the production of quality, timely data to measure progress on the SDG indicators and support robust reporting through instruments such as statistical and annexes. A strong institutional system and consistent engagement promotes co-creation in the VNR process, as stakeholder roles are well defined and consistently applied in ongoing implementation, monitoring, and coordination frameworks. The National SDG Core Group, comprising the National Statistics Office, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and the National Focal Point, the Planning Institute of Jamaica, leads this process and provides direction to the review. The National 2030 Agenda Oversight Committee, a multi-stakeholder body with cross-sectoral representation, provides oversight to the implementation and monitoring of the SDGs in Jamaica, which enables effective and consistent engagement of stakeholders through participatory development approaches. And strategic partnerships supporting SDG implementation, monitoring, and coordination also bolster the VNR process through support to data production and analysis, as well as the stakeholder engagement, the report preparation, the review, and validation. In closing, we recognize the partnership with the regional commissions as vital to the VNR process. We are pleased to incorporate in this third VNR regional benchmarking on the 17 thematic areas under review through technical assistance from the ECLAC Sub-Regional Office. And we also recognize the value of the community of practice
as a space for shared learning among countries in the region. We look forward to developing and executing a side event on how shifting population dynamics impact sustainable development in the region at the HLPF in July. And finally, we underscore the importance of cross-border cooperation to achieve the sustainable development goals in the region and emphasize the coordinating role of the regional commissions in this process. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Pasamos a Rochelle Clark, Ministra de Desarrollo Sostenible, Medio Ambiente, Acción Climática y Empoderamiento del Electorado de St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you so much, Chair. And again, I'm very happy that St. Kitts and Nevis can join the other panelists in presenting our own experiences, our successes and challenges in the VNR reporting process. And for us, we are now engaged in our second VNR, and our preparation has allowed us, the first one and this second one has allowed us significant opportunities for introspection and also for reflection. Through necessary dialogues, national dialogues, information sourcing, and of course, progress tracking and accountability mapping exercises, we have been able to conduct the necessary stock take of our national SDG accelerator model, the Sustainable Island State Agenda, to ensure direct alignment with the 2030 agenda. In 2022 to 2023, we formulated and commissioned a new national development planning framework, which is guiding our efforts for a transformation towards a sustainable period, which is 2030 to 2023 to 2027. Through this, we introduced our Sustainable Island State Agenda, the engine that will drive the implementation of our national development planning framework. Both mechanisms are complementary to allowing our government to reshape various sector-specific strategies to promote structural and policy-based harmony across our public industries, health services, land management practices, tourism, agriculture, and waste management in particular. Since 2023, our first VNR, we facilitated training on program-based budgeting that focused on capacity strengthening to build connectivity between the 2030 agenda, our national development planning framework, and localized climate action and sustainability related efforts streamlined through our national budgeting process. Due to the level of statistical requirements of a VNR presentation, we capitalized on this process by equally investing in longevity, taking the opportunity to improve our statistical information and data collection platforms. Given that the 2026 VNR requires timely delivery of an SDG time series and a statistical annex supported by clear sources of documentation, the Department of Statistics within the Ministry of Sustainable Development, through a newly introduced online engagement platform and data collection platform, is working to institutionalize a secure, standardized submission and improves the government's ability to respond to future reporting and policy demands. Our unique governance and cultural experiences as a Twin Island Federation make the individual context of Nevis, our sister island, and their own sustainability journey critical to the accuracy of our federation's overall VNR. And as such, we were inspired and we are continuing and intensifying our alignment and collaboration between St. Kitts and Nevis. In anticipation of the second VNR, we conducted a Nevis-specific voluntary local review. I think this is the first that has been done, at least in the OECS region and on our sister island. And this is not only providing more accurate data, but increasing the buy-in and participation to stakeholders on the island, the small island of Nevis. We've also sought to renew relationships and engagement frameworks with civil society organizations and the private sector via an online national repository and continued engagement with these groups as key partners driving and guiding the process of the VNR. A lot of our preparatory work has prompted us to lean into the capacity of intraministerial agencies to support direct in-person data collection But it has also shed light on specific needs and challenges and experiences of many citizens in the context of our development goals. These would have otherwise gone unheard, unnoticed. But we have information now that better equips us to channel public assistance where it needs to go and ensure the equity and opportunity possibilities for even the most vulnerable. As a good practice, we have also leveraged the momentum of the VNR preparations to review and assess our current mechanisms for stakeholder engagement. In doing so, we have opted to revitalize our National Sustainable Development Coordinating Committee to ensure greatest representation, acceleration, and governance across the SDGs. However, our efforts are not without challenges. We've noticed at least two things in particular: statistical impediments and a lack of structured engagement frameworks. The unavailability of properly formatted data needed for SDG reporting affects our ability to accurately measure and communicate progress, especially quantitatively. Compounding this, the reality is that many ministries and departments store critical SDG relevant data in standalone systems, in spreadsheets, or paper registers. This causes fragmented and siloed data production, making efforts to improve our data sets very difficult. Equally, the current landscape of our public service is such that routine data submission has not yet been fully embedded in ministry workflows. And as a result, focal points are not always formally designated or resourced, meaning that follow-up is often heavily premised on personal relationships rather than agreed government-wide streamlined processes. And as it relates to structured engagement frameworks or the lack thereof, the reality is that sustainable development has to be accounted for. And in small island developing states like ours, this means a gradual overhaul or restructuring of our government's processes, budgeting, and approaches to work so that we can fully and efficiently capture and mainstream SDG implementation and monitoring and evaluation into our regular work programs, government-wide mandates, policy, and legislation. Similarly, our coordination frameworks are being rewired so that groups we engage and the data we collect are streamlined, precise, reliable, structured, and regular. But these challenges are merely pivot points into opportunity, so we are investing in a digital transformation approach that will improve data collection and storage practices, modernizing them so that they are reliable, can function in ways that help to centralize SDG critical information and contribute to SDG-centric planning. Currently, in the pipeline, we have at least 3 digital systems that will improve the way we secure, store, and operationalize data. We're launching Project Echo in about 1 month, which is an online platform that will strengthen community-based reporting, follow-up, and resolution by directly connecting our people to departments and government units that meets their needs. We're also launching the PSIP, which is a public sector investment planning digital platform, which also allows us to improve our project data relating to land use. Leaning heavily into communications and public engagement as a means of encouraging local buy-in and participation is one of our primary focus. Our Act Now for SDG campaign, as well as other locally pushed campaigns, have helped us to sensitize the public on the VNR process and the necessity for SDGs, which makes outreach easier. Of course, this includes leaning into social media influencers and very popular public figures to ensure the message about SDGs and VNR reaches far and wide. There is a significant creative opportunity and intention to upscale and expand these efforts and connect more locals and more popular folk with our SDG process. We're using partnership and diplomacy bilaterally and multilaterally and across regional and international agencies to ensure that the work we're doing to accelerate our 2030 agenda reaches local populations. For example, to promote peer learning and facilitating the replication of best practices and context-specific solutions. Finally, our government believes that a voluntary national review and the preparations that must accompany it is not merely a report to be presented, but with the right intention, perspective, and political will can be an instrument for local transformation. In acknowledging our shortfalls, learning from our mistakes, addressing the gaps that emerge, and integrating lessons learned into policy and practices, the VNR process has been and can truly be a resource that guides us to a future that is not only sustainable, resilient, and uniquely reflective of our individual and collective journey. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tenemos la oportunidad de un intercambio con las delegaciones. Estamos pidiendo si hay delegaciones que quieren hacer alguna intervención. Adelante, Brasil.
Boa tarde a todos e a todas. Vengo a hablar de algumas.
I'm going to talk about some successful national experiences in Brazil over the last few years, particularly regarding city dwellers. 65% of Brazilians live in cities. Therefore, it's a very special moment because the government has activated investments in territorial planning and urban planning to build more resilient, sustainable, inclusive cities. Our experience shows that one of the primary challenges for accelerating attainment of the SDGs is to overcome structural barriers that limit local government capacity, especially small municipalities' capacity to move forward with projects. And that they're limited in terms of financing, thus they have a problem rolling out integrated projects. That's why the government has focused on capacity building of local municipalities. They have focused on social actors and local governments to work in areas such as housing, sanitation, mobility, peripheral areas, etc. Brazil has engaged strategic citizen participation venues such as community committees, as well as fostering dialogue and citizen participation for more than a decade. Also, institutional strengthening is a key part of our strategy because we know that if we are to accelerate the SDGs, we also need to reinforce cities' democratic institutions. Another priority area is urban policies and climate action. And Brazil has moved forward with the 35 policy to have more resilient and integrated responses in urban areas. For example, urban mobility through the Fleet Renewal Initiative. Having less polluting urban transportation fleets, limiting CO2 emissions, as well as adding electric vehicles to the fleet and having better recharging infrastructure. I would like to focus on something that's also very important, and that is funding structural projects to beautify public spaces and making access to urban mobility more democratic. The government has focused on taking vacant buildings and making them useful for social housing. This also allows for beautifying certain empty lots and providing social housing as well. The Minha Casa Minha Vida program is a strategic program to expand access to low-income housing, and this is a clear example
of the government's commitment to attaining housing-related SDG. Brazil had, by the end of last year, had already delivered 1.4 million new housing units. This has improved structural areas of cities. This is related to the Living Privilege program as well, which aims to address the favelas and marginalized housing by providing them with disaster risk, robust infrastructure that is less prone to disaster risk. This involves investments in sanitation and other areas, and within the framework of the PACU resilience program, the government has also focused on boosting the quality of life in a large number of cities, peripheral regions. This involves climate action, territorial planning, social participation, and other areas. So instead of just having isolated works, the idea is to have an approach, a strategic approach to making cities more livable. This is what Brazil has done, and Brazil is firmly committed to attaining the 2030 agenda and making urban living much better going forward. Thank you.
Tiene la palabra México.
Mexico has requested the floor and has been recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chair, with your permission. Colleagues, it's truly an honor for Mexico to be part of this regional forum on good practices and challenges regarding creation of the voluntary national reviews. We recognize that the path towards meeting the Sustainable Development Goals is a challenge and needs to be aligned with national perspectives. These reviews allow us to have lessons learned and to move forward with strategic partnerships. They also allow for exchanges to reinforce policies and to mobilize support from different sectors in order to accelerate the attainment of the 2030 agenda. The mechanisms established for these reviews and by the mechanism are an excellent exercise for the challenges and progress of each country in trying to make sure that no one is left behind. In our country, we also have added another expression, which is not leaving anyone out. So the voluntary national reviews are an example of coordinated efforts aimed at attaining the SDGs. In 2024, we submitted a fourth voluntary national review, under which we adopted a cross-cutting approach that allowed us to identify interconnected aspects in order to reflect complex realities. We went from a quantitative review to a qualitative review of the different actions that have an impact on our ability to attain the 2030 agenda, and we included testimonies from the leading characters who refer to their daily activities and how they are contributing to attaining the SDGs from their local perspective. We also recognize relevance of VNRs as key tools for assessing the impact of public policies at the different government levels. Drafting these reviews allows us to have precise and context-based information, ensuring that decisions are based on real data and that they truly meet the specific needs of each community. At the national level, 20 state and 12 municipal reviews have been conducted, and total we have presented 30 voluntary national reviews before the high-level forum, and that makes us a benchmark in Latin America. But we do not stop there. At present, 30 subnational governments are currently engaged in the process of drafting the review, and this shows that there's growing interest among local governments to adopt this mechanism as a crucial tool for sustainable development planning. As part of the process of preparing the review, we have also added sectoral reports and reviews. This is unprecedented. This was helpful prepared by the unions and the private sector, who provided a specific description of impact in the different sectors such as health, education, the environment, and economic development. These documents allow us to fine-tune our policies and to thereby ensure that we are efficiently meeting the needs of the most needy sectors. 2030 is growing closer, and so these reviews are valuable resources that we should clearly take advantage of. Mexico reaffirms its commitment as its commitment to the 2030 agenda and is making an appeal to the international community to redouble our efforts and action so that we may meet our common goals. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, México.
Thank you, Mexico. ANUD has been recognized, or rather the UNDP. Thank you, distinguished panelists and colleagues, and everyone else present here today. It's a pleasure for me to speak on behalf of the interpreter's correction of the UN High Commission for Human Rights, not the UNDP. Now, there was a request to incorporate human rights into the next review cycle, recognizing the fact that the countries can actually secure sustainable development only if they safeguard all individuals' human rights. We know that by integrating the human rights into the VNR process, well, we know that this is crucial because 90% of the SDG targets are directly or indirectly related to human rights and international labor standards. So we know that the voluntary national reviews are not human rights reports, but rather by integrating the rights that we've seen throughout the region will boost the content and thus the impact of the reviews. They will also help to better align national policies that will benefit individuals. For example, we heard from Mexico and the most recent Mexican review where they included human rights and in the recommendations. Now, there are different inclusion representations of these, such as universal exams and treaties, and we know that these are related to the SDGs, and this is a practical way to find information in periods of time where we're limited in terms of resources. In Latin America, there's clearly a commitment by the continent to meet the agenda. We would like to commend St. Kitts and Nevis, Uruguay, Honduras, and Guatemala for their reviews this year. Now, applying this approach is not new throughout the region, and working under the human rights approach does not actually mean that there will be a greater burden, because there are so many analyses and recommendations available for each country that can be used at the national level or at the local level for local level reviews. Now, since the SDGs are a faithful reflection of our rights, right to water, right to a healthy environment, etc., the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights and the UNDP have provided a short guide called the Tentative Note on the Common Approach for Integrating Human Rights, which aims to support the countries in maximizing the synergies between different processes related to the human rights component of the reviews. We know that the local level voluntary reviews are crucial, but they must integrate, or they should integrate, human rights. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
No habiendo más
participantes.
I do not think anyone else has requested the floor. Therefore, I would like to hereby adjourn this session and give the floor to the chair. Thank you.
Listo. Sí. Seguimos. A continuación, bajo el punto
Now, in keeping with item 11 on the agenda, we will now put forward for approval the document entitled Conclusions and Recommendations Agreed Upon by the Governments Meeting at the 9th Meeting of the Forum of Latin America and the Caribbean Countries on Sustainable Development. Before putting this to a vote, I would like to give the floor to the Secretary, Luis Yanez. Thank you, Chairman. As is common practice at this forum, the document entitled Conclusions and Recommendations has already been subject to a negotiation process by the permanent representations in New York. On February 17, it was drafted, and there were a variety of different consultations held throughout March on different dates. And on March 17, the document was closed until the next day, and on March 24th, the silent period was interrupted by a delegation, and the rest of the document was adopted except for paragraph 55. The chair began a bilateral consultation process with the delegation that broke this silence protocol, and other negotiations resulted in a consensus relative to the document that you have before you. Once again, the complete document was sent to through the silent protocol process at the permanent missions in New York. The process was respected. The silence was not broken, and on April 7th, the chair therefore considered the document to be fully adopted and approved. Now, the delegations must confirm this. Thank you. Chairman, you may subject the document to approval or adoption. Therefore, I would like to submit to your consideration the document that has been circulated. If there are no comments, it will be hereby adopted and approved. Thank you.
La delegación de El Salvador, ¿no?
El Salvador has requested the floor. Is that correct? And Colombia. Thank you, Chairman. El Salvador would like to thank the chair and the secretariat for conducting this process, and thank all the delegations for their constructive commitment and the reigning spirit of dialogue in the consultative process. The delegation of El Salvador reiterates its commitment to strengthening multilateralism, and in that spirit, the delegation also joins the consensus of the document adopted, recognizing the efforts made to make this a reality. However, we would like to make it known that El Salvador is not associated with the paragraphs of 32 and 42. This position is in keeping with the need to be consistent and coherent with national priorities and in keeping with the aspects addressed under those paragraphs. With regard to those paragraphs, we would like to state that we are giving these under consideration. Moreover, this does not change El Salvador's position to continue to constructively partake in multilateral processes. This doesn't have an impact on our interest in contributing to an international context that will favor dialogue among states. We would like to reiterate our willingness to continue participating in this forum and in other international dialogue opportunities thereby joining efforts with other countries to reach shared solutions in keeping with our national priorities and needs. Thank you very much.
La palabra, la delegación de Colombia.
Colombia has been recognized. Thank you, Chairman. Colombia appreciates and thanks the work carried out to adopt a consensus regarding the conclusions and recommendations. We recognize the effort carried out as well. As a delegation of Colombia, would also like to dissociate itself with two paragraphs related to the struggle against climate change. This is something of particular relevance for all of the countries present here and crucial for defending life and humanity. In this context, we would like to reiterate the importance of the purpose of the Agreement of Paris to limit a temperature increase much below the Celsius degrees prior to pre-industrial rates, and to leave it to 1.5 as an essential commitment to securing a sustainable future. We consider that it is not appropriate to make specific reference to the vulnerability of a specific group of Latin American and Caribbean countries in the context of climate change. To the extent that this introduces a difference that is not included under the architecture or the principles of the Paris Agreement. For Colombia, the integral aspect of this agreement is crucial, where there is no category collectively agreed to, and this jeopardizes destroying the careful balance upon which this agreement was reached. Now, this type of reference may set a precedence that could increasingly have a negative impact on the climate framework and move towards the proliferation of categories that have not been subject to consensus. Latin America and the Caribbean should be unified and not fragmented with regard to the discussion at specialized and important fora. If the approach is to move towards more specialization, then we would have to include other geographic categories, such as countries with coastal ecosystems, mountains, or the bioceanic countries, as indicated under Article 4, paragraph 11 of the UN Framework Climate Change Convention.
A la sequía y a la desertificación, países con zonas de alta contaminación atmosférica urbana, países con zonas ecosistemas frágiles incluidos los ecosistemas montañosos, países en desarrollo sin litoral y países de tránsito. Estas características identificadas en
These characteristics identified in Article 4, paragraph 8 also involve specific vulnerabilities vis-à-vis the impacts of climate change, such as floods as a result of the increase in sea level or massive landslides, among others. Colombia also wishes to put on record that the language, Framework Convention, UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, and the Paris Agreement is not acceptable. We reiterate that both the Paris Agreement and the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change are different international treaties adopted within the framework of the Vienna Convention on the rights of treaties, each one with its own ratification and membership process. However, despite the fact that we acknowledge its relationship, there can be no subordination of the Paris Agreement to the Framework Convention. In this sense, the use of concept, the UN Framework on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement is not an agreed language. Thus, we wish to put on record in the report of the meeting on the Declaration of Colombia and its unacceptance of paragraphs 76 and 79. Thank you. Thank you, Colombia. I'd now like to offer the floor to the Cuban delegation.
Muchas gracias, Excellencia.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, delegates. I participate in this session convinced that the document on conclusions and recommendations is an authentic reflection of the political willingness of will of our region, not only a rhetoric type of text. It is an expression of consensus that have been built with a lot of work, and that refer to the shared priorities and determination of Latin America and the Caribbean to advance united in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. In this sense, I would like to underscore the relevance of paragraph 42 that rejects the actions that run against international law. For Cuba, these measures are the main obstacle to our sustainable development because they restrict trade, technology, and others. It's not an abstract question. These are concrete limitations that directly impact the lives of our citizens and the ability of our country to comply with global commitments. We profoundly thank the pronouncements and the concrete help and solidarity received by governments of the region and civil society organizations. The document that we are adopting reminds us that multilateralism and international cooperation are not rhetorical principles, but rather fundamental tools to face up to common challenges. Within an international context shaped by multiple crises, reaffirming these values is essential in order to guarantee that no country falls behind in the accomplishment of SDGs. What is also as significant is the emphasis on financing for development that acknowledges the urgency of bridging gaps and reforming the international financial architecture. Without a global financial system that is much more just and representative, our national and regional efforts will be limited. The reform of that architecture is in consequence a necessary condition so that the 2030 Agenda becomes a reality and not simply a distant aspiration. Likewise, we value the attention paid by to countries in special situations, including middle-income countries and small island development states. This consideration reflects the diversity of vulnerabilities that characterize our region and the need for differentiated answers and solidarity answers adapted to each context. Cuba confirms its commitment to work together with UN member states in order to make progress in the construction of a fairer international situation, sustainable and equitable, that guarantees the right to development of all our countries, paying full respect to the dignity of each one of our countries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Cuba. Now we offer the floor to the delegation from Chile. To you, Chair, Executive Secretary, Chair, dear delegates and participants. On behalf of the Chilean government, I would like to express our profound gratitude to ECLAC for inviting and organizing this event, where the region has come forward in order to share experiences, learnings, lessons, and good practices related to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda in this last stretch. Chile also congratulates the leadership of the forum by Peru, because we have finally arrived at a text of conclusions that truly reflects on the needs of the region with regards to all these issues. Thank you very much, President. I would also like to congratulate the representatives of all delegations present for their genuine spirit of cooperation and fraternity expressed during these days. And I would like to especially highlight the expressions of representatives of subnational governments, the private sector, academia, and civil society, especially those that come from Chilean institutions, whose active participation in the forum makes the results of this event even more valuable. Finally, Chile greets the successful conclusion of this 9th meeting and wishes you all a safe trip, a safe return to your homes. Thank you. Thank you, Chile. Now I'd like to offer the floor to the Secretary of the Commission, Luis Yañez. Thank you, President. Thank you, Chair. Now, Argentina and Paraguay were not present in this room, and they have also sent some comments about the vote, and that will be included in the final report of the meeting. Now we move on to the closing session of this 9th meeting, and it is my pleasure to offer the floor to Jorge Felix Rubio, who for the 2nd consecutive year has chaired this conference as chair of the Forum of Countries. Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar Siriñach, delegates, representatives of international organizations, and representatives of civil society. We are closing an intensive week of work with dialogues and joint reflections. The 9th meeting of the Forum of Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development has undoubtedly been a fruitful space for regional cooperation, the exchange of experiences, and the renewal of commitments with the 2030 Agenda. During these days, we have discussed in depth the most important challenges faced by our region in an international context shaped by political and economic changes that have a direct impact upon our capacity to advance towards sustainable development. We have heard the voices of governments, multilateral entities, civil society, the private sector, and academia. Each intervention has enriched our understanding of what is at stake and of how we can make progress with greater decision towards sustainable development. We talked about the importance of financing for development that is more equitable and effective in a scenario where fiscal restrictions, the weight of the debt, and less aid for development continues to limit our activities. Likewise, we reflected around the progress and challenges when it comes to social development within a context shaped by persistent inequalities, low social mobility, and high levels of informality. Likewise, what was brought to the fore was the need to bridge structural gaps in technological and productive and production terms, faced with deindustrialization processes, low productivity, and limited innovation that has an impact upon the capability that the region has to grow. All this highlights the importance of strengthening multilateralism and international cooperation in order to coordinate a more effective and coordinated responses faced with the challenges of sustainable development. At a sectorial level, the thematic groups on sustainable development, on different SDGs, 6, 7, 11, 17, have highlighted critical challenges for our region to guarantee equitable rights to water and sanitation, to move towards sustainable energy transition, to strengthen infrastructure and productive innovation, to build cities that are more inclusive and resilient, and consolidate effective alliances that enable the mobilization of resources and capacities. And these are not isolated objectives, but rather interdependent pillars of a development agenda that demands comprehensive and coordinated responses. Likewise, the shared experiences in the dialogues of national actions and the voluntary reviews, national reviews, evidences that there is a common commitment. However, we have also taken due note of the fact that at the present pace, only a fraction of the SDGs will be achieved by 2030, and this reinforces the urgency of accelerating action and of strengthening our institutional and implementation capabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum has also reminded us that time is of the essence. We're only 5 years away, well, 4 years away from 2030, and if we don't speed up our pace, many of the objectives will simply not be achieved. We're not here, but we're here to confirm that with political will, with effective cooperation, with citizen participation, we are still on time. On behalf of Peru, a country that has had the honor of acting as chair of this forum, I would like to thank all participants for their active participation, the delegations of Latin America and the Caribbean and of civil society for their valuable contributions. I would like to thank ECLAC for its impeccable organization and its permanent technical support, and I would also like to thank the UN system for its accompaniment during this process. We say farewell with a conviction that this forum is not an end, a closure, but rather a starting point. Facing the 10th forum, we are confident that we can show the concrete progress, the result of sustained work and of renewed regional commitment. The chair of Peru greets the Dominican Republic and wishes it the best of successes in the leadership of this important space during the next 2 years, reiterating our complete willingness to continue to contribute regional dialogue and to promote an increasingly effective integration. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. The final words will be delivered by the Executive Secretary. Thank you, Luis. Dear Ambassador Jorge Felix Rubio, Director General of Economic Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Peru, as Chair of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development, distinguished ministers and representatives of countries, national authorities, and the diplomatic corps, dear colleagues from the agencies, funds, and programs of the United Nations system, dear representatives of civil society, of youth, of academia, and of the private sector, ECLAC colleagues, dear friends, when one has devoted one's life to public service at the national or international level, one learns that sometimes there are meetings that are at the same time something very concrete and something very symbolic. Working days that are in themselves powerful messages. This forum has been that indeed, a meeting with specific agenda items, but also a powerful signal to say that we are here, that we are not leaving, and that we continue to be many people committed to a more productive, inclusive, and sustainable future for Latin America and the Caribbean. The 2030 Agenda has convinced present and tireless allies, and congratulations for that in an international context shaped by geopolitical tensions and by the questionings of the principles that uphold the multilateral architecture. Here, the ability to build agreements, articulate wills, promote common agendas, and even in differences, build bridges, generate trust, and confirm the possibility of living together in peace have become evident. We have heard stories and testimonies that remind us that behind all this there are human lives and inescapable environmental realities. We have learned about diagnosis based on hard data, which account for the magnitude of the challenges. We discussed problems together with concrete proposals and solutions, but above all, we have shared practices that show us that change is possible, that analyses and studies can and should connect with everyday experience. In other words, ideas are valid when they are translated into real transformations. My congratulations and heartfelt thanks to Ambassador Rubio of Peru for leading this 9th meeting of the Forum with great commitment and leadership. Peru led the negotiations with the permanent missions in New York to reach a consensus on the document that we have just approved. I stress that this document encourages us, and I quote, in cooperation with the UN system and relevant stakeholders, to prioritize the region's inherent strengths in areas such as biodiversity, climate, clean energy, food production, food security, and foreign direct investment inflows, and take advantage of them strategically in order to make the most of the vast development potential of the region. End of quote. I believe that this point is essential because it highlights an element that I pointed out in my inauguration speech. The region does not enter this historic moment empty-handed. We have agencies and we have assets that we can leverage to take a leap in development. I want to thank and value the excellent contributions we received from multiple stakeholders, young people, civil society, religious organizations that have accompanied us with other perspectives and have brought a joint, plural, and deeply necessary voice. The representatives of civil society have been categorical in this forum. We are not facing a simple slowdown of the 2030 Agenda, but a convergence of crises, democratic, social, economic, and environmental, that is eroding rights and weakening multilateralism. That is what was said to us when they read their conclusions this morning. Its message is clear. Without effective participation, without equality, and without unrestricted respect for human rights, there will be no sustainable development possible. And civil society is an essential political stakeholder. Allow me to give make a brief account of the progress made in this forum. About 1,000 people accompanied us in person throughout these days. Representatives of government, the private sector, civil society, academia, and international organizations. We had the participation of more than 120 government delegates from member countries of the Forum, associate members of ECLAC, and member countries of ECLAC and of the United Nations. In total, we held around 15 plenary sessions and 54 side events were held. We reviewed the major United Nations conferences held in 2025, the Second World Summit for Social Development, the Fourth International Conference on Financing for Development, and COP30. We reaffirm our commitment to these agendas, highlighting the need to act with a common voice on key issues such as climate change, financing for development, and social inclusion, always with human rights as a foundation. We also shared with you the 2025 report, the Regional Collaboration Platform, highlighting the value of coordinated action by the UN system in Latin America and the Caribbean to advance towards sustainable development at the regional level and concrete support to countries in the management of crises, natural disasters, and structural challenges, among others. We also reviewed the SDGs that will be discussed in July at the high-level political forum, SDG 6, 7, 9, 11, and 17. In these sessions, we were able to learn about regional, national, subnational, and local experiences that not only offer practical guidelines, but also inspiration and motivation. I would like to highlight the valuable participation of the Caribbean countries in this forum, both for their high representation as well as for the quality of their contributions. I reaffirm ECLAC's commitment to continue to advance with the priorities of the sub-region, especially in strengthening the synergy between the 2030 Agenda and the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for small island developing states, with an emphasis on financing, climate resilience, environmental sustainability, digital development, human capital, and regional cooperation. We learned about the successful national experiences in the session led by the regional director of DCO, with the participation of representatives of the United Nations, resident coordinators, and authorities from Chile, Costa Rica, and the Dominican Republic, who highlighted the use of artificial intelligence as a key tool to promote the fulfillment of the SDGs and address common challenges in Latin America and the Caribbean. We shared with each other in our diversity, in our different experiences. That's part of the achievement. I want to especially thank the people who have made this event possible, the entire team of the Secretariat of the Commission, and especially to the conference team. A round of applause for conference team. Thank you very much to the technology and communications team, to the interpreters who allow us to understand each other and thus bring us closer. Thank you. And to each and every one of you for coming this far, from those who traveled just a few meters from their offices, to those who traveled a good part of the world to be with us these days. Dear friends, as ECLAC has pointed out in its 9th report, only 19% of the goals of the 2030 Agenda are on track to be met by the planned deadline, below the 23% estimated in 2025. It's a wake-up call that challenges us directly, but we must not give way to pessimism. As I have reiterated at various times during the forum, partial progress is also progress. In 6 out of 10 goals, certainly more than half, we are making progress. And in some of the goals, 20%, that progress has been very important. That is why we have to believe and we have to keep on working.
Today, my request is to keep this feeling that you breathe in here, in this chamber, in this room, the conviction, the determination, and take that when you walk through those doors, because it will not be easy to speed up the pace under the current circumstances. But I think it is possible and it is necessary. Just 6 years ago, we were facing the first pandemic in a century, and one of the worst crises that any of us remember. Despite the size of the challenge, humanity and our region were able to take a joint action to address that emergency. Sometimes crises carry within them the engine of collective action. I believe that the current international context, this era of ruptures, carries the seed of a renewed will for cooperation among those who remain committed to a world based on rules, based on dialogue, and on the search for agreements in spite of differences. Let's close this forum under the leadership of Secretary General Antonio Guterres, whom we deeply thank for his commitment to the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. And now we look ahead. In 2027, we will hold our 10th forum, and we will do so in a new setting, hopefully with someone from our region at the head of United Nations. Hopefully, that change will open a stage of renewed hope, of revitalized multilateralism, and of concrete progress towards peace and progress that our peoples demand. Thank you very much, and I wish you a happy and safe return home. Thank you all.
¿Se acabó?
Okay, we're done. Safe travels.